Show What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, May 30th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the tarmac of Amani Airport. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Love the gentle waves of your lovely locks. Oh my god, thank you, Ceres. And apologies, chat. Muscly weasels. The weasels have power. I don't even know if the weasels realize how much power they have, right? But, I mean, look, you're a platform. When Vadim got attacked, that Vadim felt, comfortable, coming to fight back. And we're going to be seeing more of that in the next few days. In fact, we may have, I believe we're talking to Vadim tonight. Let me check and see. I haven't heard back in a hot second there. You still down to come on? I think Vadim may have just talked to Dylan Burns. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to check, but and yeah, it's like but they are really going after Vadim. They are clipping. Haven't seen them get a lot of traction. It does seem to be kind of endemic to the, I don't know, former DGGer, debate pervert realm of the internet universe. So yeah, we'll I'll just make sure that I didn't. I know that Vadim has been dealing with some difficulty sleeping, so if Vadim fell asleep early tonight, that's probably a good thing. But we'll see. Anyway, I've got other than the title. Wait, the mod view on mobile is new. What's new, Moe Noape? The Twitch mods look like you got a new something or other. More like Vadim. More like hot damn. More like goddamn. Goddamn Vadim. What a nightmare. So yeah, look, I missed some conflict. Oh, maybe so, yeah. I mean, look, there is a conflict that Ethan has started calling out Vadim. If you look, you may know of Vadim without even knowing that you know of Vadim, right? If you were a fan of Creationist Cat back in the day, you're actually a Vadim fan. But yeah, Vadim has been doing some debates lately, going on streams. Recently went on to Hutch's stream. Hutch is kind of a former Destiny orbiter. And had a conversation. And we watched that the other night, and it was weird, chat. Do you remember how Hutch was like the mugs, the looks, the faces that Hutch was making were like so weird. Were so extremely bizarre. I couldn't figure out what was going on. But after a little conversation with Vadim, I think that Hutch thought that reacting like that made it look like, and like, here's the deal, like, Vadim's not monitoring the visual while this conversation with Hutch went on. Vadim was not monitoring the visual. Hutch was trying to present the idea that he's talking to a crazy person, right? That's what that was. And in the process, may have made himself look a little bit like what he was trying to make Vadim look like. So yeah, good on you, Hutch. I don't know. I don't think you're as good of a streamer as you think you are, but hey, you can still ride that Call of Duty cloud, I guess. Yeah, he's one of these like Asmongold, right? Kind of streamers. In that in that he got famous playing video games, and because of that is allowed to make commentary on politics. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because he was friends with Destiny. That's why it was, well, he dropped Destiny like a hot turd. Once the stuff about Pixie came out, right? He didn't want to be anywhere near that radioactive blast, but yeah, I mean that's why he is like known as a political content creator at all, due to people like Destiny, and I'd say Dylan Burns too. But you know, Dylan was always hard up for people to bring on the Hippy Dippy. If I'm being honest with you, chat, that's why he brought me on the Hippy Dippy. That's why he brought me on. Look, chat, I would never go on a stream that was low class enough to invite the likes of me on it. All right, so that's how I feel about that. Let's keep those eyes. Those eyes Hutch kept making made him look like a loser, kind of like Ethan's mocking Hassan's verbal tics. Yeah, very similar. And the thing about it is that like Hutch is not a killer. All right, I can tell. I can smell the fear on that guy. Look, I don't know. I think I have a gift for finding debate streamers that are kind of overrated. Like, think about Dylan Burns, think about Xanderhall. There's a lot of people out there whose reputation exceeds their actual, you know, ability to interact, right? And Hutch may be just another one of these long line of losers. Created a creation of Destiny and Dylan. That's kind of gross. Like, look, chat, at least when Chud Logic and I spin off a streamer. Wait, what can I say about Queemon, chat? I don't think there's anything good I can say at all. I am not proud of my illegitimate streamer child, okay? Other than at random moments. But yeah, we're gonna see some more of those random moments today, chat. I don't know what to say about it either, because the last thing I want to do is tell you, oh, Chud Logic is good now. But compared to the rest of the commentary community, the likes of Queemon and Chud are willing to admit what I think are some very obvious things that the rest of them are just like, you know, they pride themselves on I don't know, being objective, I guess. I mean, that's what the commentary community is supposed to be. Your whole commentary card comes from kind of like how objective you are, how fair you are. And for the most part, a lot of these people, they're just playing team sports. And they're anti-team iDubbbz, and so therefore anti-team Hassan and pro-team Ethan. So that's what we've got going on. Now, I don't want you to think, okay, and this is going to be an important thing coming up. I don't want you to think that tonight's stream is all about drama. Or that my coverage in general, I think I have convinced myself, I think I have tricked myself into thinking that we're just about drama here, and we're not, okay? And that can't be what it is, because I've missed, I don't know if you noticed, I have missed streams. I have missed several streams this week, way more, and especially late in the month, right? This is really bad for me, like, you know, financially, to miss streams when I should be trying to bank as much income as I possibly can for next month. But I've just been in this kind of rut where, like, I wake up, I look at all the stories, and there are stories. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to go on, but nothing like jumps out at me. Nothing is like, ooh, that's gonna be the thumbnail. That's gonna look good on the thumbnail, right? And so, like, yeah, yesterday I was going to come on stream and do something completely different than what I've done in a long time, chat. Oh my God, we got a butt right down there. Look at that, a corny butt too. Oh my God, wait, why doesn't it not twerk on the screen? I don't understand. Some of the emojis on Twitch, like somebody typed some jellyfishes in there. I think our jellyfishes and our, do the weasels move? Wait, the jellyfish move, right? Spam some emotes, Twitch chat. I want to test this out. Not a drama stream only stream. I am leaving. There we go. See the jellyfish. Buffy Geek, are you here by chance? I don't know if Buffy is here or not, but I really like the jellyfish emote that she made. I think it's wonderful. I think that's an awesome wiggler. Chud was saying this. There's nothing to talk about recently except Hassan and Ethan drama. Yeah, and well, you know, it's weird because he got like it's not like Chud is pro Hassan, right? It's not like Cho is Cho. I can't talk. Chud, not It's not like Chud is gonna have like good takes now or something, or like he's changed his the ghost of Christmas past and present and future came to Chud in a dream, and he realized that the only reason that he's a shitty ass unironic Chud is because he got angry about being canceled by some people that really don't fucking matter. Now, there was something to say about, you know, a long ago scandal, a scandal that's so long ago, I'm not even going to talk about it anymore, right? It's not like Chud should have come out of that looking good or anything like that. But yeah, because people always feel like they need to exaggerate, you know, the harm that somebody does, you know, that shit didn't stick. But yeah, he got mad because some lefties called him out on Twitter and he changed. I knew him back in the day, right? He wasn't great. I mean, he's always got a little bit of an exiting the vampire castle edge. Oh God, I feel like I'm understating it. It's more than just a Mark Fisher. It's more than just a exiting the vampire castle, right? He had a little bit of a complex, a little bit of that anti-SJW dog in him too. But overall, dude was a leftist. Dude was a trade unionist, right? And he just flipped. He just flipped because people on the left, or his perception of what the left was, which honestly, you know, like some of these people that called him out are people that have said ridiculous shit about me too. So I you know, he flipped. He went, you know, he went unironic Chud. Glad you can catch a stream again. I'm glad you can catch a stream too. And I'm sorry, chat, about like, I don't know. I get into this funk, like I said, where I get in this funk where I look for a topic to stream about, like, you know, first thing in the morning. I don't find anything that looks like an obvious thing, or I find too many things. There's like 3 stories that look good. And I just like, I don't end up like settling on a thumbnail, and I either don't come on stream at all, or I come on stream way late, like tonight. But hey, I'm here. I guess that's what's important. We got, yeah, NCC bad. Unironically though, unironically. Anyway, I think it's silly of Chud to pretend to be more right-wing than he is, to please. He is audience captured in a certain way, but at least even with the audience capture, right, he's willing to he's not willing to deny reality, obvious and objective reality, in the way that some of the commentary community usually do. And for that reason, you know, he has said the obvious thing that Ethan does not, this is not a good look for Ethan. None of this is a good look for Ethan. And as you, you know, as you well know, a lot of the commentary community and a lot of Ethan's, you know, supposed fan base, which I don't even, it's not your fan base, dude. Those are DGGers inflating your number. They're going to use you as a literal sock puppet. And then they are going to resign your ass, especially after, you know, whatever beef with Hassan, whatever, you know, political events that are going on now that you're talking about, especially when that is over, they are going, Ethan's going to be their lolcow. He's going to do something silly. He's going to disagree with someone that they like, and he will be lucky, chat. He will be lucky.
Chatted $5. Been a minute. Glad to be back with everyone.
Oh my God. Oh.
Taylor
Lorenz. Yeah, she's been doing good work lately. I'm actually really impressed with Taylor Lorenz's work as of late. Columbia Recon Dragon, thank you for getting us started off. All right, so we got a few goals tonight, chat, that I always forget to mention until the very end. But let me go ahead and talk about them now. One of the goals is to put a butterfly in my hair. We got to do this last time. It's pretty cool. I love to have a butterfly in my hair, but I guess you got to earn it. I guess you earn it by getting 10 teal super chats. We are now 10% of the way towards getting that 10. And once we do, I will be able to have a butterfly in my hair once again, which is great. The other goal that is going on is this one. 10%. Look at that. 10% on... Wait. I did it wrong. God damn it. Look at me being overly optimistic. I'm sorry. 5%. I was close. Anyway, we're 10% of the way towards putting a butterfly in my hair. We're 5% of the way towards getting some bonus content. And we have some cool stuff today on the bonus content. Like I mentioned before, and like Columbia Recon just mentioned. Oh my god, what am I doing? Let's try to put that there. Taylor Lorenz has a new video out, and it's actually really interesting. It's more of a conversation rather than a video essay. And I learned a lot. I don't want to spoil too much for you, but she's kind of on a hot streak after this banger video that she made. She's, you know, if I had to sum up what does Taylor Lorenz cover now, I would say memes. And that sounds cursed. That sounds cheesy, but it's not. It's actually it turns out to be a decent way to cover things. If you want to sum up, you know, like what's happened since 2020, which was kind of what Taylor's last video was about, a great way to do it is to go over the memes that were popular at the time and kind of explain the context for the memes leading up to the somebody's got to do it meme. Which is the one that she's talking about, not necessarily endorsing. There are a lot of things that somebody should just do, okay? Not just the meme thing. And realistically speaking, President JD Vance is not exactly an improvement. Oh my god, chat. But speaking of President JD Vance, I got something special for you today. All right, are you ready for this? Wait, I'm asking you if you're ready. Like if you say no, I'm gonna be like, okay, I guess you weren't ready. I'm not going to show it to you. No, of course I'm going to show it to you. I don't think there's anything you could do to stop me from showing you this. It's kind of cursed, though, so get ready. All right? Chat. Look at this. Look at this guy. See, like, it wouldn't be as funny if it wasn't for Ethan trying to flex his status as a parent, his status as a family member on people that he argues with, unironically, you know, calling people the equivalents of childless cat ladies. No, thank you. Yeah, well, you know, we got to do the Vance memes, right? Everybody's got to participate in the Vance memes, and I was actually kind of surprised at how well Ethan, like some of the Vance memes, right? When you face swap him or you edit the image or whatever, some of them look kind of weird. Like, you know, it just like does not belong. Like some faces do not belong on JD Vance's head. Somehow Ethan's face is not one of those. And that is slightly horrifying, slightly terrifying. Actually, Columbia Reagan is what I would call it. I'd call it terrifying. In fact, I would say he's doing terrification to me. He's a terrificationist, right? This guy is a terrificationist. And I have not heard him disavow Sabra. But a lot of people are, chat. A lot of people are. I mean, things are really starting to turn decidedly in the direction of Israel's on the wrong side of history, which would have been nice if it happened 19 months ago. Not gonna lie, right? A lot of harm has been done in the time that's elapsed. I mean, I want to say better late than never, and yeah, I guess, yeah, better late than never, but god damn it was late. God damn it took a long time for that consensus to come about. But that's where we're at. Like, people like Ethan, people like Destiny, people like Lonerbox have chosen the wrong side of history. I mean, like, they're wrong about a lot of stuff, but sometimes it's not as obvious, right? Sometimes it's the type of issue that comes up, they give their cursed takes on it, and then the issue, everybody forgets about it, all right? I don't think that people are going to forget about this. This is going to be the history books, right? This is going to be what they talk about when they talk about the mid-2020s. Like, what side people were on this issue is going to matter a lot. And a lot of these jokers, they're used to being able to farm the left maxers, the extreme left, such as myself, and now the shoe is kind of on the other foot, right? I mean, the fact that we're dealing with, you know, Dylan Burns in this way, the fact that Dylan retains a hatred for Vadim from back in the day, I don't know, chat. We'll have to ask Vadim how the conversation with Dylan actually went. I don't want to assume anything, especially considering that I don't know if no, damn it. Chat, we might have caught Vadim on the one night that Vadim, you know, falls asleep at a reasonable hour. Well, I mean, hey, look, good for you, Vadim. If that's what happened, I forgive you. Even forgive you. Like, look, I come up super late at night. We're on Thai time. I'm a really hard person to get a hold of, especially for chat, right? Same energy as Con that clearly has an expiration date. I don't get it either. I don't why people use the I am married and have kids. Oh yeah, as its own, as if it's an own. I have triple the amount of money I spend on myself. Great sleep. I look younger than I would without that stress. Well, I mean, it's JD Vance shit. It's Vance posting is what they're doing, right? Look, I'm not an anti-natalist so hard that I give like the side eye to people, you know, with a kid or even with a crying baby, right? I'm not one of those people. I'm not anti, you know, people, you know, having families and stuff, you know, do you? But I kind of hate how common it has become for people like that to be anti. What are they? They're like anti-natalist or something. Like, you know, you not wanting to have a family becomes an issue for them. Oh, speaking of which, we gotta we're 2 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goals goes. We're 110 out of 100 as far as the bonus content goes. Well on our way to having a decent time tonight. And I really do want to have a decent time tonight, chat. All right. So like I said, we've got a little bit of drama to clean up on. There's a little bit of drama to go over. Yo, Omega Star Taylor Lorenz. People are feeling Taylor's videos, right? I never thought I'd be saying this. I don't know. I've had mixed views of Taylor Lorenz in the past. It's hard to explain. It's not as much about Taylor's enemies, who I honestly think that some of the people that Taylor has as enemies are actual scumbags, right? So she does, you know, if you judge people by their enemies, I would judge Taylor Lorenz really well for having enemies like Mark Andreessen and Libs of TikTok. But some of the people that she just kind of supported in the past were not great. I don't think we need to get back into this, chat, because the person I have in mind is like no longer relevant. And I don't want to talk about Taylor Lorenz's past as much as I want to talk about Taylor Lorenz's future, which is starting to look like she has a quite a future as a video essayist. Goddamn, this is so good, chat. I was getting fancy with my matcha drinks. Oh god, I need to make more matcha. Or I need to make more matcha. I need to get more matcha. I was getting really fancy with these, and then I one day I was making like coconut water mixed with butterfly pea flower tea mixed with a little ginger, sometimes a little passion fruit, sometimes a little watermelon juice. And I was getting super fancy, and maybe too fancy, because this right here is just soy milk and matcha blended together, and it's so damn good. It is so damn good. But yeah, so wait, is this working yet? Oh wait, I gotta do this to make it work.
March super chatted $6.78. Hey, hope all is well.
Aw, that's real.
I was wondering how you were getting on. And I don't know the logistics, but will you struggle to visit family and friends? Columbia Re, super chatted $5. Add Ethan Klein as one of the new villains in the Taylor Lorenz arc now. Oh, and another vote for Taylor poor favor.
There we go. Another vote for Taylor. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, there it is. It's funny, chat. I almost forgot how to work my OBS when I did not have it for the longest time when I was on my laptop. So yeah, wait, does that... Boom? Yes, there we go. Yeah, as far as judging Taylor by her enemies, Ethan Klein being one of her enemies, despite the fact that it sounds like she was trying to help him. It doesn't sound like she's like a super hardcore detractor of Ethan. It sounds more like she's trying to help Ethan somehow. But again, you know, leave it to Ethan to bite the hand that feeds him. All right, what are we on now? I think we're 23. Look, we're 23 out of 100 on the bonus content. We are 4 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. We are only a mere 6 super chats away from putting a butterfly in my hair. 22? Okay. I thought it was 23. Oh yeah, Marmar, thank you. All the best. Just hope the best for you. My dono goes to Drama with Lonerbox. Gotcha. Okay. So let's see. What does this have? I think Taylor Lorenz has got 15 extra points. Oh wait, I should show you what I'm talking about, shouldn't I? 7 here. But no, that's really sweet. I'm glad people worried about me. I mean, no, I said that wrong, didn't I? I'm not glad people are worried. I don't want to make you worried about me, chat. But I appreciate that you are still thinking about me is what I'm trying to say, and just not doing it in a great way. And it means a lot to me. It's touching, actually. Yeah, because I feel like I let you down. And the fact that chat is still so positive, look at that. That's amazing. That's so wholesome. Oh yeah, you asked me a question too. Let me try to answer that for you. Will you struggle to visit family and friends? I will absolutely not be going back to the United States for, I don't know, chat. Most likely 4 years. Possibly, I guess it's possible. Could things, you know, be different after the 2006? Wait, how come I can't like your? I'm trying to give you a like there, Marmar. What is going on? It won't let me like it. Send a love. Yeah, I'm trying to send a love. Oh my god, it won't let me do it. Okay, anyway, chat. Shit's malfunctioning. That's okay. Oh yeah, Series. Sorry, I feel bad, right? When people can't stay up to watch me because it's kind of my fault. Like, look, I mean, I'm on Thai time, which does make things really difficult for me, even to talk to, like, on the phone, my friends and family, right? It makes it very hard. There's like 2 times, like the early morning I can talk to them, and then late at night. And other than that, people are asleep in the United States. But yeah, I just concerned. Yeah. I don't recommend traveling back now, says Columbia Rican. There's a lot of new laws being implemented that are not for the good. That is true. That is true. And I've heard some bad things about people, you know, having just really confrontational, scary interactions at the border, even when they're not crossing the border. Even when they're just like took a wrong turn or something and ended up at the... And just try to explain, hey, I'm not trying to go to, you know, Canada or anything. I'm just took a wrong turn here. One time you started streaming, I was getting ready to go to bed really late, and then I caught the end of the stream the next morning. So it works out somehow. Yeah, that's what I've noticed is a lot of people that have not been able to catch me on, you know, the late night start of the stream. I am seeing pop up in the early morning, which is making me think, I don't know, chat. Could we do an early morning stream? I'm not saying like instead of necessarily like the primetime stream that I do, but would that be like a good time to cover the news, for instance? I feel like maybe it would. Loved waking up to the last quarter of the stream twice this week. Oh, okay. Well, as long as people are still... Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that I'm disappearing for, and that's what I really hate, right? Is people that are used to watching the stream, and I'm just like not on at the right time. But yeah, chat, in the interest of being able to actually be on time for more of my streams, I mean, here's what I'm thinking, all right? I've got to have a way to be able to do just a general stream. Now, normally, chat, my streams are kind of different, right? In that I will have a specific topic that I'm covering, or a main topic, a focus topic, right? And I'll have a thumbnail along the lines of that, right? And that's how people find me. You don't necessarily find me through the fact that you're subscribed to me and that you know, watch the stream, you like the stream. There's all kinds of factors, right? Yeah, when you watch my videos, when you watch the stream, when you like the stream, when you interact with my posts, right? All these things make it more likely that I will show up for you when I go live. But there is one more thing that I'd like to ask you to do, all right? And I want to be really careful with this, right? Because I don't want to make it sound like I'm forcing you to do this. I don't like notifications. And if you don't like notifications either, don't listen to this, all right? But if you want to be sure to catch my streams, even when I'm talking about, you know, non-drama stuff, even when I'm talking about a whole bunch of different stuff, right? Make sure that you got notifications turned on if they do not bother you. That is if and only if they do not bother you, because I know that for some people, notifications are kind of a pain in the ass, kind of annoying. But so I do not mean to annoy you. But if turning on notifications can be done without adding to your stress burden, I would suggest you do so, because I'm gonna try to come on even when there is no. Oh, yo, Omega Star with the gifted membership to George Jackson 66. George Jackson 66. Wait, I just got jellyfish too. I just got jellyfished. Wow. Am I even keeping up with this? I think we're at 29. I could be wrong. But yeah, that's almost a third of the way there. What if you do a morning news lady stream where you treated it like the local news broadcast and you wore, a fairly nice outfit? Well, I'd have to buy one, Attack of the Hank, but that might be some. I need to get clothes anyway. You know, if you notice, like, there's a lot of you'll see me in the same outfit a lot of times. It's not necessarily because this is the only thing that I brought with me, although I did bring very few clothes, but it's the only thing that is super summer friendly that I brought with me. In other words, like, you know, that I can stay cool in, right? And it is rather hot this time of year and rather muggy as well. I found you while I was in a mental health rehab. Got a video of your recommended from watching Hassan's election coverage. You are now my comfy, feeling safe streamer. Nice. Well, thank you. That means a lot to me, Rave. But yeah, I'm trying to... Yo, Marmar, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Emma Finch, you just got weaseled. Jay the Human, you are now Jay the Weasel. That one person, you are now that one weasel. V, more like V Weasel. Daryl Barnett, more like Daryl Weasel. Because you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, chat, I'm too weird. 28 or 29. Yeah, I think I had 29. What is it now? That makes it like 40. I think it's 44 or 43. I don't know. I'll round it up, chat. I'll round it up. How about that? But yeah, we got a little bit of Ethan. It's not a whole lot of it. Hopefully we are going to have a little bit of Vadim as well to talk to. And if not, it's okay, because we got Wiener tonight, chat. We got Wiener. Adam Friedland came online and he posted Wiener. He Wiener posted, chat. Not like Anthony Wiener posted. That was a total different Wiener post, right? The Wiener post heard around the world. The Wiener post that possibly enabled Donald Trump to be elected, right? Anthony Weiner, he's got I mean, he's got to live up to his name, I guess, right? Does everybody know who Anthony Weiner is? Does everyone in chat get the reference if I say Anthony Weiner? Not to be confused with Tony Hogg or... Yeah, we're gonna... Always a nice night when you get Wiener. Well, I mean, look, if we don't get... We may not get Vadim, but we will get Wiener. We will get Wiener. I'll be like, you just got Wienered, and that's a good thing. Omega Star says, I definitely remember him. Carlos Danger, I forgot about that. Attack of the Hank, I forgot. What was the deal with Carlos Danger? I remember this vaguely. Was it his, like, pseudonym or something? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Rave says it's such a fantastic interview. I enjoyed it too. I actually enjoy a lot of Adam Friedland's interviews. Not all of them. Like, I think the Hassan... I didn't show you the Hassan interview because I don't think that was anything to write home about. Can anyone tell me how to do a paid YouTube sub on mobile? I don't know. I found out that the same interview, he lived close to me back in Brooklyn. We went to the same junior high. Wow. God, chat, I'm a little bit jealous that I didn't like grow up in NYC. But wait, what was the Carlos Danger thing? Like if I knew like neighborhoods or something in New York, I feel like I'd be so much cooler. I don't know. Maybe someday, chat. Maybe hey, here's what we'll do. All right, we can plan for the future. All right, it may not turn out like this, but here's the plan. Because like I said, I'm not going back to the U.S. while, you know, the government is like this. And I'm not even assuming that a Democrat, you know, winning the presidency is going to necessarily change that, because the Democrats are such cowards. You know, the obvious things that you'd think that they would, okay, well, at least they're going to change back the crazy things that the last Republican did. Not necessarily so. Not necessarily so, right? But someday, chat, when I come back to the US, I want to live in New York City. Somehow that'll be a thing. Somehow I'll be able to afford it, and I'll move in. I feel like I always should have been like a New York gal in the first place. But honestly, I know nothing about the East Coast. I'm a West Coast. I feel like I'm suited though more to the East Coast than the West Coast. What do you think, Chad? Am I a West Coast gal, East Coast gal? We may all wind up expats before the midterms even happen. Oh my God, Omega Star. Say Marmar's got advice for people trying to, what is this is it trying to super chat with a phone? A paid YouTube sub. Oh, to get yourself a membership. Yeah. There should be a subscribe button. I think it's so that's the confusion. There you go. Wait, so I think something happened? Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Nabil, you just got weaseled. Varp TM, you just got weaseled. Lisa is a blogger. Lisa is a weasel. Just got weaseled. Series, you just got weaseled. Brooke Anderson, you just got weaseled. Wait, is there one I'm missing? I think I read 4. Series, Brooke Anderson, Lisa is a blogger, Nabil. No, I read everyone off. NYC is my favorite city besides New Orleans. I'm from Massachusetts. New Orleans seems kind of cool too, but it gets muggy as fuck, doesn't it? Like New Orleans gets obscenely hot in the summer, and it is obscenely humid as well. Like I can deal, or I have had to deal at times with the South and its humidity / heat, and it's not pleasant, right? But I can deal with it. But New Orleans was the only place I felt like I was going to pass out. I think I was somewhere, I feel like I was somewhere along the waterfront too, and I was just like, oh, like let's just go on a nice walk out here. Yeah, something did happen indeed. Yeah. Yo, Woody Red Just got weaseled. Thank you, Omega Star, for that gifted sub to Woody Red. And bringing us up to, look at that, 65 out of 100. We are fully 2/3 of the way there. So I guess I should explain this. Oh my god, yeah, especially since we're encroaching in on 1 hour. And the giant weasel, too. Wait, do the giant weasels come up as giant on my... Do they show up as giant here? Mark Gold with the super chat, bringing us to 70. That, and then... can't help figure out how to do a paid sign. Free Palestine and Vox Populi. Gotcha. Vox Populi with 5%. I feel like Taylor Lorenz got like at least 12 added to it. So is that like 27? Yeah, Taylor Lorenz has really got some motion to it tonight. And I guess I'm not surprised, like given the... How come I can't like people's... Chat, it's not letting me like your super chats. Can you know though that even though, like, because I hate to think that like some chatter is gonna, you know, do a super chat, they're gonna see that I liked other super chats, and then they're gonna see that they don't have the heart on theirs, and they're gonna think like, oh, mine wasn't as good, or she doesn't like me, or I don't know. I don't want you to think that. Is that why they don't have ACC at ACC? That's all comment chick, chat. That's ACC, my sister. Is that why they don't have AC in every building like we do here? Wait, New York is not hot as often, but... Oh, not hot as often as NOLA. The difference is they don't have AC in every building like we do here. Yeah, so when it gets hot in New York City, it gets ridiculous. It gets ridiculous. New Orleans is intolerably humid. My health is so much better after moving out of that environment. See, I wonder, would I really just get used to it though, maybe? Do you think? Like, I thought Phoenix was ridiculously hot, and then I got used to it. And it wasn't too bad because, you know, it's a dry heat for the most part. I mean, there is that odd day in the, Taylor got 15 added. Okay. Oh, okay. I got you. Also, was there a Twitch sub just now? Yeah, there was. Wait, did it not show up? Marmar with the super chat. Oh, we're at 5 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes. We got 2 hours left on that goal.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
NCC doesn't like me. I'm trying to like you, Marmar. It's just because I've got like software on top of software. I wonder if I would eventually, oh wait, add 15 to Taylor. Okay. Taylor's got 15. That's, wow. George Jackson, I prefer dry heat. Me too. Dry heat is okay. I don't mind it too much. But yeah, Thailand, has a hot season. I don't know, anywhere from like, maybe March or April into October or November is the hot season in Thailand. And the hot season by itself is not too bad, except that the hot season starts off as the burn season, meaning that there is smoke in the air, not smoke from forest fires, smoke from people setting their dried out rice paddies on fire. That's just how the way they farm here, right? And I do enjoy the rice, so I guess I gotta breathe the fumes from the fire of the rice as well, right? Oh, I knew you were joking, Marmar. You can get used to anything. That's what I've noticed. Yeah, I really think I mean, maybe not anything, right? So if you're a no comment chick and you have a lot of things to say, does all comment chick have no? Maybe that's why we don't hear from her. Hear that Asmongold doesn't think he needs deodorant. That's true. That's true. Because he's not fat. Yeah, he did say that. Only fat people need deodorant, according to Asmongold. Oh yeah, the other thing that I wanted to tell you about, chat, and I don't know if we'll cover this today. Here, I'm gonna check again with Vadim. Oh god. Question mark. I'm gonna put extra question marks. I hope that Vadim can join us tonight. If not, I'm sure we'll catch up sometime. I'm just curious, like, how Vadim got treated on Dylan's stream, because Dylan has been not very nice to both Vadim and myself. Chrome is terrible now. 73. Okay, 73. 73. We're 73% of the way towards bonus content. Woo. So yeah, do I have this on the bonus? Let's see what even is on the bonus, right? New Taylor Lorenz video, Nathan Fielder versus the FAA, Lonerbox, Bad Empanada, and Vadim. And Norm Finkelstein debates building more. No, I don't have that on here, right, chat? So something else that I was gonna stream, this was gonna be my topic yesterday, but I just could not make a good thumbnail of this, right? So, most of you in chat, it's no surprise that I am currently in Thailand, right? That's where I'm streaming from. I have moved out of the United States. I do not intend to return to the United States for at least 2 years, probably more like 4 years. I don't want to return to the United States under this government. I may not stay in this country the whole time, but I am definitely not going back to the US, right? So, yeah, that you all know that about me. So I left the US out of fear of the fucking government, right? Out of fear of what how the administration's policies might affect me. And, you know, they already did affect me in terms of not being able to get an accurate, you know, gender marker on my passport, thanks to the administration, right? So when I left my city, which, you know, I can now say was Seattle, right? I guess I'm not giving you too exact of a location of where I was at, but, you know, it's in the Seattle area. My old city got invaded by Christian nationalists. This is a story that hasn't really made it into the mainstream yet, and I would not be surprised if many of you have not heard about what's going on in Seattle. I'm curious, though, does anybody know? Does anybody know what's going on in Seattle right now? I'm so glad you got out of the US, says Omega Star. Me too, God. I thought I was being overreactive at first. I kept on telling myself, no, you know, you've been through 4 years of Trump. You can do 4 more. Do I live where Vosh does? I've never... Wait a minute. There was 1 year that I was at Pride, and I saw a guy in a kilt who looked an awful lot like Vosh, but I don't know if it was Vosh. I never, you know, I've never talked to the person to confirm that I never came up and said, "Are you Vosh? Hi, Vosh. I hate you on the internet. How are you doing? Hi, Vosh. I farm you on the internet." Hi, Ethan. Glad to meet you. Hey, I'm you know, part of the Ethan Klein industrial complex on the internet. My ex lives there now. So does anybody know that? Okay. Other than Vosh and rainy weather, I don't know. Okay. For some reason, I thought you were in Ohio. Could have just been Irish laddie. Or another Irish laddie. And he's gotten so weird. This makes sense now. Okay, so yeah, so literal, I was right. Nobody knows about the story. Irene lives near Ben de la Creme. Ben de la Creme? C'est vrai? Natalie Marie, I've only vaguely heard of some shit going down in Seattle. So psyched for Pride this year? Well, yeah, so anyway, Seattle was chosen by a hate group. Now this isn't a hate group like this isn't like a Westboro Baptist style hate group that goes around with like, you're going to hell signs or anything like that, or especially like your soldiers are going to hell like the Westboro Baptist Church used to do. That's why everybody hated them, right? They not only did they pick a fight with the gays, they also picked a fight with the U.S. military, right? So that's a really easy hate group to slough off, right? This is a hate group that instead of, they knew that they could get a response from Seattle without being confrontational, right? So instead of bringing anti-gay signs and stuff like that, they decided to bring things like Christian rock music and free haircuts, and I think they might have been giving away groceries too. Honestly, chat, they were doing a lot of the things that that I always emphasize as being part of creating parallel power structures, which you should, especially when the government is not taking care of people, right? If you want to, win hearts and minds of the people for an anti-capitalist future, you got to start taking care of the people, and when the government and the capitalist superstructure is not taking care of people, that's kind of an opportunity. So anyway, this is what this group did is they came in. So here's the whole deal though, right? Anybody that was showing up to the park would just be like, oh, cool, free haircuts. I can't afford a haircut. Let me go get one. Oh, cool, you're giving away groceries. That's really nice of you. Groceries are fucking expensive, right? And it would have just been like, okay, well, it's like a religious group. They're like Christian and stuff. That's all you'd see from them from what they're showing. But in reality, if you look this group up, they are a lot. Somebody said like Patriot Front. I think that maybe a lot of the members are probably, there's crossover between this group and Patriot Front. It was Jesus folks. Yeah. Right wingers love providing haircuts. I'm sure they weren't like, I can imagine it. What if you go in there and you ask for a mohawk? Do you think they'll do that for you? Or do you think they've told their hairdressers to only give them godly haircuts? But anyway, they came in not to any place, chat, but to a park named after the first gay legislator from Washington State, Cal Anderson Park, right? So, there's some symbolism there, and the queer community knew exactly what they were doing, exactly what was going on, and they showed up to confront these people that were, essentially, I mean, this is an anti-trans, anti-gay group. Or there's very much like a two genders kind of crowd that we're dealing with, right? And, it kind of played right into their hands as far as optics goes, because, when you show up for, to counter protest something like that, and you want to, obscure your face to prevent, being doxxed, harassed, etc. It creates two sets of images, right, for the news media to use, right? One set of images is people dancing, people joyous, happy, getting free haircuts. No, there's no like sign with a stick figure bending another stick figure over, and then there's no like anti-gay, you know what I mean? There's no like nothing to tip you off as this group is anti-gay, but they are. And the people that showed up knew that, right? So anyway, angry people showed up at the park. What the fuck? Why is the city of Seattle like letting this group come into a historic gayborhood in Seattle, in the park named after the first openly gay legislator of Washington State? We got to fight this, and fight it they did. 23 people were arrested by police, all on the protesting side of things, and I believe the event was shut down slightly early, right? I believe the event did not go its planned, scheduled time, right? So they got mad. They show up at the courthouse of Seattle and demand basically occupy the plaza in front of the courthouse and demand an apology from the mayor. The mayor did not give them an apology. The mayor called them, out for being a hateful group, but also implied that the anarchists had infiltrated into the bad anarchists had infiltrated into the protest, and kind of both sides did, right? But people are wondering, like, why were they sent to that park? And it's not a them thing. It's not that they like insisted on showing up to Cal Anderson. It's that for some reason the city, when they did their permit, they were like, okay, you need a space to do this. Here you go, Cal Anderson. There you go. Right, worst place you could have possibly put a group like that. And it really played into their hands. SM says, I know what you're talking about, Irene. Nice. So anyway, that's what happened to my city when I left. It's been invaded. And it is now being... So you may not have seen this story much of anywhere, right? Because not a lot of the news is covering it. But the one news source that is covering it, that I saw, or two news sources that are covering it, Fox News and CBN. CBN is the network of Pat Robertson. The didn't Pat Robertson say that didn't he like blame a hurricane on gay people? Wasn't he the guy that said something like there was like a hurricane and he was like, well, God's gonna send hurricanes and earthquakes and all kinds of natural disasters if the people are having gay sex. God is offended by the gay sex. God doesn't want you bending over someone of the same sex. I'm sorry. I remembered that freaking Westboro. When I thought about Westboro Baptist, I remembered that sign. It was just a stick figure. It was like a stick figure bending over another stick figure, right? And I guess humping, right? And then it had the, like the Ghostbuster thing, like the circle and the. They were like, no sodomy, bad. Okay, don't do sodomy. Funny thing about sodomy, chat, a lot of people think of sodomy as a description of a certain kind of sex, referring to a, penetrating a certain orifice, in other words, right? That's actually not what it meant, right? Just going back in the day, any sex that was not, how do I explain this? Not conventional was considered sodomy, like oral sex. Two straight people have oral sex. Sodomy. Straight people do doggy style. That's probably sodomy too, right? Just like anything that's not like missionary in pursuance of making a baby in a married heterosexual couple for the glory of God is considered sodomy, right? So I guess what I'm saying, chat, is creationist cat might not have been right about everything. Obviously, I don't agree on the creationism, but we are all sodomites. Creationist cat was right about that. Almost everybody is a sodomite. I don't know how many of you remember that stuff. That's Vadim's old channel. Vadim would voice his cat, and the cat would pretend to be a creationist and call everyone sodomites. Not sodomites, but sodomites. God isn't disgusted by rampant homelessness or molestation in the Catholic Church or any of the horrors. Oh, that's okay because it's church, right? I guess. Their sacred outfits protect them from sin, even when they're committing a horrible sin against a child. It's okay. God approves, I guess. It's the gays that make him send hurricanes. Yeah, there we go. Remember how I used to go on Drunken Peasants and as the cat? Oh God, that sounds cursed and great. Honestly, miss Vadim's old channel. Well, Vadim is going to be coming out with a new video. All right, so be on the lookout for that. If you're not subscribed to Hey It's Vadim, it's a good time to subscribe because that's the only way you're going to get a notification. Just like clicking those notifications. I hate to do this, chat. I have never asked you to click on notifications before, right? Because I myself am annoyed by notifications, and I don't like asking you to do anything that I don't do, that I wouldn't like to do. All right, but I'm going to ask you this time because I'm going to try to stream, even when there's not like a topic that I know or is going to bring in a huge crowd. And the only way that you're going to know that for sure is if you're getting notifications, right? In other words, if I stream on a topic that YouTube does not think that you're interested in, YouTube just won't send you the they won't let you know. Like, right, you won't see it on your feed. If YouTube thinks that, look, well, you've clicked on Ethan Klein this, and you've clicked on Hassan that, and you've clicked on TYT that, right? And then I come out and I'm talking about like you know, Trump or Elon or MAGA Mike Johnson or any number of different things, right? You're not going to see that unless you've got notifications enabled. So I guess, look, I'm asking, unless it annoys you a lot to the point where you just don't, it's, you know, not good, then maybe click on those notifications after all. Since gay sex causes hurricanes, I can feel the gays can adopt. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. Damn, that would be some good sex, though. I haven't been rocked like a hurricane in a long time. Eva, I loved Creationist Cat. Still remember his interview on Majority Report. How did I miss this shit? So Creationist Cat Vadim came on as Creationist Cat to Majority Report. Vadim came on as Creationist Cat to Drunken Peasants. That's kind of amazing. That's kind of wild. Anyway, like I said, chat, we got bonus content today. We also have the butterfly gullet. Where are we at? That we're at 5 out of 10. All right, so we are 5 super chats from putting a butterfly in my hair. If that is of interest to you, just know that the teal or greater super chats will cause that number to go up. We still have like 2 hours. Wait, how much? I've probably wasted 1 hour and 45 minutes. Okay, I wasted an extra 15 minutes. We still have 1 hour and 45 minutes to make that happen. So get on it if you like the butterfly. The other goal that we have today is at 73 out of 100. That is the bonus content goal. That is the goal for me to stay on and cover another topic, right? I'm going to cover Ethan Klein and Rudy Giuliani tonight. Some other kind of Ethan Hassan related drama. We're going to watch Anthony Weiner talk to Adam Friedland and maybe have a chat with Vadim. Right? Maybe have a little chat with Vadim. I hope so. Again, if Vadim is gone to sleep, let him sleep. Let him sleep. You know, it's okay. He you know, sleeplessness is a difficult struggle, right? And if Vadim has one night of good sleep, that's worse. That's more than worth missing a conversation. I'm just kind of curious. What went on tonight with Dylan, right? Because Dylan's got a video on Vadim apparently. And as soon as I told Vadim was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going on there." You know? I don't know if Vadim is just like, "Oh yeah, he wants to talk shit." Well, make him talk shit to my face or what, but or what exactly Dylan's analysis was. All I know, chat, is that last I checked, Vadim did not like me and does not like Vadim. So, I'm assuming it's not good. Iraq121 says I'm feeling like drama. Well, anyway, we're going to get to that drama in just a second. We've got some drama for you. I just wanted to read off the bonus content. So again, bonus content, what makes it work? Well, this makes it work, first of all, right? If we get to 100, I cover one extra topic, the topic of your choice. Where do you choose that? You choose it on the poll on youtube.com, nocommentchick right now. There is a poll going on. I'm asking you which of these topics you want to see. Which of these topics you want me to cover after covering covering everything else, right? And you can vote for that, right? The next thing is that okay, wait, what am I trying to say? Yes. So this number, if it gets to 100, we'll cover an extra topic, right? What topic? The topic that you're voting for, right? And if you want this number to go up, what makes it go up? It's a super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Patreon, or signing up for my Patreon, or supporting me on throne.com, which right now I have my fund going on for my Thai visa. I am going to stay in this country under an educational visa For that, I'm going to need to sign up for a year of Thai lessons, which are not necessarily expensive, but you got to pay for a year up front, which does make it kind of expensive. I'm trying to crowdfund for that. So if you want to support me on that, throne.com/nocommentchick. The other thing that makes this go forward is Twitch. If you support me on Twitch, whether through getting a sub, gifting a sub, or gifting bits, all of that stuff makes this number go up. The other thing that the donation does is it lets you do what a lot of people have been doing today, which is putting your money where your mouth is. When you support me, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your donation as a percentage on the topic of your choice. It will add to the total that it has. And right now, let me read you what is in first place. So as far as votes go, Drama, Lonerbox, Bad Empanada, and Vadim. That is what's number one. We watched the beginning of Vadim talking to Hutch the other day. Apparently later in that stream, wait, Bad Empanada? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Bad Empanada has a video on Lonerbox. Okay, that's how that's connected, right? So later in that stream, Lonerbox jumps on to talk to Vadim, as does Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers, aka one of the slop tubers citing, or what was it? What did Noah say? Slop tubers citing or carrying water for genocide, right? Mudahar was one of those. So that's in first place right now. New Taylor Lorenz video is in second place, right? Although if I look at this, wait, I gotta like, look, I'm gonna have to keep track of this, right? Because look at that, 42% extra. And that is the power of your donos, chat. That Taylor Lorenz has got 42% plus 27% equals 69%. All right. And then Drama, 39% plus 7% equals 46%. All right. So I mean, even though the polls show Drama as being ahead, with your donations, it looks like Taylor Lorenz is slightly ahead. Although, chat, we got a Vox Populi tonight, so I do have to do a little bit more math. Minus 5% here. Minus 5%. Oh, I guess it doesn't really change anything. So that's at 2%. And that's at 37%, 37.
March super chatted $6.78 towards you, Thai Lonerbox.
Wait, towards you, Thai Lonerbox? Wait, who is Thai Lonerbox? Yo, Buffy Geek. Wow. Buffy Geek with 5 gift subs. Wait, why isn't it showing you? Oh, there it is. It is showing. Yo, look at that. Hype Train level 2 already. Wait, I gotta read these off somehow. Vox Populi? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, 24 Sleep, you just got jellyfished. Crix X, you just got jellyfish. I and DJ Cooper, you just got jellyfished. Catfish Larry, you just got Gellerfished? Jellyfished, yes. And Yolkio, you also just got jellyfished. Do you want me to make a Google sheet that would do the math for you? Wait, we're at 100? That's amazing. Look at that, we're 100 already. All right, so that is one piece of bonus content already unlocked before we even start the stream. Remember, chat, these are stackable. So if we hit 200, then we'll do 2 topics. There's a Thai Lonerbox? I know, that's what I was saying. And also, Omega Star, thank you for the bits. It's still not letting me like your super chat, Marmar, but you know I like it. I mean, for your Thai lessons, oh, And oh, I got it. I should have like been able to use my decoder ring. He annoys me as a Scot. He is awful. I know the feeling when somebody's ruining your image of your of your locality. That's annoying. Jellyfish are very cool. Or your okay, so that is then what? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Okay, so Buffy, that's 30 for Vox Populi? Oh my god. Okay, so that might actually affect it. 42 minus 30 equals 12. 12 plus 27 is 39. Oh my god, chat. You know what that means? Minus 30 is 0. 0 plus 39 is 39. Chat, we have a tie. We have a tie. It's tied between Lonerbox, Vadim and Vadim. That is Lonerbox's, Vadim Hadana's video about Lonerbox, and Lonerbox talking to Vadim, and maybe a little bit of Mudahar to Budahar, and the new Taylor Lorenz video. So yeah, it's very close. Your votes, if you have not voted already, could make all the difference in the world, as could your donations. So make sure when you donate to let me know which of these things you want to see. Wait. Okay. Yeah, is that right? We have a tie? Oh my god, SM. That's amazing. Well, look, I have viewers from all over the world, so it should surprise no one. It should surprise no one that we have tie people in the audience as well. We also have a J.K. Rowling. Wait, and I am sorry. Wait, what? Oh, in Scotland. So anyway, that's how this works. We've already gotten one piece of content unlocked. If we get to 200, we'll unlock 2, and it's I'm trying to think. I'm trying to say things. It's super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifting memberships to other people, signing up for my Patreon, or supporting me on Throne, which is where the Thai language fund is. We are 62% of the way towards funding my tuition for learning Thai. 180 hours of Thai is what I'm going to do. 2 days a week. I think it's 2 hours a day. And it's for a year. Essentially, I'll be taking Thai, and that will allow me to stay in the country, and it'll also allow me to know what people are saying, because I don't know what people are saying right now. I don't know what, I can barely read stuff. I read a license plate the other night, and I was impressed. Oh yeah, the other thing I did was like, I've been learning the alphabet to Thai. Come on and give us some terrible Lonerbox nonsense. I mean, that's I'll add that to the Lonerbox. There we go. But yeah. So when I was looking for when I was looking to get my a refill on my HRT, I was looking for a drugstore, but only some of the drugstores. I mean, just like, you know, if you go into an American drugstore, a lot of what they have is just like drinks and bandages and headache medicine and stuff like that. About like half of the pharmacies here seem to be that too. There's ones that say a certain word in Thai, and that word is ya, right? And I think that's what tells you which pharmacies will actually have medications in stock. And so the way that I found that was by reading Thai, like by like looking at the word that was there and be like, what does that word mean? Turns out that word means drug. So you know, that's a pharmacy with drug. Anyway, chat, we are about to get going. Oh wait, did we just get a oh yeah, wow, look at that, Buffy Geek. You unlocked a reward. I wish luck. I wish you luck learning your language. You decide the topic. Thank you, Steven Sayers. Marmar with a £2 super chat. Good to know what people are saying. Yeah, it's very important to know. Well, yeah, and to be able to like really like it until you do, chat, because there are a lot of people. In fact, there's one YouTube channel that I really like. He's a chef. He lives in Bangkok, and he does a lot of videos about Thai cuisine, about Thai culture, and yet dude does not speak Thai, as far as I can tell. Right? I think he has his. There's somebody in his crew. There's the producer, or the cameraman, or somebody he has somebody with him there that'll translate the Thai back and forth for him, right? But he himself does not speak Thai, right? So there's a lot of Americans here, even people who stay here, long term, that do not speak Thai. But knowing how to speak Thai, it opens a whole nother world for you as far as actually being able to interact with people. It's almost like I'm not really here until I learn Thai. But yeah, Narble says 108 out of 100. I will trust you to be correct on that, because I have lost track a little bit. I'm a little bit overwhelmed with all the support, chat, but thank you. It means a lot to me. And again, if you want to support my Thai Visa fund, that is on throne.com/nocommentchick. Anyway, with that, chat, I feel like I have edged you long enough, probably too long. We gotta get into the stream. And I gotta take this off. What is this Twitch capture? All right, there we go. All right, so the first person we're gonna talk to here is Hasan Piker. To catch up on the latest Ethan news. That's what I feel like half of the time. I'm the Ethan news. And I want to be so much more, chat. So make sure that you get those notifications on. If you want to get my streams, even when I am streaming on something other than freaking drama, if you want to know when I'm streaming, make sure those notifications are set. Because like I said, I do not trust YouTube to tell you that there's a stream going on, especially if it's a topic that you have not clicked on in the past. It will bring like 5 people into here, right? And we'll be really sad, and then you'll be sad after the fact. You'll be like, oh my god, I didn't realize there was a stream. Yeah, there was a stream, and you would have seen it if you'd had your notifications turned on. I get that notifications are very annoying for some people. I am one of those people, so if you don't want to turn your notifications on, I understand. But that's my best advice as far as being able to, because I'm going to try to stream even when there is no news on this particular topic, and that has been a difficult thing for me in the past. So if you want to make it easier to transition a little bit out of doing drama all the time, hit those notifications.
It's strange stuff.
Really? That's your sizzle reel? That's your sizzle reel.
It's just like, it's just strange. It's strange. It's strange stuff.
It's strange stuff, he says.
Wait, what is this? What does my tweet have to do with Hassan? This dude's got his dick so far down his throat. What is happening? After a lot of thought and research, I've terminated my contract with Gamer Subs. I don't want to move forward with companies that are partnered with Ethan Klein. I know it's difficult these days to find brands that don't have problematic entanglements, but it is what it is. This woman is a Twitch streamer. Ma'am, may I suggest starting with Amazon? They're at the top of the BDS list, but oh, that might have actually required you to sacrifice something. Never mind. I heard Hassan is actually considering going to Gaza. Let me just virtual signal about Ethan Klein, the biggest threat to Palestinian liberation and the easiest way to farm cloud online. We honor your bravery.
The thing is, like who's he really talking to? Do you realize how deep in the drama you have to be to even know what this guy's saying? Like, I heard Hassan's going to Gaza. Oh, by the way, that's an inside joke, bro. That's an inside joke. Maybe you could make that joke on H3. Even then, chat, like, I don't know.
You're praying for your daddy that Hassan noticed this. You can share an ice cold Dr. Pepper together, owned by Zionists, on BDS list, drank daily by Hassan.
Oh my god, he's drinking a Dr. Pepper. Chat, did you know that he's drinking a Dr. Pepper? I can't stand this guy. What an asshole. Was he drinking a Dr. Pepper? That's kind of like Coke or Pepsi, which is on the BDS list. In fact, is it made by Coke or Pepsi? Here, let me do a little. Oh, nope, it's not. It's not. It's a separate company. It's a separate company. It's not Coke. It's not Pepsi. It's not on the fucking BDS list, okay?
And then she says, what does my tweet have to do with Hassan? This dude's got his so far down his throat that any kind of negative feedback has to be linked to Hassan. Bro, why does no one... Dr. Pepper, yeah, first of all...
Virtual signal sends me. Yeah, Ethan is struggling with his autocorrect there, it seems like.
Number one, let me explain something, okay? Dr. Pepper is not on the BDS list. I use the Palestinian National Committee BDS list, okay? That's number one. Dr. Pepper is not on that.
Chat, I use Dr. Pepper every morning to exfoliate my skin. I get up at 3:30 in the morning. I get I've got ice cubes made of Dr. Pepper. I put the ice cubes like on my face. I rub my face with the ice cubes, and then I do my interval training workout, and I read the Bible
list.
Bhagavad Gita.
Number two, Amazon
Diamond Sutra
is on that list.
Just want to make sure I'm covered in case in case Pascal's wager goes any which way.
But Amazon is not on that list for Twitch, and it's not on that list for a permanent...
I'm sorry, chat. Did I say the Diamond Sutra? I meant the Heart Sutra.
...blockade of Amazon and all Amazon-related products, because Palestinian National Committee understands that half of the websites that we are on and that we use AWS as its backend, okay? And therefore, blockading all Amazon products would be virtually impossible. This is precisely the reason. No problem. This is precisely the reason why. This is precisely the reason why the BDS list in and of itself is very limited and very targeted. Okay? Amazon is only a pressure target and not a consumer boycott priority target. Ethan lied about both of those things. Exactly. Which is so crazy. I think Cloudflare owner is also a proud Israel supporter, but similarly, how are you going to boycott Cloudflare? Exactly. Now, having said that, okay? Yeah, it's like boycotting the US by not driving roads. Having said that, and this is a conversation we've had a million times over, Syra did not mention any of those things. She didn't mention any of those. I didn't even see this. I didn't even know that she had made this decision.
Yeah, that's right. Buffy, this Karma Sutra too.
So what the does that even mean?
Although, I gotta say, chat, I've looked at... Anybody else look at the Karma Sutra? I don't know. Some of those positions, like, I'm like, is this even real? Oh, yeah, with the basilisk. Don't forget about the basilisk. Wait, what would I read from the... Oh, my God. What would that... Is it that Harry Potter fanfic, right? Isn't there, like, a Harry Potter fanfic that is, like, part of the new AI religion?
What is happening here? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, people make up their own minds about this stuff. What? Smaller streamers giving out sponsorships, the virtue signal for Palestine. Meanwhile, Hassan showed up chugging BDS sodies on stream. I don't know why. Especially because, like, these guys don't support...
Wait, you were just watching a strange Aeon video about it?
BDS at all. And not only do they not support boycott, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel, but they also simultaneously don't even support the cause of Palestinian emancipation. It's always a motherfucker who doesn't support your cause telling you how you should support your cause differently. It's so strange. That's the freak Ethan Stan who was sending unsolicited DMs to Taylor Lorenz to argue with her about Ethan and then leak those DMs. I don't understand it. I don't understand who this is for. I guess it's for an audience that is like, that has this incredibly narrow framework that only cares about like being pro-Palestine or anti-Israel from an incredibly narrow framework that revolves around like a content creator's personal ambitions and personal grievances. I guess that's what it is. Like, it just,
Chat, is it Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality? Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality is a work of Harry Potter fan fiction by Eliezer Yudowski, published on fanfiction.net as a serial in February 28th, 2010 to March 14th, 2015, totaling 122 chapters, over 660 500,000 words. It adapts the story of Harry Potter to explain complex concepts in cognitive science, philosophy, and the scientific method. Udowski's reimagining supposes that Harry's aunt Petunia Evans married an Oxford professor and homeschooled Harry in science and rational thinking, allowing Harry to enter into the magical world with ideals from the Age of Enlightenment and an experimental spirit. The fanfic spans over 1 year, covering Harry's first year at Hogwarts. HPMOR has inspired other works of fan fiction, art, and poetry. HPMOR is connected with contemporary rationalist community that is popular among rationalists and effective altruists. See, this is me being Ethan Klein, right? If I made a post and it turns out he's a dirty rationalist, right? Nobody would know what that means, right? I mean, maybe some of you in chat know about the rationalist movement and how it's like the most ironic name for anything. You basically have to be following the Zizian drama to even know any of this. I don't know, or be really into the effective altruism arc. If I was like, those effective altruists, those goddamn altruists, they think they're effective, I'll show them effective. I mean, this is what Ethan Klein does. He goes off on people, shit that people don't, nobody knows what that means, bro. Like just as much as nobody knows what a fucking rationalist community is, or most people don't really know that much about effective altruism, right? If I started bitching about that as if that was a self-evident, like this is bad because it's effective altruism, right? I've got to explain it. And actually with effective altruism, there's a good amount of explaining that has to take place. Even explaining to you online, super online stuff like Harry Potter and the methods of rationality, it does make me feel a little bit like I need to touch some grass. Oh my God, this thing is way too, chat, there's a big ass wiki on this Harry Potter fanfic. There's a section on the Russian translation of this. There's a section on the critical response to this Harry Potter fan fiction. God damn.
Understand why one man can, I guess, like fall down this pipeline and become this manic, right?
It's 500,000 words. Is that right?
I don't understand how an entire audience.
I'll write you a strongly worded letter. Yeah, I'll write you a strongly worded fanfics, I guess. Effective altruist. Wait, abundance bros? Is there a connection between the abundance bros and the effective altruist people? That's another thing that I want to go over, chat. I don't know if we'll have time tonight, but there's a Brianna Joy Gray had a conversation about the had a conversation, had a panel on her channel about the Ezra Klein and the abundance people, right? It's pretty interesting.
Of people will also go along with
and
it.
At this point, if Ethan Klein crashes out on a creator, you gotta follow that creator because they
holy shit, 104,000 likes. Oh my God. Okay, it makes me happy to see that, like, in a very, very specific part of the internet, this kind of has a lot of motion. YouTube, the slop tuber stuff, the commentary community, but outside of that hyper niche part of the internet, everyone looks at this and is like, this is insane. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. Great.
They're pretty good. I didn't know who Vanilla really was until this past week when Ethan started going off on her. She's like the funniest person on the internet right now. What the f? I swear, Ethan Klein's crash out is like the closest we'll ever get to seeing what J. Jonah Jameson's hate for Spider-Man would be like in real life. Like, I don't think he's realized that he's now, like, in lolcow territory for people. I feel like his community just keeps feeding him Hassan content so that he keeps crashing out because it's funny to them. I mean, it's funny to all of us, let's be honest. He's just such a gross little, like, narcissistic troll, bro. I don't know why I ever watched him because, like, the signs were always there. I guess I was just a stupid teenager. Look, I'm a content creator with kids, and I make less content than Ethan does, so I just gotta ask, when are you spending time with your kids when you are making all of these Instagram stories, bro? You probably say some shit like, shut up, daddy's working. Daddy's working. Oh my God, those kids are gonna be so messed up by Ethan.
Yeah, but daddy's working on the Hassan, the content nuke part 2, or daddy's working on, you know what, here's my prediction, chat. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like Ethan really wants to pivot to iDubbbz. I feel like even he must realize that he's bitten off more than he can chew with Hassan, and the iDubbbz creator clash drama is something that he can farm. I wouldn't be surprised if the content nuke, whatever he's working on, I could be wrong, chat. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being about iDubbbz and Anissa instead of being about Hassan. You can always tell Ethan has learned a new word or phrase when he uses it all the time as a gotcha. That is a thing he does.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Please check Discord. Vadim is here.
Vadim is here. That's true. Hey, it's Vadim is in chat. In fact, how are you doing, Vadim? Yeah, I did touch base with Vadim on Discord, and Vadim will be, I think, coming on. I don't want to speak for Vadim, but assuming you're not too tired, Vadim, Vadim has already dealt with one interlocutor tonight, and now you have to debate me, Vadim. I'm the final boss of the internet for you. Yeah, this is kind of a short little video that we're gonna watch. We're just gonna catch up on this is Ethan reacting. If you didn't see this, chat, it's Ethan reacting to I think a random Twitter account. I think it was a random Twitter account that said, you're sorry, it's not a random Twitter account, it's a Twitch streamer, but not somebody that's super well known, right? They were sponsored by GamerSupps, because honestly, chat, I could probably get sponsored by GamerSupps. Like, GamerSupps will sponsor anyone. They're like the ground news of caffeinated beverages, right? If you understand my meaning there. But they said, like, I'm not gonna do GamerSupps anymore. I'm not gonna be sponsored by them because they sponsor Ethan Klein, right? And Ethan jumps in or like screen caps them, puts them on Instagram, and starts talking about like, oh yeah, Hassan's fans, blah 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 blah. This person didn't bring up Hassan. This person didn't even bring up Hassan. But yeah, this is now we're on to what is their name? Vanilla something. Vanilla something or other. This is a TikToker talking about finding new creators through Ethan Klein's continuing crash out.
That's what it is. Like, it just, I understand why one man can, I guess, like fall down this pipeline and become this manic, right? I don't understand how an entire audience of people will also go along with
and
it.
At this point, if Ethan Klein crashes out on a creator, you gotta follow that creator because they
holy shit, 104,000 likes. Oh my god. Okay, it makes me happy to see that, like, in a very, very specific part of
Thank you, Funkmaster Caw. Yeah, they're called Vanilla Mace. Am I in front of the important part of the screen again?
The internet, this kind of has a lot of motion. YouTube, the slop tuber stuff, the commentary community. But outside of that hyper niche part of the internet, everyone looks at this and is like, this is insane. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Oh my God. Great.
They're pretty good. I didn't know who Vanilla really was until this past week when Ethan started going off on her. She's like the funniest person on the internet right now. What the f? I swear, Ethan Klein's crash out is like the closest we'll ever get to seeing what J. Jonah Jameson's hate for Spider-Man would be like in real life. Like, I don't think he's realized that he's now, like, in lol cow territory for people. I feel like his community just keeps feeding him Hassan content so that he keeps crashing out because it's funny to them. I mean, it's funny to all of us, let's be honest. He's just such a gross little, like, narcissistic troll, bro. I don't know why I ever watched him because, like, the signs were always there. I guess I was just a stupid teenager. Look, I'm a content creator with kids, and I make less content than Ethan does, so I just gotta ask, when are you spending time with your kids when you are making all of these Instagram stories, bro? You probably say some shit like, shut up, daddy's working. Daddy's working. Oh my God, those kids are gonna be so messed up by Ela and Ethan. Can you imagine being a teenager arguing with Ethan as your...
I said this, all right? And look, I'm never trying to... I don't even like to bring people's kids up. So I'm not really talking about his... he does have kids, right? I'm just saying hypothetically, like that, there's, There's difficult dads. There's easy dads. There's soft daddies out there. There's I'm sorry, chat. I shouldn't be. I think that's a Big Mouth reference. Jesus Christ. Nobody's getting that one. Anyway, there's all kinds of dads out there, but like, goddamn, Ethan Klein as a father figure, let alone as a father. That's a difficult. That seems like a difficult childhood. That's all I'm saying.
Dad, fuck that, dude.
Good to see that there is some semblance of normalcy out there. Even SlopTube are now tired of Ethan. What is this? Chud is officially breaking the Ethan Hassan shackles.
I'm sorry, chat. This is a great moment right here. This is what I was talking about earlier. If you caught it, right? You might be surprised that if I speak about Chud logic in any way that is not utterly derisive and caustic, right? But here we go.
Some semblance of normalcy out there. Even SlopTube are now tired of Ethan. What is this? Chud is officially breaking the Ethan Hassan shackles. I mean, this guy's like not exactly a great dude himself either, isn't he? I mean, I'm not too familiar. I feel like a lot of these guys basically merge into one unit for me. Yeah, but I guess like it's kind of like how Piers Morgan saw the writing on the wall and jumped ship. I suspect that in a similar way, like maybe some of these like centrist or you know, center right.
Come on, Hassan, give him some credit. Chud is a leftist. He's a trade unionist, actually. No, here's the deal, though. Like, right, this is he's giving Chud logic a little too much credit. Look, unlike Hassan, I do know.
Super chatted $9.99. Won't somebody think of the children?
Won't somebody think of the children? I'm always thinking about the children and wondering. You know, like, look, I had a not so easy childhood either, but I feel like my childhood would have been a lot harder if Ethan Klein was my dad. That would be legitimately tough. Please don't like interpret anything from that. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not speaking to his fitness as a parent or anything like that, right? I have no idea, but I'm just saying he's not an easy guy to deal with. Do you get me? Do you feel me? I'm really not trying to have a go at his family. I had a mom like Ethan. They just let you do whatever all day long, as long as you do daddy's work, because daddy's working on a content nuke apparently. I don't know. Is that what it would be like? I'm just imagining, you know, if you have a discrepancy with your parent, right? Yeah, I get what people are saying about Ethan is, you know, very wrapped up in not just his work, but his petty little grievances and stuff, right? And you know, one wonders how he finds enough time for his family there. But I'm just talking about, like, you know, you're a teenager and you come home an hour later than you were supposed to. Like, what is that experience like? Does he turn the gas lights on for you? Does he, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's just a lot of things that could go wrong. But thank you, Davi, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Jster, for the super chat. Team Blue Butterfly. We got the Blue Butterfly. Okay, wait. Since you said it, you get to choose the color. Since you did the one that got us over the line, you shall choose the color. And I think you made a good choice too, because I really like how I like the color contrast here. Anyway, chat, let's really quickly take a look. I'm going to try to, Vadim is patiently waiting in the Discord, right? So I'm going to try not to take up too much time with this, but I do want to, Chud logic. I do want to look at the, is this it? This is wild, chat. This is unexpected. All right, so what Hassan found, I believe it was this. Chud logic. points out the hypocrisy of the pro-Ethan streamers now supporting the ADL because we're against Hassan and the ADL are apparently great. This idea that Ethan is sensible is not true. People aren't talking about it.
We love the ADL, guys, don't we? Yeah, the ADL are absolutely correct about everything, aren't they? All of a sudden now, because we're against Hassan and we want to suck Ethan's cock, the ADL apparently are great entity. The ADL fucking suck, bro. The ADL fucking suck. The ADL are terrible, okay? This idea that Ethan is this sensible fucking operator that is like doing so based in Giga Chatters, it's not true. It's not true. Ethan has gone fucking insane and people aren't fucking talking about it, dude. It's so fucking annoying, dude. People acting like Ethan is this, voice of reason. He's the voice of reason who is like, oh yeah, he's so correct. And oh, he got skulls sent to his house. And oh, the CPS school. Yeah, okay, that stuff wonderful. All fucking sucked. But can we stop fucking pretending like he's not acting like a total fucking insane freak, bro? Oh my God.
So this is what I was telling you about earlier, right? Is that there are people on that side of things that although they hate Hassan, they disagree with everything that Hassan has to say, and they probably agree more with Ethan. These are people that are allergic to cringe, right? These are people that, the commentary community regularly calls out cringe, calls out inconsistency, calls out hypocrisy. And look, sometimes they don't live up to that. This is one of those situations because with the commentary community, it's become largely a team sports dynamic going on where you are, if you're commentary community, you're either like the one exception to this chat that I can think of is Gokunaru, the guy that did the original Ethan Klein takedown video back in the day. Gokunaru is a commentary creator that is critical of Ethan Klein, but most of the rest of them are not. And even when Ethan is doing things that they have made fun of in a lot of other creators, they're not calling it out. Because they're sort of they're too lost in the sauce with their hate of Hassan. So here we go, Chud. Do I have to say it, chat? It's gonna get clipped. Chud is fair. In this one, Chud is fair.
I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. Okay, bro.
Chat. He always does this shit. If I was his viewer, I'd be like nervous. I'd be like, what is he pointing at me? You listen here. You listen here. He like grabs you by the lapels virtually, chat. This is what he does.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
How do I make money out of depressed people? I don't know, Chad. You tell me.
Off depressed people.
PhD.
We love the ADL, guys, don't we? Yeah, the ADL are absolutely correct about everything, aren't they? All of a sudden now, because we're against Hassan and we want to suck Ethan's cock, the ADL apparently are a great entity. The ADL fucking suck, bro. The ADL fucking suck. The ADL are terrible, okay? This idea that...
Chat, I have no idea where Chud's negative impression of the ADL comes from, and frankly, it's a little bit concerning. I don't know. Like, right, there's good reasons to dislike the ADL, a lot of them, and probably some not so good reasons to dislike the ADL. I'm not sure which ones Chud is onto, but he is calling. Look, the hypocrisy has gotten too much for some people in the commentary community. We've seen it from Queemon. We are seeing it from Chud now, right? These are two people that, despite being gross transphobes, are at least somewhat morally consistent, and they're like, you gotta deny reality to be like, oh no, Ethan is fine, Ethan is based, is based, it's really like, I really like what Ethan's doing, that's a good look, Ethan, right? Queemon got sick of supporting Ethan's shit because it is embarrassing for somebody like Queemon, like, to be like, this is the guy I support. This fucking this crash out case.
Ethan is this sensible fucking operator that is like doing so based in Giga Chatters. It's not true. It's not true. Ethan has gone fucking insane and people aren't fucking talking about it, dude. It's so fucking annoying, dude. People acting like Ethan is this,
Wait, free speech warrior? He wants to defame with reckless abandon. Wait, who's the free speech warrior? Chud? Kaya's actually my dog. Hassan stole her. Oh no. So brave, Chud. It's only been a year and a half. Yeah, you suck and Ethan loser. I mean, like that is true. Like, we are damning with faint praise here. The fact that Chud Logic has had enough of this hypocrisy is it speaks more to the absurdities to which, you know, this narrative has been taken rather than to the correctness of Chud's character. That being said, I do, you know, I don't paint people with too broad a brush. I do notice the difference between a you know, somebody like a Nicholas Diorio and someone like a Chud Logic or a Quimon here, and that is from time to time you will get honesty from them that is somewhat refreshing. But sounds like a cartoon character. He is kind of a cartoon character, yeah. It might be for the same reason certain groups hate the World Economic Forum. Well, look, Chud is not like an anti-WEF guy, right? He's not that kind of Chud. I mean, don't let the name fool you, right? His name was originally supposed to be ironic. It was ironic because Chud was a leftist, and as far as I know, deep in his heart of hearts, maybe even still is. He got canceled for fucking using his Discord as a dating app, which is pretty cringe, right? But no more cringe than what Lonerbox did. Realistically speaking, the only difference is that one of the people that he ended up rizzing up turned out to be underage. However, you know, from the chat logs, it looks like maybe Chud should have known, should have suspected. But you know, did not get that feedback of, you know, when Chud asked you're of age, right? The person eventually answered in the affirmative. I mean, you got to know that, you know, if you ask a question of like, are you of age? You know, you ask me that question, I answer it in like less than a second. It's not a hard answer. It does not take me a while. I will not think about it, right? I will answer you right away because I am of age, right? That is not a problem for me. When somebody does have a problem answering that question of, are you of age? There is a reasonable chance, even if they eventually give you an answer in the affirmative, that they are lying, right? That is the kind of behavior somebody that is not of age and is trying to hang out you know, with older people online. That's the exact kind of behavior you'd expect, right? So Chud had extremely poor judgment, used his Discord as if it were a dating app, and you know, utilized that power differential.
$9.99. It's always funny when you speak to right-winger and you agree on something with them, but they have the most terrifying reason for that opinion.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I know what you're talking about, Davy Cliff, and I've experienced that too. I'm just telling you that Chud is a different case. I don't know. I'm trying to explain him to you in the right way. I still think he's, you know, a rather foul person. All right. I'm not telling you he's a good guy or anything like that. I'm not telling you that he has base takes, but I am telling you that he started off doing content as a bread tuber, chat, as a literal fucking bread tuber. The name Chud Logic was supposed to be ironic. He debated Chuds, and only after he was canceled for doing some pretty cringe stuff on his Discord with a you know, a member of his community that turned out to be underage, although they didn't divulge this to him. It was only after that he reacted, because some of the people calling him out on Twitter were ostensibly on the left, right? Chud fucking flipped. And this is the history that people don't know about him, right? I honestly think that this would get in the way of his commentary bona fides, because it is not cool to be a bread tuber in the commentary community. Chud did start out this way, though. I mean, not like, I don't want to overrepresent it, chat, because he's always had this like edge of, you know, kind of anti-SJW, you know, sort of exiting the vampire castle. He was friends with Peter Coffin, right? But he was on the left up until the point that he got exposed in being in DMs with one of his, you know, somebody in his community, right? That's what flipped him. That's why he left the left. And in reality, I'm going to tell you that if he is sounding a little bit less ridiculous than the rest of the commentary community, that is probably why. He's not like them. He's not quite the same as Nicholas Diorio. But you know, he'll never tell you that. So that's why I have to tell you that.
voice of reason. He's the voice of reason who is like, you know, oh yeah, he's so correct, and oh, he got skulls sent to his house, and oh, the CPS school. Yeah,
Okay,
that stuff all
wonderful.
fucking
But
sucked.
how do I
But can we
make
stop
money
fucking pretending
off
like he's not acting like a total fucking insane freak, bro? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. Okay, bro.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
He escaped the cathedral. That's right.
We love the ADL guys, don't we? Yeah, the ADL are absolutely correct about everything, aren't they? All of a sudden now, because we're against...
Anyway, like I said, I can't speak to Chud's, disdain to the ADL. It may be for a based reason. It may be for a not so based reason, but that's at least he's able to be somewhat more morally consistent than the rest of the commentary community. So good on you, Chud. This is about as positively as you will ever see me speak about a literal grifter who is pretending to be a Chud for money. He's raking in those transphobic dollars. Wait, what the fuck? I just typed in Ethan. Like, I think I'm gonna say, wow, look at how online brained I am. I'm like, yeah, just Ethan should be enough, right? Like, there's only one Ethan. There's only one Ethan. Ethan Klein. Was there stuff on here? Comrade Casey. Oh, so this is the that's what Hassan was showing. This is a streamer on Twitch, I believe. That is turning down now their deal with GamerSups because GamerSups also sponsors Ethan Klein. Ethan, responded to this with a virtue signal on Twitter. Yes, make material change and donate commission to Palestinian relief fund. No, I think there's more to this too. I think there's more. Here it is. This woman is a Twitch streamer. Ma'am, may I suggest starting with Amazon? They're at the top of the BDS list, but that might not actually require you to sacrifice something. Never mind. I heard Hassan is actually considering going to Gaza. God, let me just virtual signal. I want a virtual signal about Ethan Klein, the biggest threat to the Palestinian liberation and the easiest way to farm clout. Ethan, figure it out. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? Why are you the easiest way to farm clout online? Like, please put it together that you are turning into a lol cow and you are on the trajectory to end up streaming with Keemstar as a cow to his farmer. That is your trajectory right now. We honor your bravery, praying for that daddy Hassan to notice this. You can share an ice cold Dr. Pepper together, owned by Zionist, on the BDS list. It's so not true. Where is he even getting this? Anyway, that is his response to the streamer wanting to mentioning him as a reason to stop their. Oh, look at that! 10,000 likes on this. Wow. Okay, we got a tie ad immediately. Is there anything else on here? Attacking iDubbbz and Anissa. Wait, Harley Morenstein? This is the Epic Mealtime guy, right? Friends with Nazis? Is this true? Is the Epic Mealtime guy friends with Nazis? I don't know this. Horrible ad read. What is this horrible ad read?
Want to do it? Just give it a shot, See where it takes you. And the good news is that you can do it risk-free with us.
I feel like he should lose money every time he picks his nose while he's doing the ad read.
We have a special offer for you guys.
It should be like $5,000 for each pick.
Turning your big business ideas into
What happened?
cha-ching.
Oh, the cha-ching?
With shop.
Oh, he was expecting his crew to have a sound drop for him.
Shopify on your side. Guys, sign up for a $1 per month trial.
Wait, is that the sign? Is that the sign for them to turn up his audio or something?
Okay.
Did you hear that? The audio turned up too.
Start selling today.
Here, let me.
Shopify.com/H3, guys. $1 per month trial. Get it. Get it started. Shopify.com/H3. That's Shopify.com/H3. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors over there. Yeah!
Turn up that synth wave.
All right.
Get in your Miami Vice style sports car and drive, Ethan. That's good stuff. What? Oh no, what is this?
So here, let me tell you another interesting wrinkle with this.
But Trump is like not an anti-Semite.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
I mean, his daughter is a convert. His son-in-law is Jewish. He's like super pro-Israel. So like, I don't get how.
Wait, Sam Cedars anti-Semitic, but Donald Trump's not? What world do we live in? What world is this?
Any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion. They hate everything about Israel, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, the MAGA movement as a whole. Trump personally may not be, but I don't think he cares enough if people around. I mean, the dude had the fucking dinner with Nick Fuentes, for God's sake.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Trump did.
Trump did.
It's called
That's
sports.
true.
I'm just saying, like,
Who did you think what they were talking about? Who were you? You were talking about nobody but Donald Trump.
Hard to top him.
How did he get confused?
he personally might not be at least virulently anti-Semitic, but he certainly doesn't have problems.
And why is Ethan Klein trying to open up space to make Donald Trump maybe a quasi-acceptable figure? Why is he doing chat to me? I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but this looks like the groundwork. This looks like for the groundwork for a centrist arc or a leaving the left arc. This is TYT type stuff. This is, very early on, but
Problem with people around him who are.
Listen, I don't know if he's anti-Semitic.
I'm a negotiator like you folks. We're negotiators. Do you want to renegotiate deals? Some of us renegotiate deals.
renegotiate.
I would say about 99.9.
99% in this room, Republican Jewish coalition, renegotiate things. This is how he thinks about Jewish people.
Anybody that doesn't renegotiate deals in this room negotiates. I want to renegotiate this room.
No, it's not necessarily like he's saying renegotiating a deal is a bad thing. Of course, he does it all the time. But this is how he tries to relate to his Jewish supporters, right? What do we have in common? We like to renegotiate, right? That's how he thinks about Jewish people.
Perhaps more than any room I've ever spoken to.
There we go.
Maybe more. It's okay. No, I've been called.
They're leaning. The room is leaning into the stereotype too.
That a couple of times too. You're not going to support me, even though you know I'm the best thing that could ever happen to Israel, and I'll be that. And I know why you're not going to support me, and you're not going to support me because I don't want your money. You don't want to give me money, okay? But that's okay. You want to control your own politician. That's fine. Good. But I will think about.
Wait, what did he just say? What was that? Like, I didn't even. With that little.
Going to support me, and you're not going to support me because I don't want your money. You don't want to give me money.
You're not going to support me because I don't want your money. Is he implying that Jewish donors would only support him if they could control him through campaign finance? Is that the implication? That I don't know.
Okay, but that's okay. You want to control your own politician. That's fine. Good. But I will think about that, folks.
But he's certainly not like, he's not outwardly.
If I don't win this election, and
Hasan Piker, anti-Semitic. Denims, anti-Semitic. Frogan, anti-Semitic. Mike from PA, anti-Semitic. Anyone who criticizes Ethan, anti-Semitic. Donald Trump, not outwardly anti-Semitic.
I've been very good. They say Trump's been right about everything. I've been right about a lot of things. Even Ted will admit that. I've been right about a lot of things. A lot of things that a lot of people said, no, that won't happen, but a lot of bad things happened, and some good things I've been right about, too. And I only want to be, so I'm not going to call this as a prediction, but in my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with the loss.
Yeah, that was when he was. I feel like there's more that you could show of Trump, either like blaming Jewish voters for not supporting him, or getting weird with Jewish donors. Just. What is this?
So going into Creator Clash 3, we've completely restructured it. So all of the onus is on us to pay for the event, to produce the event through our partners, through our sponsors, and we will be doing a traditional fundraising through Tiltify. It's running right now. You can donate it to it right now. We've already raised $238,000.
Yeah. No.
So awesome.
Hold on. Yeah, I gotta stop. That was what Hassan raised because Ian kissed the ring. I made the content cop for him. He sacrificed his entire livelihood to him. So he raised some money for the event. They did not raise that money.
I'm sorry, but Hassan watching the nuke for charity.
That was me.
How is that related to Creator Clash?
I did. I raised that money.
You literally, if I were you, I would absolutely make that claim.
Ian wasn't even there. He got there at the end of the day.
It's not even a lie, bro. Did they ask me for a license? Now, obviously,
that money was raised watching your video.
Oh yeah, Ethan, you should totally sue them and claim the charity money for yourself. That would be a really good look.
Video you made.
Now listen, that's right.
Yeah, sue the charity to get your, that's your video that was made after all.
Right. Now would I sue him for copyright infringement? No, because it's
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. In my nightmares, I imagine the DNC making an announcement that Ethan Klein is their new Joe Rogan.
Oh no.
Replaced by Ezra, loudly crying.
Oh no. Wait, Ezra Klein is on the crew now? Yeah, the abundance ticket with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein 2028. Jesus Christ. What is that picnic basket she is wearing? He sounds like Obama. Oh, Trump does. Yeah. What is Harley? Yeah, it's not just a mirror of Hassan's Narwhal by nature. It is a AI rendering, right? He took Hassan's background and he had AI like redo it to be more suited for him, right? So change Kaya to a Yorkie. He has a Yorkie. Changed, I think, the Bernie picture to a Biden picture, et cetera, right? That's what's going on. Does anybody have an accurate abacus count for me? I think I've missed a few. It's just set up for right-wing grift. That's what it sounds like to me, Natalie. That's what it sounds. It sounds very TYT. Like, it's so weird to me that he's like gonna die on this hill of Trump not being anti-Semitic. That's kind of wild. Anyway, chat, that's your Ethan Klein news for today on what's going on Twitter. Let's get back really quickly to finish this Hassan video up and then hopefully talk to Vadim if I have not kept him up too late already. If so, though, Vadim, sleep is important.
Commentary accounts are also recognizing that there is a lot of outside pressure when you like leave the limited confines of like the slop tuber ecosystem. All of a sudden, most normal people's attitude here is not on the side of the guy who has been on an extended crash out with the backdrop of a baby live streamed happening.
So now he's saying that Ethan's point of view doesn't have a lot of motion outside of the fuck Hassan sphere of content. And I think that's true. However, another thing that he's kind of teasing here, and I think Hassan has been talking about this lately, the wheel has turned as far as Palestine goes. There is a lot of institutional pressure to not talk about Palestine, to be overly charitable towards Israel, and to to kind of silence any dissent against U.S. support for U.S. military support of Israel, right? As far as the public goes, though, it's the opposite. It's the opposite, right? And the harder the public turns against what Israel is doing in Palestine, the harder it's going to be maintain that kind of suppression of pro-Palestinian content. The harder it's going to be to punish people for standing up for what is right and what is true and what is morally just. So that's kind of turning as well.
1 million likes now. What is this?
You know who hit me up today on Instagram?
Oh, I saw
Teddy
this one.
Fresh.
Yeah, this
They
is
said,
the one that like this is This is when I was like, oh, thank God, there's like normal people out there. Holy
who hit
shit.
me up today on
Like, she didn't even say anything. She just said she doesn't like Teddy Fresh. And then Ethan Klein called her anti, dude.
They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about, do I need like media training now that I'm like, have more people in here? How about, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Out of your freaking mind. The clip of you talking about Teddy Fresh is going viral on Reddit. H3 fans are gonna come after you. Oh! The millennial who only wear color block pastel, they're gonna come for me? Please, even if Ethan wasn't a raging freaking lunatic, I still would never wear just so butt-ass ugly.
It's pretty funny to be on the inside of this drama and then see peeks into other insular internet dramas and be like, who are these people? Because that's how others must feel about this. Oh, like this one. Yeah. This thing cheated on Liz. Ladies, you are never the problem. I feel insane. Like, am I supposed to know who any of these people are? I'm willing to bet a lot more people know who the fuck me and Ethan are, though, than like TikTokers, I think. Are they TikTokers? I don't know who these people are. Like, because like, especially because of Ethan, not even because of me, but because of Ethan, because he's like so he's been such a presence.
Wait, fart noise? That's a dog whistle. Yeah. That was an anti-Semitic fart noise there.
On the internet for so many years. I was going back and forth with a guy on Twitter, checked your name under his search bar, and it was a lot. Asked bro if he was okay, told him that it was a lot to focus on, and he hasn't tweeted about you since. Yeah. It's just like, it's just strange. It's strange stuff. And every single step of the way, he could have just like pulled out and been like, yo, my bad. I'm taking a step back. My bad. But because his subreddit is his lifeline and it is completely captured by people who operate lolcows with regular frequency, they are basically puppeteering him to dance to whatever tune they want to, and they do not have any real care or consideration for his mental state. And it's ironic because many people who used to be friends of Ethan Klein do actually have an understanding of his mental state and have tried to both privately and publicly stop him from continuing down this pipeline. And he is just, he's lost it. He's like, nope, quintupling down, baby. Yeah, they're turning a 40-year-old man with children who is a multimillionaire and was a very favorable figure online for many years into a Chris Chan style situation. Like, they are literally using him like a sock puppet. Sad state of affairs.
All right, I think that this is the same thing.
He's lost it. Easy you have to do with Hassan. This dude's got his brands that are ready to sacrifice Farm Cloud Online. We honor your bravery, praying for your daddy.
I think this is the exact same clip.
Strange. That's the freak Ethan Stan who was sending unsolicited DMs to Taylor Lorenz. Oh my God. Great. Some of these like centrist or
H3.
So he's
no, it's the exact same clip. Okay, I am gonna see if Vadim is still awake. Vadim, if you're still out there, jump into Bird Brains. We found out the other day that it does not work for whatever reason just to like call somebody up and do the conversation that way. I don't know what it is. Discord, maybe they want you to upgrade or something, right? But I wasn't able to get I wasn't able to send Vadim the video that I was watching and at the same time talk to Vadim. It was taxing the voice connection. It may have something to do also with the fact that I am like halfway around the world from Vadim. But yeah, we're gonna try to get this conversation started here. Let's go. All right, so what do I need to do? I need to switch to maybe this scene. Ooh. Okay, this should work for a conversation. All I need is Vadim. But again, chat, I kept Vadim up so late. I wouldn't be surprised if Vadim has hit the pillow for the night. And if that's what's going on, that's okay too. Vadim just had a conversation with our old friend Dylan Burns. Have not really thought about that fucker in a while. But apparently Dylan did a video on Vadim's conversation with Lonerbox and Mudahar. And so Vadim, after hearing this, decided to chat Dylan up. Been Around the World. I love that song, Narwhal by Nature. That's like my favorite song. Who sings that? Is that Lisa Stansfield that sings that? Can't find my ducky. I don't know where. I don't know why.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. General Irene, we have a kinetic Chris Chan situation.
Can you make it more cop talky though, Davy Cliff? Thank you for the super chat. Sorry, I can't like anybody's chat tonight. Did somebody say 148 was where we were at? 143, 143. Okay, so 153. We're working our way towards double content, possibly. But right now we've got at least single bonus content, and hopefully maybe a conversation. I did too much crying, wasted too much time. Now I'm here and I been around the world and I can't find my baby. I love that song. Oh, Be With You in 5. Awesome, chat. So you know what that means. We get to listen to some special music while we wait for Vadim. This is it's one of my favorite things here. Just so that none of you weasels in chat get bored, we've got our special weasel music to listen to while we wait for Vadim to pop into the Discord. How is everybody tonight, by the way? I'm trying to hydrate. Oh yeah, that's what I need for a conversation. I need hydration. Hydration is key. It's crucial. Yum. Play Vampire Survivor? We might do that. Wait, during the conversation? I guess that's a possibility too. That might be... Oh yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, because what else am I going to play? Like Call Out? Call Out? Why did I say Call Out? Chat, that's like the SJW version of Fallout, right? It's Call Out is the it's like the woke version. So the woke mind virus. Oh my god, chat. I think the game's gonna need to update.
Hello.
Vadim, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
How was your conversation? It sounds like you
it was actually mostly pretty good. Like in terms of Dylan, like, you know, he was not like trying to snipe at me at all. And from the beginning we had like a pretty decent rapport, and you know, so because basically I came in and he had watched the were you the one who told me about that? Yeah, he was.
Oh yeah.
Lonerbox conversation, and I came in and I was and I just kind of wanted to speak a bit about that, and he definitely, like, I get the impression that Dylan just, you know, does not know all that much about the Israel-Palestine conflict. I mean, I don't want to. I could be wrong about that, because I could be very wrong about that because he's extraordinarily like well versed in the politics of certain regions.
Mm-hmm.
But like
that is his brand.
Yeah, but he you know, basically like I came in and I spoke to the points that I was trying to make in my debate, if you even want to call that. It was more like just like a scream session on Lonerbox's part, with me like trying to get a word in edgewise. But basically, like, you know, I just wanted a format to make the points that I was trying to make live. And I actually think that I did get most of them out there. It's just, it was in between a lot of, you know, him haranguing me and whatnot. But we talked about that. And then I would say that towards the end, it got really bad just because, you know, I've spoken about this maybe every single time I'm on here, but I do kind of have like a diminished capacity to like, we talked for like close to 2 hours, and you know, my plan was just to go in and out real quick, but we started talking more and more about like the because my point was that the interview that he that this interview that he did with this really nasty piece of work, this like settler who is also a spokesperson for Ben Gvir. You know who Ben Gvir is?
Oh yeah,
one of the worst in
war criminal, right?
War criminal. Just he is one of the. Hold on, I gotta kick this cat out. I mean, he's one of the most like straightforwardly bloodthirsty and genocidal dudes out there. I believe that he is like the Minister of Defense or something like that, and he is just like a great deal of the most explicit, disgusting quotes that you'll see from like the you know, Israeli politicians these days. Like a great deal of them come from him. He just says things like, you know, we just need to murder them all. As a matter of fact, here's a recent quote from this guy that I think just says it all. It's, you know, and of course he's talking about what they should be doing in Palestine right now, or in Gaza. It's just annihilate, smash, eradicate, erase, crush, shatter, burn, be cruel, punish, ruin, crush, annihilate.
Wait, this was a tweet?
No, this was in a recent speech that he gave where he was, you know, yeah, it wasn't a tweet.
Yeah, it sounds like a tweet. That's why I asked, but no, this is actually a speech.
Yeah. It's definitely like, there's a pretty good sound bite. That's why it sounds so much like a tweet. But anyway, yeah, like this guy was a spokesperson for that dude, and Lonerbox did say when he was kind of talking about him about like a couple weeks ago, he made a video with some of the footage that they got while they were in Israel, and you know, he did say like this is probably the most extreme person that I spoke to, and he had a few things to say that were, you know, like definitely like just painting him as an awful person. But even still, I don't think that he gave, you know, like suitable, like gave just a decent portrait of who this person is. And in real life, you know, or rather, like while they were there was a point where he made one very brief passing remark that could vaguely be seen as challenging him, and what it was is that they were in this library that there was this in the 1980s. There was a settler who basically went on a mass killing spree of Palestinians.
Oh yeah.
And then his last name was like Goldstein, right? And as a matter of fact, funny enough, Ben-Gvir had for years until like literally like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, he like took it down just because from a PR standpoint it just looks so unbelievably horrible. But Ben-Gvir like, you know, basically had like shrines to this guy. Okay, maybe that's an overstatement, but he had like lots of pictures around the house and like on his death.
Yeah, one of my chat. Yeah, Goldstein is.
Yeah.
Who's talking?
So at one point while they were in this library, because supposedly this like after. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just moved my chair. That was probably pretty loud. Didn't realize that would pick up on the microphone.
I thought you were going. Trying to like I don't know, it sounded like you had something to say. But anyway, so that guy, they were in a library of some sort that or maybe it was a temple that he like hid out in after he committed those murders. And so at one point Lonerbox says something like, so is this where Goldstein hid for 50 hours? And the guy that he was talking to corrects Lonerbox and says, Dr. Goldstein. He didn't go to medical school to just be called Goldstein. And Lonerbox is like, okay. And so it was
straight. It was straight up like the scene from Austin Powers, where it's like, I didn't go to evil medical school for 8 years just to be called Mr. Evil. It was like that, yeah.
Yeah, and it was just kind of funny because it was just this moment where Lonerbox was, I think, trying to kind of come across like he was being challenging and whatnot, and kind of like just doing a little bit of vague both siding for a moment. But I mean, like basically inside the did you watch any of the debate that
we hadn't gotten to that yet. That's actually in fact, it looks like that's winning the poll right now for bonus content. So we very likely will.
Oh my god. Okay.
We hadn't gotten to that quite yet, but it looks like we will maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, I did not realize something. So I told you that like towards the end, you know, they brought in a Lonerbox and they brought in Mutahar, and I told that guy Hutch afterward, like he said to me, like, oh man, I hope you don't feel like I dogpiled you. Like, you know, that wouldn't be cool if you felt that way. And I basically said like, no, man, you know, I told you that they could come in. So that was, you know, that's on me. But what I did not realize, because, you know, I did not have his video up, I couldn't see it on my, on my Discord. And I'm sure you know that, you know, about the, like delay. So what I did not fucking realize is that this asshole, what the entire time was just doing, and you'll see it. He is doing this like mugging to the camera, where he's like looking at the camera and he's just like basically like giving eyes like, "Oh, can you get a load of this crazy guy?" And I told this dude like so many times that my due to my sleep issues, that like I was just like way past my point of just kind of like being able to participate meaningfully. And I was also constantly like, you know, especially once Mutahar came in, just saying like, dude, like I am brain broken right now. I cannot participate in this. Like, I'll give you a range, but, and so my point is that he fucking knew that I was like floundering, and he knew that it was like a byproduct of just a medical issue that I have, right? And so I would have been okay if, you know, like I said, I told him, yeah, I don't think that you dogpiled me. But once I saw that he was doing that shit, it just completely changed my mind. Now, at the same time, I walked into that. I'm an idiot. The DGG/debate bro hellscape is cancer. And so I obviously, like, you know, I was a little bit of an idiot for presuming that he would not be that, like, shitty and gross. But it just, like, I don't know. I will say that, like, now that that's happened, it just made me feel worse about the whole thing. Like, I just you know, I don't know. I'd love to watch a little bit of it with you if you were.
That actually might work out. Yeah, that could work out. Like after this conversation, we'll probably move to bonus content. We're at 153 out of 200, unless I've missed anything, which means we've definitely secured one piece of bonus content and drama, Lonerbox, BE, and Vadim, which would be us watching, your interaction with Lonerbox on Hutch's stream. That's as well as Bad Empanada's video exposing Lonerbox as if he need. In fact, I believe the clip that you were just talking about, if I'm not mistaken, chat, have we watched the clip that chat, are we back? Are we back? I want to hear from Twitch and I want to hear from YouTube if we are back. Are we back? We're back. All right. Refresh, reload. Somebody type that in chat as well, right? Because sometimes people lose us and they think that I just dipped out and that's going to be the end of the stream. There you go. There you are, Vadim. So we can see Vadim. We can see me. The opposite of F. I don't know. What is the opposite of F? Anybody know? And we can see the vampire survivor that I've got up here to just give us a little visual while we're having our conversation. And to give you the sense that you're, you know, dealing with a disingenuous debate, bro. Although I guess I'm a debate sis or a debate chick or I don't know, debate bitch. What is the feminine version thereof? Debate bitch is pretty good, yeah.
I would feel a little awkward just kind of like saying that on my own without another female kind of saying it before me, but like they're pretty rad. What were the other choices?
Debate chick, debate lady, debate but anyway, like,
well, you know what I don't think that this is the most flattering one, but I tweeted this out once and it got like 500 retweets. Debate. I said debate bros before debate hoes.
Oh, what? I like that one. No, I'll go with that. I'm gonna own that. I'm gonna be the first debate hoe. Yeah, that's right. I've got my
Okay.
I got my birth control, so I think I'm all ready for that. Yeah, definitely. Oh my God, sorry. Inside jokes here. I don't know how many people are picking up on that. That one you'd had to watch the past stream to understand what that reference is. But yeah, we're gonna have a little conversation here with Vadim, and I'm gonna. Have you been keeping hydrated? I need to do better about this. I'm a little.
I've got some hydration right here. I don't see any of your of what's going on.
Oh, okay. So I don't have anything up right now. I was just talking to you, and then I had a video game in the background to just.
I mean, should I tune into your channel, or I just don't know?
Not until we go. If you want to stick around, because I'm probably gonna watch the. Yeah, when we start watching the Lonerbox stuff, and or I guess the. And then the other thing I had for tonight was, you familiar with Adam Friedland at all?
Yeah, Adam Friedland's hilarious.
Yeah. So he's debating. Sorry, he is interviewing Anthony Weiner from way back in the day, the guy that possibly lost the election in 2016.
Super chatted $5.
Got a super chat?
I don't get the reference
He
yet,
definitely
but I vote
contributed
for
to
debate,
it for sure. Yeah, I saw that he interviewed him, and that is interesting. I hear he's like trying to make a comeback. The whole thing that was actually like somewhat tragic about, well, there were probably a lot of things that were tragic about the situation, but I'm not saying that he was like the leftiest lefty that's ever lefted, but his politics were decent, I mean,
yeah. Him and
like the establishment,
him and Spitzer kind of had their scandals at the same time, and it just very 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 disappointing, right? For two people that, like, Elliot Spitzer, if you don't remember, was New York's attorney general and was pretty progressive. Carlos Danger, do you remember what the Carlos Danger reference was to? Like he somehow got his, like, it's some kind of did he call himself Carlos Danger?
Did he call his penis Carlos Danger?
That sounds like a thing that he would, yeah. Yeah, it's better than Anthony's wiener, I guess, but.
Oh yeah.
Client 47 says Jster. Where can somebody remind me where the Carlos Danger thing comes from? I remember that. In fact, I think I even had a chatter back in the day named Carlos Danger. It was Anthony Weiner's alias. It was his nom de plume, and by plume we mean for what IMs, I'm guessing, or texts or something.
On Tinder or something.
Yeah, or AIM. I mean, that was a long time ago. It would have been maybe MSN Messenger or AIM Messenger or something like that. He went by Carlos Danger on certain dating. Oh, it was a dating app. You're right. It was his screen name when chatting with that teenager. Damn. Definitely.
How he could. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just reading a chat. I definitely spaced out on Anthony Weenie.
I mean, like I saw that he interviewed him, and I saw a couple of, like, just in passing on Twitter, things that led me to believe that maybe he's trying to make a political comeback.
Oh yeah, he's running for city council. Yeah, that's true. He is. So wait, what is he? I'm trying to remember like the timeline on that guy. He was a member of Congress. He got taken down by one. I think it was a sexting scandal. And then did he run for mayor? I think he ran for mayor. I can't remember if he won or not. Then he had another sexting scandal, and then he was just the husband of Huma Abedin while Hillary was running for president, and unfortunately got exposed once again with another sexting scandal. The last one was the 17-year-old that he was talking to, and this was all wrapped up in QAnon conspiracy theories. Anthony Weiner's computer, like supposedly there was a file on there called Frazzle Drip. If you really follow the deep lore of the QAnon movement, and God, there's like I don't like, I'm amazed that I remembered the AIM thing. So people in chat are responding like, AIM, wasn't that the 90s? No, I feel like people used AIM in like the in the 2010 or I don't know what time. 2016 would have been the final scandal, right?
Yeah.
But some people blame that scandal for kind of blowing up the Hillary Clinton thing, I guess.
Yeah, no, it definitely, like, I recently learned that it had even more of a just a catastrophic like the sort of like the, what's the way of putting it, just like the after effects of it just like played more of a part in all of that than one might think. But you want to hear something really funny? I just found this out the other day. Do you know who Huma Abedin is currently engaged to?
No, I don't even know if it's a guy or if it. I have no idea who Huma Abedin is engaged to.
Alex Soros, the son of George Soros.
Oh my God, we're gonna feed those conspiracy frogs more and more, aren't we?
It's like like if you had to like make a list of people that would like arouse suspicion in like the QAnon camp or whatever the fucking QAnon is called today. it would be somebody like that. Like, I mean, yeah. So it's pretty funny. But I think that's an upgrade. Probably
from Anthony Weiner. Yeah.
And he looks young too. Like he looks. I mean, I maybe this is just a good picture of him, but he looks like at least 10 years younger than Anthony Weiner. And yeah, they're a pretty good-looking couple, I guess.
It's not like a Macron situation where like she's like way older than him, right?
I don't know. Let me see. Like Huma Abedin age. She does look older than him to me.
Yeah. If he looks young, I mean, Huma Abedin has been.
She's 48, and Alex Suro's age. He's 39. So this is like kind of like a May-September romance.
Wow.
Maybe not quite, but
yeah, there's so much in that orbit of like, you know, people close to Hillary that like the problem was that they legitimately did have weird stuff going on. Like Podesta apparently had a art collection which was disturbing to say the least, and that like readily just fed into the like all the weird QAnon stuff. I think he was a fan of the artist that came up with there was some
Tina Abravic.
Yeah, like the art installation Spirit Cooking, I think it was called. Yeah. And then they had this whole thing of how that's like a, you know, satanic ritual, or I don't know. It was like perfectly set up actually when you think about it. If you want to you know, create and feed a conspiracy theory, the stuff that Anthony Weiner, Huma Abedin, and the rest of the people in the Hillary Clinton orbit were doing was, you know, legitimately strange.
And not only that, Podesta also, he frequented Comet Ping Pong.
Oh no.
Which was the pizzeria that, like, you know, that got that QAnoners, or that people who were into all that crazy shit insisted they said that there was like basically like a baby like slavery, like, you know, like they basically thought that they were putting like baby pepperoni on pizzas and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the supposed file on Anthony Weiner's laptop called Frazzle Drip was supposed to be of Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton engaged in some kind of a, you know, a sexual encounter, and also enjoying what was it, like the like making prosciutto out of like babies' faces or something like that, and eating it, like just slicing off I don't know, it's really gross stuff, right?
That sounds incredibly, like, yeah, that just sounds so Pizzagate. But that's like, because I consume the hell out of this stuff, because I just like, I'm fascinated by these like batshit conspiracies. But that is like one detail that just went over my head. Would you like to see very quickly? I have a video. It's just a woman talking, but I have a Pizzagate related video that came out at the time, and it's just something you cannot, like, it is mind blowing. Just, it's really more just kind of the performance that this woman gives. But
oh, is that the artist? The
No. I just mean this is a woman who is I don't want to give too much away, but she is like way down the conspiracy rabbit hole, and is very like basically like yeah. Oh, here it is.
I don't want to get us too far into the. I don't want to get us too far off topic, just because we got to cover. We got to talk about.
It's 1 minute long. It's 1 minute long, and it's so mind blowing. Can I please play it?
Okay. Let's see if I can make this happen.
I I mean, I can just share my screen, right?
Yeah, I just have to get that into the window and stuff. See, it'll make your screen go somewhere different, and then I'll have to find the All right, game capture off, jellyfish on, window source on. What's going on with that window? Okay, hopefully this works. Let me just kill the I'm gonna kill the video game because that's just more. Okay, chat, are we back? Are we back? Yeah, Wayfair must be watching. Okay, be careful because you are showing your Discord. So
You know what? I just oh, okay. I just sent it to you like so you can download it and play it without or do you want me to go ahead?
if you can bring it onto the if you can bring it, I'm watching your screen right now.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Ready?
So
I'm just gonna let it play. We're not gonna.
Let me
so
just
this goes fast.
get this. Oh my God, what am I doing?
It's best watched all the way through without like pausing and commentary. It's just it's quite something.
Okay, I don't quite have it in the middle yet. Let's see what we can get there, and then like that.
You
all right.
This is worth it.
I can see it now.
Okay, you ready? I'm gonna press play. Hello?
We're ready to go.
Okay, I probably need to just mute my mic before we do this. So here we go.
So today is the 2-year anniversary of Pizzagate, and I guess
Can you turn that up a little bit? Or a lot?
because he was trolling the Truth is Q's page.
If you can turn the volume up on that,
That's here. Wait, that's as loud as I can get it.
okay, I can augment it from here with a filter. Let's try this. All right, I'm gonna put it up 15 decibels. Go ahead and play it again.
So today is the 2-year anniversary of Pizzagate, and I guess @Jimmy is celebrating by trolling Q pages because he was trolling the Truth is Q's page. So I'm going to tag him below so that he can get this message directly. Hey, James Alfontes, I just want to let you know that you are welcome to follow my page so that you can understand the timeline of your undoing. Because you're going to get the death penalty, buddy, and all of us are super excited to watch you die. I really hope it's painful. I really hope it's slow and drawn out and super fucking painful.
Okay, so chat. Anyone watching on Twitch, I do not endorse these statements. I gotta say that, right? Given the nature of what she's, the threat she's issuing there.
You will pay for all those children that you tortured and murdered. You will pay so fucking hard. You will die, and it will hurt. Good. Fuck you, piece of shit. Have a nice fucking day.
Wow. So what made Lisa Loeb so angry is what I want to know. It's what chat's asking.
Yeah, I don't. She does kind of look like Lisa Loeb. She's got the glasses. What was her song? Was it "I Miss You"? Was it
something like that? Yeah, it was a sweet little song from the '90s, I think.
I always get mixed up between that and Natalia Imbruglia's. What's going on? I'm naked and ashamed, dead lying on the floor. You know the song?
Naked and was it the theme song for Naked and Afraid? I think I remember it being something like that.
She says that it's torn. It's called Torn.
Oh my gosh! Wow, what a great way of talking about losing one's virginity. That's an interesting. That's an interesting.
Yeah.
Literary devices in pop music. Yeah.
Never made that connection. Thanks for. I'm never gonna not gonna be able to think of that. So here, I'll stop sharing. And thanks for.
Yeah, and I think we should be good as far as I think your. Let's see if I can get your image back to where it was. Discord. I wish I. Do I have to click? There we go. I think, are we good? Yes, perfect. We're back, chat. All right. Yeah, sorry about my, I still have sort of a fragile system. I mean, I've got a desktop. It's just slightly old. And so when I try to do too many things at once, especially moving things around in OBS, I found it sometimes causes it to crash. But it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to crash and it would kill the stream. Now it only just crashes. Please sing Natalie Imbruglia One Day at a karaoke. It will change your life. Wait,
I believe I have sung it. It had like a pretty memorable video. That's why I guess I kind of connected to the Lisa Loeb song.
Oh, chat's telling me it's a cover of a Danish song, maybe? Torn?
Really?
I didn't know that either. Lisa Loeb's stay is far superior to Torn, says Rooster Rick.
You know, Natalia Imbruglia played the female love interest in one of the Mr. What's that? Oh my God, why can't I remember anything these days? The British comedy character who like never talks. Mr. Bean.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Bean. Yeah. There was like a Mr. Bean that was sort of like James Bond themed, and she played like the femme fatale in that.
Have they ever done like Mr. Bean, sorry, meets Wallace and Gromit? Because I feel like that's a crossover that just needs to happen somehow.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, I think he's still going strong doing all that stuff. I wish that he like, you know, I don't know. Have you ever seen like Blackadder or any of the early stuff that he did in his career?
I don't think so. The Mr. Rowan Atkinson, right? Is that the actor we're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, he's got some like pretty classic stuff in his like filmography, and then he just kind of like just became. I think he a lot of. I don't really like fault him for this, but just, you know, a lot of great comedians as they get older, they just want a paycheck, and like, you know, Mr. Bean became this just multi-million-dollar industry practically. So he just like, I think that's literally all he's been doing for the past 10-15 years. But yeah, he like a bunch of stuff that was like really pretty like groundbreaking. And anyway, so what are we gonna watch?
Well, so we've got the Lonerbox video. That seems to be what is winning. Let me check and see if it's still the same. If the poll is still got Lonerbox, Vadim, Bad Empanada. So there is that clip that you mentioned earlier that with Lonerbox talking to God damn it, what is the dude's name? They're talking about Baruch Goldstein, right? And I can't remember what the he's an Israeli content creator, ultra Zionist, and the guy that you're saying that Lonerbox had a conversation with and was like, this is like the farthest farthest right.
Yishai Fleischer. I think that Destiny just uploaded a 90-minute video that is from footage from back then, and Yeah, Lonerbox was really pissed off because basically, like, I basically said that I do not think that it was, what did he take such umbrage with? I said that I did not think that it was out of line or, like, a bad faith assumption for anyone to make that both Lonerbox and Destiny were paid by Israel to take the trip that they did. And like, basically, I actually don't think that they were paid for that, and I can tell you why I don't think that is. But that being said, it's just like, for a whole variety of reasons, and I won't go into them now, we'll talk about it as we like watch the clip. I just was of the mind that, like, yeah, what the fuck else do you expect people to assume? Like, you know, I wasn't kind of saying, like, if someone insists that they were and you know, and they're told that they weren't, like, no one should insist on such a thing if they have no evidence on it. But just assuming out of the box without knowing that much, I think that that's like pretty normal. That was like my, you know, I said something to that effect before he came in, and he was just like, you know, like apoplectic over that.
They really do take offense for people that are so, oh my God, I'm sorry. My OBS is giving me problems here. For people that are so, you know, say such horrible things, like, you know, the idea that excusing like a sniper bullet in a child's brain, which is, you know, one of the grossest things I've ever seen Lonerbox do. They sure do take offense at any sort of, you know, any assumption or any sort of slight that they are given. And it's just, you know, just the lovely hypocrisy that we've come to expect from that section of the internet, unfortunately.
I would almost say like that, you know, because I have been sort of friendly with Lonerbox before October 7th ever occurred. I didn't know to tell you the truth, I didn't know a great deal about the Israel-Palestine situation. I mean, I knew the basics. I was of the same mind that I am now, but just knew so much less about the details. Mm-hmm. I knew nothing about what he had to say about the matter at the time, and he's of course gotten a lot worse. And he actually, you know, before October 7th, he had some things in his, like, I liked the majority of what he was putting out there. As a matter of fact, like, you know, he made a really great video about Lauren Southern that was really well researched. He made another video. The first video that I ever saw of his was a video that he did on Sargon of Akkad, and he was also kind of just exposing all of this, or maybe exposing isn't the right but you've heard about like all of the hysterical, like just false mass rape allegations that have I think they call them rape gangs that were supposedly
in the UK.
In the UK, that supposedly all these Muslims
grooming gangs is what they were called. Yeah. And the way that they arrived at that is by you know, taking all of the incidents of, you know, people, you know, exploiting children that was happening with lots of different people, and focus in exclusively on the incidents where the perpetrators were Muslim, and try to make this like, this is a Muslim thing. This is what they do, right? You know, just classic moral panic, essentially, to try to justify some of the anti-immigrant stuff that they're doing in British politics these days. Yeah, it's gross. Yeah.
Absolutely. And he did like an incredibly well done video. Like, it was like one of his first that just really went into all of that and kind of exposed just how full of shit it all was. And I think I actually reached out to him at that point. I was just like, hey, I really like love this video. I'm like pretty impressed by it. And he does some voice work in one of my Tim Pool videos. I have like 2 Tim Pool videos that are 2 of the best videos that I've done, and yeah, he's doing some voiceover work at the very beginning. So if I had to do it again, if I knew back then what I know now, I would have probably picked somebody else.
Right. Well, look, you're not the only one. You're not the only one to fall for Lonerbox's early content as being representative of who he is as a content creator. Hassan famously defended Lonerbox for the longest time, even after he was made aware that Lonerbox was straight up farming him for content. He was like, well, you know what? I'm going to be less critical of somebody, even if they're openly trying to tear me down, as long as they're on the right side of what's going on in Palestine. And Hassan had made the assumption based on Lonerbox's previous content that's where Lonerbox stood. He didn't realize that objects in the overhead compartment may shift during flight, and boy, did his objects ever shift. It was strictly to kind of cozy up to the Destiny crew, right? Lonerbox's career became viable due not to his early video essays, which I will agree with you. I feel like I saw some that were good, and Hassan obviously saw some stuff that he agreed with as well. But yeah, due to him chasing clout from the worst people in the fucking world. So yeah, you're not the only one. I myself too had some point had a fairly cordial relationship with Lonerbox up until the point that he did the Lauren Southern debate. He got in, he sort of made friends with Lauren's editor, who is another Twitch poll scumbag that warrants her own video essay or whatever. But yeah, he just kind of just went down the pipeline hard.
Admit, like, it was confusing, and I would actually like to go back to, I probably won't take the time, but it's like, when I say that I didn't have as much knowledge as I do now, as I was learning more and more about the conflict, I didn't quite understand what, I thought that his arguments I got fooled, and I thought oh, this guy is sort of a rational centrist somewhat with all this, and I actually did think he was more pro-Palestine than pro-Israel, and I would be curious to look back on it, because I'm sure he was more he was not as just full of shit as he is these days. I think it got worse and worse. He put out a video that was pretty decent. I think that John watched it and kind of gave it compliments that had to do with the Nakba and whatnot. But what really kind of I think I started getting more and more feedback from him that I was just wow, I'm really surprised that he the first thing was when the African it wasn't the ANC, but Africa started making its case to
the ICJ.
To the ICJ, and I was listening to what a lot of experts were saying about it, just legal scholars and whatnot, and they were talking about how really any source that I valued, that I thought was a legitimate authority, was saying yeah, they have a very compelling case here. What they've done here is it's a considerable amount of evidence and work. And he was the only one that I went to when I was talking to him about it, and he was the only one who was just yeah, no, they're full of shit. It's just it's a nothing burger or whatever. Maybe he didn't use those words, but relatively close to it. And I was just wow, really? There's this legal scholar who basically was the last person to argue successfully I think it was in the situation of what was like one of the recent genocides in not it wasn't in Africa, but it was like hello.
Oh, sorry,
Did I
just
lose
popped
you?
up. No, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I just popped up the screen for Bad Empanada. If you wanna, that's that's where we'll watch the Bad Empanada video that contains the clip that you mentioned earlier of Lonerbox talking to somebody in chat. Remind me the guy's name again. It's like I knew who this was. I covered a video of him talking to Destiny.
Yishai
Fleischer. Yeah, that's right. The Yishai Fleischer conversation, I believe, is in this video from Bad Empanada. This is Bad Empanada exposing Lonerbox for the umpteenth time. And, it never gets old. It never gets old. And then we've also got your debate. I can show chat a little bit of what you were talking about in terms of Hutch mugging, right? And chat, if you were watching me react to Hutch from the other night, you noticed that Hutch was like doing this weird thing where his eyes were, like I was saying, his eyes look off screen. He doesn't look like, this is not how you do YouTube content, because generally your eyes moving off screen, signals untrustworthiness on your part, right? If your eyes are constantly looking over there, that's why people will get things like teleprompters, so they can look straight at the camera when they talk to when they make a video, rather than their eyes always going off to see their notebook or to see the little what they've got in the corner of the screen or whatever to read the script, right? So his eyes were just going off screen and off screen and off screen, and I was just like, what is wrong with Hutch? Is he normally like this? Does he do? I don't want to make fun of the dude's mannerisms if that's just baked into who he is as a content creator, but and it took me a while, but I think I did figure out that he was trying to make you, trying to react to you as if you were a crazy person, right?
Absolutely.
So we could start with either one of those. Either
sure.
one of those.
What I'd like you to do, if it's okay, there is because you're probably going to go straight to the Lonerbox clip. I would like, because I still haven't seen this, the opening. If you go to Hutch's channel and look,
that was the other thing that Hutch's channel. You're talking about, like, his video of it is up now.
Yeah, and the reason why I just want to watch the opening is because, I still haven't watched the opening. It basically, he took the final. It was a 4.5 hour. I maybe oversold it last time. I thought it was like 5.5 to 7 hours, but it was 4.5 hours. And he takes just the parts at the very end. With Lonerbox and Mutahar, and there's just very dramatic music. It sounds like music out of a zombie action film or some shit like that. Anyway, let's listen to it, because it look at the
that's a great thumbnail. They have Vadim's like you're doing almost cat claws here.
Yeah. That's it looks like yep.
Looks like a dance. Exactly. Looks like a dance macabre. That's you were just on there going nuts is what that thumbnail is making it look like. So what Vadim is pointing out is the difference between the way that Hutch was interacting with you, correct, and the way that Hutch portrayed you in this video. He was very cordial to you in person, even to the point of niceness, making sure you don't feel dogpiled. I'm sorry about that. Trying to kind of give you the semblance of that he wants to make you comfortable and shit like that. And meanwhile, he's just straight up farming you, right? Even in his video, which did he know that you weren't looking at the video? Was he aware that your eyes were not on the video?
I don't know. I mean, he probably.
It's hard to tell.
It's just but the thing is just that, honestly, I mean, there's no way that I would not have spoken up and said, hey, asshole, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
I came to him. There's so many of these debate bros, but I came to him partially because I do think he's somewhat of a putz, but I thought he was just a certain degree a nice guy. A few years ago, we watched a Lauren Southern video that I did, and he was very complimentary and whatnot. And we, you know, just even though that we have these like huge differences, I thought that there was still like we could at least feign respect in a debate setting or something like that. And and it's really like, you know, I told him several times that I as it was going on, that I like, you know, I told him about my sleep issues and that like I really can kind of like hit a wall. So I know that sometimes like saying that probably like every time with these idiots or you know, these assholes, that it's like a sign of weakness. Maybe they don't believe you. Maybe they think that you're just like, it's a cop out.
They're going to treat you like you said that in a basketball one-on-one, right? Like they're going to treat it like you're just making an excuse. That's how they're going to play that. Yeah, they're you know, they're out for blood. They call this blood sports for a reason. You know, and it is disappointing because some of these people, you know, there was more of a connection with some of this whole Twitch poll formation, which I guess Hutch is a part of and Lonerbox is a part of, was slightly, you know, better, right? You know, there was some common ground with them in terms of, you know, your real enemy is Donald Trump and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, they've really taken a hard right turn, especially a lot of them with this Israel issue. And, you know, like I told a lot of these, I had conversations with what's his name? Counterpoints. I had a conversation with Drew Welty, like, you know, I mean, I'd go on, you know, Dylan's panel from time to time, Prime Kai's panel from time to time, and I had a relatively cordial relationship with these people. And because I was engaged with them the whole time, I kind of saw them fall off. I saw that they are not, you know, the allies that I once thought they were, but a lot of them are really showing it during the whole, you know, what Israel is doing in Gaza. So it's really become more and more apparent. And I would always tell them, which side are you on? You're gonna have to choose, right? Because, you know, they kind of give any argument was like, well, yeah, you know, maybe the right wing kind of has a point when it comes to wokeness and SJWs and yada yada yada, but obviously, you know, trans rights are human rights still. So, you know, there was some common ground there. That common ground is really hard to find. I'm sure I don't agree. Like right here, look at this. This is Hutch. Second video on there is Hutch debating Brad Palumbo, debating against a transphobe, right? So I don't want to misrepresent these people as like total chuds. Obviously, Hutch is not a total chud. He's just really, really wrong on this issue in a way that is historical, right? This is a historical issue, and they've chosen the wrong side of history.
He's also just like a super fan of Ethan Klein these days, and Ethan Klein can do no wrong. We started talking a lot. I came in to talk about things just having to do with Gaza and Palestine, and we like kind of got into Ethan Klein, and like basically I was somewhat like I was overall like just fine in those legs of the debate, but towards the very end, you know, just like with me, I need to have my like notes in front of me, and also just 4 hours of debate, it's going to fry my brain. And so I guess the reason why I'm saying all this is because on top of everything that you've already said, I'm sure he saw that like I was way more proficient with my like debating in the beginning. Like I was just fine, and it like I like the sleep issues that I was talking about. Like it, in my opinion, he should have just like seen what I was like doing, and like I mean, I guess this is more like when we get to Mudahar. But anyway, you know what? Let's just go ahead and watch it. I feel like I'm kind of like babbling too much, and I'm getting like a little like.
Okay, so what you wanted to zero in on here was maybe the beginning of the video to show what you were talking about, the eyes. I'll actually move the video a little bit too, just so we can fully. We want to fully glimpse. We want to fully see Hutch in here, and so. Oh no, that's. I'm making you small. I'm trying to make Hutch I'm trying to make the Hutch video a little bit smaller. Wait, which?
I also shaved too close to my chin, and so there's like this like bald patch right in the middle of my chin, which is not ideal. But anyway, sorry, this is probably a silly thing to point out.
So here we go. I think you can see. Yeah, there's a great example. I wish I could make him bigger. The only way I could do that would kind of crowd you off the screen, but chat, you can see Hutch in that little window. You can see the kind of look that Hutch is giving Vadim. This is pretty representative of what Hutch chooses to do throughout the entire interaction, throughout the entire debate. He's just giving this this visual signal that he does not respect the person that he's debating with, and that, he views you as some kind of a crackpot or something. And let's see, I'm trying to figure out the best way to watch this. Okay, so we can see.
I can also later share some of our like our back and forths after this. And
chatting on Discord.
Yeah, or maybe I shouldn't, because it's
up to you.
There's nothing in here. Yeah, I'll think about it. Okay. I mean, honestly, I don't think it would be that bad, because it's just like, it's not like super personal. So anyway.
I mean, it's sometimes, I mean, you can make that decision yourself. It is sometimes taken as an escalation of things. But at the same time, if he's going to represent you like this, you got every right to show the discrepancy between the way he's portraying you and the interaction you had, which I think most people will see as being really rotten and disingenuous. And I mean, like, this guy, like, his brand, let me be honest, right? Of the debate bros, he is really relying on a nice guy persona. I don't think he's a nice guy. I could be wrong, but this does not seem like, this is not courteous behavior. Let's just put it that way. All right, let's let him go.
And completely dissolve.
Like I did not. This is like so like going all over the place.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? If you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude. This is serious, okay? I
know it's serious. There's people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children. There are men. There are women dying. That is a case to me. I don't hear any solutions from your side.
Look, if the sort
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit, I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion, and the thing is that like that's a real thing with me, because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either?
Okay, to be honest with you.
There we go. That's how it is. That is really the state of things, right? Look, even if Hutch is a nice guy in real life, when you get pulled into this world and you see how people operate, you see how content is made, you see how the sausage is made, you start to not worry so much about like the fact that you may be being nice to somebody in Discord, you may be being cordial to them, in one way, but at the same time, you're literally fucking farming them for content. You are trying to make them look like a fucking nut, even though they're not saying anything ridiculous, and putting them in a situation where they're going to be dogpiled, right? Yeah, I love that shit. Like, I work all day too. I'm exhausted too. Don't you just completely? That was Muda virtue signaling. What a d-bag. That's whose voice it was. Okay. Yeah, he was off the screen at the time.
I thought that a little bit of Lonerbox was going to be thrown in there too, but it was all Muda. Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's telling. You can if they leave something out, it might be because it didn't go so well for them.
Yeah, no, I do think like basically like even though that like Lonerbox debate broed me, like he he's just really freaking good at like speaking super fast and saying like 20,000 things, and just like haranguing you, just screaming his head off at you, and yeah. But like, if you listen, I still feel like if you listen to the basic points that I made, that I got my side of things out, and like if you're like most people, as we know, are just dazzled by the performance aspect of debates. So, you know, there's no doubt that most people watching it are just going to think that I got my my ass kicked or whatnot. But I believe I made like the points that made him like look like if you really listen to what I have to say, I think that like, you know, I kind of did my job. But yeah, I'm gonna try and like you know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get some more water because I'm fading a little bit right now, and I think that I can kind of like get my brain back into this because I just don't want to be like you know, unable to like converse while we're talking.
Okay.
Sometimes this happens in non-debate situations as well. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Start up.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Sorry for, you know, just kind of like being a little out of it.
No worries, it happens. All right, so yeah, Hutch, like this world changes people, chat, and I felt it too. Like it you know, there I felt the perverse incentives. I don't know how much I ever, you know, gave myself over to them. I mean, I think I probably had, you know, a couple of interactions with people like Mix Vivian that I'm not super proud of, right? Where I, you know, kind of, you know, did the blood sports thing, you know, on her. I mean, she was, you know, she was doing the debate circuit too, so you know, it's all fair game and stuff like that. But when I rewatched, you know, some of the content that I did debating Vivian, I figured I decided that Vivian was actually right. I won the debate. I made her look ridiculous, but I wasn't doing very much in terms of getting to the truth, because the truth was actually closer to what you know, she was saying at the time than what I was saying. And I, you know, a lot of what I was doing was just defending friends of mine that I didn't realize how shitty they were. All right, I didn't realize how shitty they were at the time. I've now revised my opinions and I, you know, but I mean, you can see why, you know, Vadim had a lot of trust for you know, for Lonerbox and for Hutch, or not, maybe not a lot of trust, but was just basically making an assumption of basic human decency. And I got to let you know, in the debate circuit, the basic human decency is what goes out the window first, right? If you're going to be in this business, if you're going to be on their side of things, if you're going to do what they do, if you're going to be part of the larger DGG orbit, you are going to give up that part of yourself, which is human, in order to do it, because that's how the sausage is actually made. And it's not nice and it's not pretty, but it's how they do things. It's all vibes with the people these days. Facts are secondary concern when compared to chud teams, gitch scalloping, and drama farming. A very sad state of affairs. Yeah.
So I've got some apple slices and a sweet potato, and I think that if I kind of
that's good food. Yeah, and I got some. I got some sour mango here myself. I'm gonna try to eat it without devouring my lipstick at the same time. It might be a challenge, but we're here for a challenge tonight, and yeah, let's see what's going on with this. I do need to pee really quick. Maybe I should I just like let this rip with show the first part of the debate. Now, we already watched this, chat, so if anybody's watching from yesterday, you will see stuff repeated, but what we're looking for here is the faces, right, that Hutch is making, and that kind of lets you know right off from the start. It's not just that Vadim said something that Hutch thought was beyond the pale, and then Hutch started reacting like Vadim was a crazy person because he legitimately thought that. This is how Hutch started with you, right? You know, I mean, we're gonna... Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, Scratch.
Yeah, you're such a good buddy. Oh yeah, you're a good furry fucker.
Yeah, and by the time we got to Mudahar, I was not really making points. I was basically just saying like, I am so done. I can't I can't do this conversation. But the Lonerbox conversation that we had, like, if you listen to my points, because like I think that one of the things that Hutch said to me when he was kind of like defending why he was, doing that, like all that mugging and whatnot, he said something to the effect of, I think that you're, what you have to say really needs to be debated, or just like your bad ideas need to be like shown for what they are. And I just think that it's like the points that I was actually making there, when you actually like listen to them, like I just don't know how he could really take a problem with it. I mean, basically, it all boils down to what kind of responsibilities do we have when we are talking with or debating or just spending time with someone who is just a ghoulish individual, so like that's really like most of like what I was commenting on. So let's watch it.
Let's let it rip. I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna take a really quick pee break, and I'll be right back. I saw this yesterday. Most of chat saw this yesterday, but for anybody who hasn't seen, the kind of looks that you were getting from Hutch right from the start, this is to show you that, and then we'll move on to the Lonerbox conversation after that. All right, be right back.
I forgot what we were arguing about. Do you want to refresh my memory? I get into quite a few arguments these days.
I mean, there's a few things that I wanted to, that I was hoping we'll see like kind of what we can cover over the course of this. Kind of, I think the primary thing that we were, I guess, arguing about when you asked if we could chat again, that had to do with matters of like what is and isn't terrorism, and things having to do with the Houthis, Hamas, maybe even like Mandela and the ANC and whatnot.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of like, that's the original thing that we were talking about. But I also was hoping to kind of I'll put it out on the table now. I was hoping that maybe we could also discuss, there's some like tweets on your feed right now that are talking about like left-wing QAnon and whatnot. And I'm not even exactly sure like all the examples that you're kind of thinking of, that you're citing when you're talking about that.
I can give you specific on that one.
Sure. And, I'll just say that like I, that sort of bullshit exists in all, but both the left and the right. But yeah, I have some things to say about that. And then also just trying to make sure that and then also, well, this is kind of like, there was a tweet that you put out recently that was in response to Mudahar. He said something to the effect of, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on leadership at all, referred to it as a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
And you said that this might be necessary. And I think that sort of...
well, he proposed something in that. He said something specific.
Okay.
I don't remember what he said in that post, but there was some proposed solution. I can't remember. I think I was joking, by the way. For that one, I think it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the reason why that stood out to me is because I just think that like this sort of, maybe we'll get into this more generally, but this sort of like I think of it as a witch hunt when it comes to all this kind of just mostly Ethan / Destiny's community led, like I would call it a witch hunt of people like Dan Clancy and just Twitch in general. I think that the kind of the accusations of it being some sort of like anti-Semitic hellhole. I think literally Dan Saltman's he has a website that's, I think, titled, but like at the top, at least it says that. And I think all those allegations are not only like spurious, but I think that they are just kind of playing with fire. I think that if we pursue that sort of thing, like it might end up, so how would I put it? Just kind of like feeding the fire of all of the, like, well, for one thing, the free.
Oh, I got a question for you from chat. Steve Saturnation says, "Hey Vadim, does that cat have a special connection with the Lord Almighty, or is he just an atheist purring poop machine like my cats?"
He's an atheist purring poop machine. CC is, maybe one day he'll be zapped by God through the internet too. But over the course of my life, I've only had one talking evangelical cat, and that is not it. But yeah, I gotta say, I've been trying to like figure out really like kind of like what my limitations are. There are days where I just have like really great brain days, and I am able to just like lock in and talk very proficiently. But watching this, I don't want to kind of like get wrapped up in this, but I have to admit, I just like feel like, oh man, like I'm kind of like taking so long to get to my points, so many ahs, and whatnot. And I was speaking with a friend of mine who is, like we have virtually similar politics, and she just really, we're pretty like, I don't know, like she just like is genuinely someone who likes me and kind of like wants to see the best for me. Mm-hmm. And she was just like basically saying something to the effect of like, here and there you were doing really well, like making really good points, but overall, like, you used to be better at debating than you are now, and maybe you might want to think about not really wading into these waters that much. And watching this, I start feeling like maybe she's right. Like I know that I do worse as it goes on, but like right off the bat, I'm just like watching this, I'm just like, like I don't even like how I'm coming across at this point. So, well, being honest,
there are various there are various different levels that you can engage with. Some people find it's easier to work with a script and with prepared content and kind of engage like that. Some people are better off the cuff. Also, it's like a skill, it's like a muscle. So kind of like the more that you do engage like this in real time, usually the more you start to adapt and stuff like that. But again, at the expense when you're dealing with people like this of they'll take advantage of you being at a low point if they can find you at a low point. That's in my estimation, that's why they like to debate for so long, right? Because they don't have content, they don't have anything to say, they are not adding to the discourse, they are leeching off of their audience. And so in absence of that, they'll pull in other content creators and farm them, they'll pull in people from Discord and farm them. I mean, this is the nature of debate content, really. I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, obviously, the format does not make the person. I'm not saying that every single person that does debates is like evil or something like that. I'm just saying that the culture that has arisen, especially around Destiny, is not a very human one. That makes sense.
Definitely. I mean, like we did hippy dippy debates together and things like that. There, back when those were going on, I mean, I'm not saying that I was like some sort of like debate wizard, but I definitely, I could do it. I could get thrown into shit and just like wing it and kind of get to my points quickly. And I know that I have like a great deal of confidence with my scripted material, and I've always felt like I mean, anyone that has really watched my scripted material knows that like you know, it's like kind of night and day, especially these days, in terms of like, I don't know, just doing off the cuff content versus that. But yeah, I guess I'm just, you know, we don't need to go into it too far because I don't want to like I don't know, it just like wallow in like that's not.
I think a lot of chat can probably relate to your struggle, right? It's a very human thing to have like good brain moments and bad brain moments, and you know, calling just a word. If you like forget a word in a debate, normally like if I forget a word, I could be like, chat, what's that thing where like blah, 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 and somebody in chat will tell me, right? Or if I'm talking with you and I'm like, you know, who was that? Who was Anthony Weiner married to? And you'll be like, Huma Abedin, right? If that happens in a debate, they're just gonna dunk on me and make me look stupid. Oh, you couldn't like what Ethan did, right? That's you know, it's blood sports, and it's not a very human interaction, I find. Anyway, do we want to watch more of this beginning, or should we go forward towards the? Did we get enough of a sniff of what Hutch was kind of doing right from the get-go in terms of?
He's not really. I mean, he didn't do it at this point. I think he may not even have done it until like, because again, I haven't watched any of this, but he may have just only started doing it once Lonerbox came in.
I think I saw it before then. I think I definitely saw it. Saw him doing some of that ahead of that. I watched it on Twitch. I mean, did this seem edited very much, or? I guess we could kind of. Oh, look there! He's giving you kind of an incredulous look at the camera. Let's see what this one's about.
Something that you specifically wanted to get into. I think comparisons between the ANC and Hamas are insane. They don't make any sense. Like these are two groups with very different ideologies and very different methods of liberation. Like this is just such a horrible comparison. Like the ANC, their goal was reunification, sharing that entire.
It's so ironic that does he realize that the goal of the pro-Palestinian movement is a single secular state in which Palestinians are enfranchised. Now, if you tell them that, they'll say that's genocide, right? You can't trust the devil Palestinians to be able to, you know, not liquidate all of Israel somehow. But this is
also operates under the like ridiculous assumption that like one type of resistance that it's cookie cutter, you know, that like what was done in ANC with, I mean, there were so many differences there. They had like, you know, the population was 85% black people versus 15%, and in the Gaza like, you know, Israel situation, like Israel, it's closer to 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
There, the human rights abuses that they were subjected to were actually far worse, especially at this point. Maybe not during Mandela. No. During Mandela's lifetime, towards the end of his lifetime, things were obviously worse because apartheid was dissolved. And the fact that it like went on way longer. There's so many other really good reasons, but just the point is that like they used the sort of tactics that were pragmatic at the time, and that they had you know, the kind of ability to do. And so it's just kind of like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You know, you can't do it. And it's like, if factors were different for the ANC, it's hard to believe that they would have just, you know, if they had to rely on, or if their only method of fighting was more violent and the type of warfare that, or you know, tactics that took more civilian lives, then they would have done it. You know, it's you understand what I'm saying, right?
It's yeah, it's like I mean, essentially the reaction of the oppressive force was different. That reaction was the reason that the government in South Africa reacted differently, negotiated in somewhat in way better faith, compared to how Israel has negotiated, is that there was pressure on them because they were able to, through a series of boycotts, divestments, and sanctions, they were able to pressure the South African state to where it became obvious that there was no other way. Now, their mistakes were made in terms of, some of the negotiations and what ended up coming out of that, the modern South African state. And if you want to know more about that, read Naomi Klein's Shock Doctrine. That is a great description of some of the mistakes that the ANC made in negotiating. The reason that South Africa still suffers from so much inequality, but in terms of compared to Israel and Palestine, it is night and day. There is not it is not a comparison that makes a lot of sense.
The thing that I'm trying to convey within this conversation that we were having is that, like, aside from there's the fact that people like Hutch still, even though that there's no doubt that they were less violent overall, they whitewash the situation, and they there were there was what people called terrorism at the time that took civilian lives and whatnot. And this is really the thing. It's just like, no matter what liberation struggle you're talking about, those who are opposed to those liberation struggles, those who certainly are of like a conservative mind or even further to the right, and and then also I'd say people who maybe could be meaningfully left wing, but they're just not really informed about the situation, they will always just frame the liberation struggles that are, that the majority of them around that are around as terrorists, until the point where they achieve like liberation. And that during the 1980s, I'm sure all about this. Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, like they just talked about the ANC like they were communist thugs and
to terrorists. Nelson Mandela himself was on the list of was considered a terrorist up until like the 2000s.
And they just kind of, I'm not saying that like Nelson Mandela was I don't know like super like he understood the reality that they would have to do what they had to do, and he made it very clear that they realized that going after infrastructure was the like most pragmatic way for them to go about their liberation struggles. But he did things like, and I mentioned all of this in the context of the debate, but he like totally endorsed the PLO while they were involved in armed like acts of terrorism, or what the majority of the world was describing as such. He also, this isn't very well known, but he smuggled a letter out of prison in like 1987 where within it he endorsed any violent actions, any and all violent actions that the ANC were taking. I mean, he just basically said like something to the effect of like, we are doing what we must, kind of a thing. And just my point is that there is ample evidence out there that he understood that in some cases, unfortunately, nobody wants to do this, but in some cases, stepping up the violence, it's just in some cases that's the only thing that certain situations that will possibly have any results.
Let's just put it this way: the nature of a like the nature of the resistance that happens is not reflective of the, you know, worthiness of the oppressed group to be subjected to that kind of oppression. Nobody deserves to be subjected to oppression. And, you know, the thing that Israel's trying to do with Hamas is essentially group punishment. They will show you something that Hamas did that everybody can agree was beyond the pale, and therefore say, so therefore the Palestinian people, like, we're going to make an exception as far as them, you know, as them deserving some kind of human dignity and self-determination and all that. We're gonna you know, say that, like, well, this is the kind of resistance that they mount, so therefore you know, and it slots right into all the, you know, racist you know, ways of looking at you know, the Islamophobic frame for the world, right? This is kind of how that's accomplished, rhetorically speaking. Okay, so let's see. They've got, oh yeah, he's got timestamps here. Do you want to go to Lonerbox joins the call? That's the part. Wait a minute. He does have Lonerbox on here.
Wait, can you pause the right now? I just like, I don't know what I'm talking about here, but I just like to see for my own, like it seems like this is a part where I'm kind of like making a case, and I just like to listen to it just because I just want to. I'm not going to watch this outside of watching it with you. You know, like I'm probably like, I don't know. It feels like at times like embarrassing, and sometimes I like don't. I would like to just to hear maybe like your point of view or the chat's point of view on kind of like how I'm sounding right here.
Right.
And is that cool?
Sure.
Mike's response, but I did see Hassan's, and he made it very clear. Go to another part. This wasn't the, like, just scroll through it and just find a place where does he like break it up in terms of like the types of conversations we were having, or like
no, it's Hutch debates Vadim, and then Lonerbox joins the call, and then we have Mudahar joins the call, and then we end with post debate talk with Lonerbox and Muda.
Okay, just you know what? You could go ahead and play it, and maybe put it at this point. Later, you won't want to put it at 100%, but maybe right now put it at 125. I talk.
Oh, the speed.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Right. So here is Lonerbox joining the call, and Hutch has got his glasses off at this point. Like,
if we're starting with that, then don't put it at 125.
Oh, okay. Wait. So which one did you want to watch? Just somewhere in the.
Like a random place where I'm kind of like making a case. Sorry. If,
okay, it looks like you're making a case here.
Like just saying things that, like, I saw a side of him that I had never seen before, and I don't think it existed before. Basically, like, he was not like talking very like hardcore Israel back when we were very good friends. But seeing
is he Jewish? Oh no,
yes,
no. I'm talking about a friend
and
of mine.
I don't want to say who he is because
Ethan Klein talked about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was your friend, right?
Yeah. Go. I mean, if you want to watch this, we can watch this, but like maybe like 30 minutes before, because you know what? Go ahead and play it. Like I guess it's I guess more than anything, I want to see like kind of just like how I'm coming off, I guess, than the like arguments I'm making. So yeah, for indulging me. I don't want to do too much of this, but I just want to check it out.
Okay, I like this comment from Fattest Yakuza. Says the best way to sum this up is the standard of violence is set by the oppressor. The ANC was not bombed or starved. Yeah, completely different situations that we're dealing with, and yeah, it has more to do with like what I was trying to say earlier. Is the nature of a resistance has a lot more to do with the nature of the oppression than it does with the character of the people being oppressed, which is the argument that's being made, which is the reason that, you know, at times Netanyahu has supported Hamas, has you know, made sure that they were the preeminent resistance group in Palestine, in order for him to have someone that he can point to as, his terrorist stereotype strawman in order to justify the inhumanity that he is exerting on the Palestinian people.
This is not because I am unwilling to talk about it, but this is actually a subject that I want to discuss in a video. And
do you understand why a lot of Jewish people saw the reaction to October 7th and thought to themselves, what the f-?
Yes, and my point is that when, especially with my other friend as a reference point, and he was really, I think you'd agree, he was doing some shitty things. In comparison, I thought wow, Ethan, even though that there are these things that he's doing right now that I think are counterproductive and in some ways sort of shitty, I think overall for
calling attention to lefty creators that are saying this unhinged shit about October 7th, I think you would do the same thing. You would do the exact same thing.
Do the same thing, but I'm not. Look. By the way, I am not. None of this is. I mean, very little about this has to do with his initial reaction to October 7th. This has to do with just a.
I understand it evolved and it got more aggressive, but you understand that, for example, Hassan had to nuke his entire Discord because his Discord was saying when I say
my understanding is that Hassan quote unquote nukes his chat. When we're talking about nukes his Discord, that might be confusing to some people, especially if you don't use Discord. What he's talking about is deleting all the previous posts, right? You see people do this with their Twitter. And why do they do that? Because people will dig up stuff from years ago out of context. I'm trying to remember what the recent one that Ethan did to Hassan was, the post from 2016 that, it was something about Syria. And Hassan was being sarcastic pretty clearly. And Ethan just brings it up and portrays it as he's glorying in the death and destruction in Syria. He's happy about that. It wouldn't even make sense for Hassan to say what Ethan claimed that he was saying. But then again, leaving your leaving your tweets up. Well, now, I don't do this. You can go back and find tweets of me saying things that I would very much disagree with nowadays, especially in reference to certain content creators that I have become wiser about, right? But it's, the same thing goes on with the Discord. I mean, this is what people will do. They'll go into your Discord. They'll send a submarine is what they call it into your Discord, do some screenshots, and then try to be this is what the Discord is like. They'll find every aggro fucking post or Fed post that they possibly can and be this is what Hassan's Discord is like. And then if when he I don't think it's a nuke, as in Hassan was oh shit, there's something in the Discord that we got to cover up. I think it's that the Discord periodically, am I right about this? Any Hascord members in chat? Haas's Discord does that periodically, says Eat the Rich. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Height of unhinged, rhetoric directed at Ethan and Gila. And it got so bad that Hassan had to nuke his own Discord. And then when Ethan brought it up to Hassan played this game where he's just it's just there's so many people and there's only so much I can do. And honestly, what do you expect them to say when you're saying the things that you're saying? That to me was reprehensible because
that's reprehensible. That's reprehensible. This is the key point that Ethan is missing. He acts like it's Hassan that is making people dislike him when it is, in fact, Ethan. It's the things that Ethan says that are making people dislike him. And at first, Hassan was trying to say, yo, Ethan, I know that you're actually good on this issue, but, when you get talking and you start ranting and you start to crash out, you're sounding like you're sounding like, the most, somebody that you're sounding like a Lukudnik, right? Essentially.
This is the same conversation where he essentially called Jewish Voice for Peace capos, and there's several other things that were equally incendiary, if not more. So they absolutely had a reason to just be saying the things that they did, and I actually think that I feel as though I've seen the majority of, because the screen grabs still exist, and I believe I've seen the majority of those reactions. And there wasn't anything in it. Like, nobody's using the K slurs. Not that you have to go that hardcore to be genuinely anti-Semitic, but it's just like, the overwhelming majority of it, if not all, I don't remember actually seeing anything that I thought was legit bad. And, of course, so I guess actually this is my final point, just that, it was actually like, like in some ways, maybe you can frame it as like bad that he nuked it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he nuked it, not even so much out of like feeling like, oh, this is going to make me look really bad, but like realizing, okay, this really hurt Ethan and I don't want it to be out there because I don't want to have this stuff up that is going to like,
Well, if we're talking about a while, if we're talking about when Hassan was still defending Ethan, right, and he would say stuff like what Hutch is saying to Ethan of like, you are portraying a certain image of yourself that is going to get you more negative feedback. If you want the negative feedback to stop, be a little bit more considerate about your words, because what Ethan does is he does his content. He has a mild disagreement with chat. He doubles down, and it actually pulls him further to the right. And then once, like, there's a part at first there's like a small segment of the chat that is like, you are sounding, you're sounding like like Bibi Netanyahu here, right? But most of chat is being a little bit more charitable towards him. And then as Ethan reacts to this one person calling him out, he doubles down and he actually entrenches his position further towards the reactionary side of things. And then more and more of chat starts being like, wait, this guy is actually, this guy is actually, super right wing. So,
yeah.
But yeah, in terms of deleting his content, like anyway, that timeline's all screwed up here too, with Hutch. When he's talking about like that moment, right? That was a moment very early on in the drama. Hassan, I believe the last time that that the Discord got nuked was fairly recently. So anyway, this is and I don't feel like there's a lot of incentive for these guys to try to get the timeline right. Sometimes it works out to their favor if they just like throw it all to the side, and hey, the chat will go along with it. If the chat doesn't have that timeline on screen to be like, no, this was back then, this was before, that happened, then they're just going to buy it. Like, oh yeah, that's what Hassan does. He nukes his Discord to hide the evil pro-terrorist posts that are getting made.
Hassan had a Jewish friend that was telling him like, hey, I'm seeing like people are posting animations of my wife Palestinian kids. They're calling me a genocidal war pig. They're telling me they're accusing me of supporting war crimes. And these are people in your community. Can you do something about it? And Hassan played this fucking game when there's the footage of him asking XQC to.
It's not a game. That Hassan is in a bad position. Hassan knows Ethan. Hassan has talked to Ethan about the issue of Palestine, and Hassan is pretty sure at this point that Ethan is actually a good guy. Is he ignorant about some things? Sure. Does he have some things wrong? Sure. Has he learned a version of the Nakba that is just straight up propaganda? Yes, unfortunately so. But at his heart, Hassan was trying to say, this is a good guy. This is a good man. And your judgment of him and your castigation of him is premature, is what Hassan was trying to say. He was literally defending Ethan from his audience, but at the same time, Hassan understands why his audience is saying that, because he can hear Ethan too, and he knows what Ethan is coming off like. And he's trying to gently just nudge him towards like, hey, dude, if you keep on doing this shit, if you keep on doubling down, if you keep on sounding like Bibi Netanyahu, people are going to treat you like Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, I wish I had kind of like, I don't think I had a chance to throw out there that like Hassan was just, I mean, he probably knows this. He's probably like seen clips, but just kind of it like for whatever reason he just ignores it. But like, yeah, he was just defending him left and right, way into his crash out even, and it's just the level to which he like went to bat for Ethan is actually like pretty commendable. It showed that like he really cared about him, and you know, at like heart, just like truly thought that he was a good person. And yeah, it's that would have been good for me to throw out there. But we could either, if you want to watch a little bit more of this, that's fine, or we could go to Lonerbox.
Yeah, we can go ahead and go to the Lonerbox. Yeah. Let me find it. It's right here. Okay, so this is the part that we haven't seen. Oh, Dylan's in the chat. Right when Lonerbox showed up, Dylan Burns TV shows up, or I don't know, maybe he was in the chat before, right? But I'm seeing somebody talking to him in chat right at this point of the Lonerbox timestamp. So it's probably where he became aware of the debate.
Lonerbox, are you there?
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay.
I'd do that.
All right.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, okay, so first of all, things that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip, right?
He's an angry guy. Yeah, like he was angry at Destiny. Like, yeah, Yishai Fleischer is super far right. So congratulations, asshole. You're not as far right as Yishai fucking Fleischer.
If you take it like maybe 2 minutes beforehand, you might see me talking about this very thing. Like, I think we were talking about Lonerbox. Like,
oh, and that's why he jumps in. I see. So he gets mentioned, and then he, yeah. I mean, this is another pattern. You know, like, right. What happens is, like, you know, like somebody on a stream mentions somebody. One of their fans goes into the Discord and is like, "Hey, they're talking about Lonerbox right now." Lonerbox sees it, and you know, he starts watching, and you know, I mean, that's how this shit happens.
Critical of people when they were there too.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Like they talked with this I think he's a rabbi. His name is Yishai Fleischer. Maybe I'm fucking up his name, but you know, wait,
if Lonerbox is in the chat, he can. I don't know if you're comfortable with it, but like
Lonerbox does admit, like,
we could join the Discord and clarify here. But Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I'm not. I did not say he was a paid.
No, I said Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I don't think that it is out. Like he like.
I don't know. What do you want to call a free? Like, did they pay for that trip to Israel?
I don't think they did. I've talked with him about it, and not that, like, you know, like, sure, he could like lie to me, but I think, honestly, I think that they realized, you know, it would not be a good look if we had a like an all expenses paid trip. Certainly, they could have done it.
Who footed the bill then? Was it Destiny?
I think that Destiny paid for most of it, and I'm assuming that there were things that were comped while they were there. And of course, I could be wrong too. Like, you know, maybe I'm giving them too much, like, you know, being too generous with them to, you know, maybe they like lied about it. But the thing is like, I do remember seeing some things, like as they were trying to get the trip going, and they were like kind of saying from the beginning, like, you know, we're paying our own way for most of this, like little things like that. And yeah, again, it could have just it could have been full of shit, but I don't think they were. I think you know, Lonerbox, even though that he you know, is what he is, I think he does think of himself, or at least I think he did think of himself for a while as being like genuinely like a centrist on the issue, if you will, you know? So I think that, like, basically, I think they went there and they did like Hasbara, but you know, I all I'm saying is that I don't think that Lonerbox went into it thinking like it was just going to be this like sort of commercial for Israel and whatnot. But
yeah, and all I've got to go on is Lonerbox's willingness to grift to the right when it became convenient for him. So does that mean that he will grift towards a you know, does that mean that he would accept a all expenses paid trip to Israel? I don't know. Again, I feel reticent to advance you know, theory of something I have no idea about. We do have that Bad Empanada video that goes over the whole Yishai Fleischer. It goes over a lot of Lonerbox. I mean, this is the whole thing, and look, as many issues I've had issues with, I'm not like, just full disclosure, chat. I have had I've had bad run-ins with Bad Empanada too, right? I don't know. I've seen him, he's done toxic shit to my friends and stuff like that. So, I'm not like a Bad Empanada stan. I'm not a Bad Empanada fan. However, I will say that when somebody like Lonerbox is purposefully hiding his power level, purposely using his left or centrist bona fides to run cover for essentially Destiny's genocidal view of the situation, it's a little bit more than I can the charitability runs out real quick.
Yeah. So, are we watching this now?
I just wanted to show what you were talking about in terms of I believe Bad Empanada's got. Oh yeah. So what I was saying is that a Lonerbox, somebody as disingenuous as Lonerbox actually demands a Bad Empanada because there's a lot of good people that will give him charitability that the fucker is just not due in any way. Oh wait, here we go. So this is the clip that you were talking about. I'll just zoom in on. I'll just show the Yishai Fleischer conversation.
Sure. What you were just saying about charitability is kind of connected to my point, which is that I was trying to make, which is that why should we I was trying to say why it's not a bad faith assumption, or it should just be an understandable assumption for people to make that it was a paid propaganda trip, because they went there and they created shit that it looks exactly like the sort of thing that Israel would pay to create for propaganda purposes. So it's like when he is going to Israel with someone who is super in the tank for Israel and is just making all this genocide apologia. I mean, you could say Lonerbox was too, but I think he wasn't doing as much of it at this point as Destiny was. When they're doing that, when they're creating, maybe I allude to this in the debate, but there is really the worst piece of propaganda, if you will, that was produced while they were there is Destiny had a conversation with this fucking just ghoulish asshole, another ghoulish, disgusting person who's really big in the whole.
Oh yeah.
Elon Levy. He was the spokesman for the IDF, and he just is in the first several months of all of that shit, he was one of the most front and center Israel spokespeople who put out all, you name it, all of the worst bullshit that he was just the beheaded babies, just lies that were already debunked about rape allegations. I think he said something to the effect of that children and babies were raped. I think he literally said that. So Destiny had a long conversation, so at least an hour, maybe 45 minutes on that dude's YouTube channel. And, I just described that as just a dick sucking session, they were, any sort of disagreements that they had were very unsubstantial, and there was so much agreement, and more than anything, it was just they were laughing together like bros. And this guy he's basically the Israeli Goebbels of the time, and that alone is something that just, again, you look at that, and how can you not think I'll just connect it to what you were saying about why do you expect someone to be so charitable to you that they would look at things like that and think that you weren't paid to make this garbage, you know? Like,
because these fuckers rely on their community as a safe zone. That's why. It's a safe space for them to fucking lie and get away with it. That's the ugly truth behind debate content. It's all about momentum. It's all about getting the W, never taking the L. If somebody does prove you wrong, if somebody does debunk you to your face, then you go and you undermine them. You dig through their past. You find something about them so you can say, hey, this person didn't actually beat me because they're ineligible. They're a bad person. It's so fucking rotten, and I'm so fucking sick of it. And I think that as long as we have these fuckers to deal with, we're going to be majorly, hamstrung in our attempt to do anything good. Like, look, the internet, as Taylor Lorenz has been pointing out, even though, maybe you could say back in the day that there's a separation between what goes on the internet and what goes on in the real world, and you need to touch grass and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's true and everything, right? But it's becoming more and more, there's less separation between the internet space and the public space, and it is becoming valuable real estate for those who are trying to form opinions. And the fact that this nasty, dishonest kind of content has been allowed to grow and fester and metastasize does not speak well to the effect of the internet on public opinion in the future, right? So yeah, it's just it's kind of a fight I can't turn my back on, despite the fact that I hate watching these people's content. I hate dealing with them, and I definitely hate when they come at me and my friends with lies, right? Or try to farm, somebody that was just trying to have a conversation with them for content. But that is the meta, until we make it unprofitable for them. So that's a Scythian rock to push if there ever was one. Anyway, let's see what let's check out this interaction between, I think it's Lonerbox and Yishai Fleischer here in a library that was where Brooke Goldstein hid after committing his massacre.
Him about the massacre that I mentioned. Let's check it out.
2,000-year-old building, and you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews. And it's an important site.
Okay. Okay.
Jewish and Muslim sides are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you look at
Dr. Goldstein? He didn't go to.
Really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you look at
Dr. Goldstein?
I'm sure Bad Empanada is going to point this out, but right there, he is speaking about that mass shooter.
Yeah.
And he's getting like. He says Goldstein, and Yishai Fleischer corrects him and says Dr. Goldstein, and it's just like it's.
We got to get that honorific, yeah.
Yeah, like it's such a pathetic attempt at like trying to challenge this guy. But anyway, let's hear what
Mr. Box has to say to Mr. Fleischer. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not getting anybody's honorific wrong.
Okay, so he asked this guy, you might not have been able to hear it, he asked him, when Dr. Goldstein did his thing, how did he make sure they didn't accidentally kill Jews? That's his hard-hitting question. It's like, how is this guy like such a fucking sick military operator that he managed to only massacre Palestinian children, not Jewish children? That's his question, right? And the guy's immediate response is, Dr. Goldstein, Dr. Goldstein. You're going to disrespect the name of Mr. Barak Goldstein, the perpetrator of the K of the Patriarchs massacre.
They're really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you look at
Dr. Goldstein? He didn't go to doctor's school for you to call him Mr., but he was.
Lonerbox's response to that ridiculous response is, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Stand there meekly and just let this guy say whatever he wants. Let this genocidal terrorist say whatever he wants.
You have to understand what the situation.
This is someone who shouts over anyone who says anything about Palestinians, by the way.
There was, and I'm in no way am I justifying his act. We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it.
That's
disavow.
That's why Dr. Goldstein, you put the respect on his name. He's Dr. Goldstein.
That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there, There was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews, and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism, a lot.
I'm pretty sure that Barak Goldstein, I remember reading that Barak Goldstein was a doctor who had refused to treat Arabs. On his Wikipedia article, in the second paragraph, in 1983, Goldstein immigrated to Israel and served as a physician in the Israeli military, during which he refused to treat Arabs, including those serving as soldiers. This guy tells a bold-faced lie right in their fucking face, and they do not challenge him at all. These are people who, when you bring up like actual forensic evidence of Israelis shooting Palestinians in the head, they scream at you about how maybe that baby was actually a 17-year-old Hamas militant. These guys claim we are nuanced, we're in the center. And this is what they're fucking like when they're confronted with a literal settler terrorist.
One of his friends died in his hands, and the army told him
just
that
nodding.
on Purim of that year there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready, and he snapped or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers, and after that they separated this building so that Jews and Muslims would not kind of have friction between them. Okay, and we also have a deal, as I said to you, 10 days a year they take full control, 10 days a year we get full control of the building.
I was asking because if he was using grenades, would Jewish people got hurt as well?
Oh my God, he actually asked a clarifying question. I was asking because if he was using grenades, would Jewish people not have been hurt as well? How was he so good at throwing those grenades? Why was he so precise with his grenades? Why were his grenades magnetic to Palestinian children? I'm so impressed. That's his questions.
He was not using grenades. He came early in the morning, and at the very early prayer, he was using his gun. But I just want to tell you something about that, which is the Goldstein incident is regrettable. But I want you to know that what we also regret is that Hebron has a humongous history before Goldstein and an important history after Goldstein, and therefore we a little bit resent sometimes that it always gets painted with that brush. We are armed. We live with Arabs all the time, and yet this doesn't happen. This is a one-time incident. We do not encourage that kind of act.
What the fuck? It was just one little massacre. Jesus Christ, these people.
We're thinking, and it happened, and there's no way to deny that. And I can talk about it.
Like, yeah. I mean, like, this is the vehicle. This is what Destiny and Lonerbox are a vehicle for. Like, this is what these people are willing to, allow to go up on their channel. This is what they think is important. Let's get like Yishai Fleischer's view, and there's not pushback. There's like just like you said, there's not. They're like afraid of this guy.
There's also a I haven't seen the Destiny video, but there is a 20-minute, maybe a little, give or take a few minutes scene where they are sitting at some they're viewing Hebron, right? The portion of Hebron, the majority of Hebron has Palestinians in it, and Fleischer is basically talking for pretty much the entire time. Lonerbox and Destiny are just chilling out on a lawn chair or something while the guy's talking, and he says all these things that are just completely untrue. I mean, overall, he just kind of paints it as this area where there really isn't that much violence going on. There isn't that much strife. And I think he says things to the effect of just the claims about this area are just so over. And he's full of shit. I am not someone in that. Don't get me wrong. If I was in that situation, I would not be able to have the wherewithal to kind of maybe pick out the majority of his lies and whatnot. But that's one of the many reasons why I would never put myself in that situation to begin with, because I just anyway, my point is that there's so many points where they sat back and let this guy just spew a whole bunch of bullshit. And I think I said this in the documentary, but it's the Yishai Fleischer guy put up at least 30 to 40, maybe even an hour's worth of material that he created with them. He also created they did a podcast together, and it's just you shouldn't, when you're hanging with somebody like this, you shouldn't leave them with all this material that they can use for their own propaganda purposes. You know, that like the fact that he felt comfortable publishing all that stuff on his socials and like, you know, and on his podcast or whatnot shows that he was rather pleased with the conversations that they had, how they made him look. And you know, that's like just, he still, like, you'll see Lonerbox is convinced that he, like, you know, didn't do like, you know, didn't drop the ball when it came to how much he should have challenged this dude. But anyway, yeah.
I think they were intimidated, right? Because, like, I mean, in addition to being like a, you know, a horrible person with you know, monstrous takes, this guy also knows his history. This guy is his media training is better than Destiny or Lonerbox's, right? I feel like they were kind of outclassed. And so they sort of did the thing where they shut up and sit down, and yeah, they just become a vehicle for whatever Yishai Fleischer wants to, you know, do with that content. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Let's see if there's a little more of this.
It's important for us to just say, look, that's a
Dr. Goldstein to
event,
you.
but it can't paint the whole history of this place.
There's literally no pushback at all. He stands there meekly and lets the man speak. Compare this to the way that he talks to fucking Arabs who are concerned with his denial of fucking the mass murder of Palestinian children. This is Lonerbox's reaction to someone advocating for Palestinians. Compare this to, like, how to do such 360 no-scopes. This is his reaction to someone pushing back on his claim that slain Palestinian toddlers are actually adult militants.
You can call a fucking 17-year-old a toddler if you're in the in the right mood for it, you know? It's not like an unusual thing to do.
Bro, what?
Yeah,
Dude,
sorry.
what?
Shut the fuck up. Bro? You're a toddler to me, just so you know, from the way you're talking to me, right?
This is coming from intellectual toddler Lonerbox.
You're a toddler, actually. Not those babies. You're not those slain babies. You're the toddler. Just the comparison there is insane. You know what? This is a great.
Yeah, there's a definite parallel to the way that you know, black children are treated in the United States, and this idea of a you know, so you're told a toddler ended up with a sniper bullet in their head, and your first response is, well, you know, you can easily you know, call a 17-year-old a toddler if you're in the right mood. Yeah, no, we just automatically you know, plus 10 to age of every Palestinian child, right? In order to make them look like more of a threat and make anything that's done to them seem more justifiable. That's there we go. Classic racism.
This is a great time for us to play a certain clip that recently resurfaced of Lonerbox's musical talents. I'd like to show you the music of Lonerbox.
Oh no, is this what I think it is?
The fantastic
Dude,
talents
this
of
is
music.
pretty cringe.
Have you seen this? If it's what I think it is, this is Lonerbox doing a cover. Wait, new hit original? Wait, maybe it's not an original. Maybe this isn't what I thought it was.
Musician Lonerbox, which could give us some insight into why he's taken money to be a pro-Israel propagandist now, why he's doing this, why he's standing there and just nodding and saying, "Oh, Dr. Goldstein," when confronted with a genocidal Zionist terrorist. Let me show you his music.
Put some lube in your palm and pretend you're my mom. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile?
Oh my God. I don't think that's an original. I think, yeah, I don't think Reddit knows, but that is, if I'm not mistaken, a song that was written by a creator named Mr. Girl. Are you familiar with this gentleman, Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl song?
I think that's a Mr. Girl song. And
I did not know. I thought that this was like literally before he was ever doing YouTube, but I guess maybe I'm wrong about that. I for some reason I just assumed that, but yeah,
I don't know exactly when. I could be wrong, but I have heard that song attributed to Mr. Girl, who's also, you know, Mr. Girl, very musical content creator, also had a song called oh yeah, I think it's called "'Cause I'm a PDF," right? It's literally him with a Reptar backpack on a school bus singing about being a PDF. That's
I think I did see that. I haven't seen a lot of his content, but I believe I did see that. Look at Bad Empanada's expression there. That's pretty awesome.
I wish I could hide too. Yeah. No, Choki says, I was told the same. Yeah. So there's people backing me up here. This is a I can't remember his first name is Max. I can't remember what his last name is, but he was a content creator that got big in a large part due to Destiny platforming him, and that was all well and good, right? They would praise him for his moral consistency. Like, you know, the statement would always be, well, I don't agree with everything that he says, but god damn it, he's morally consistent, and that's so refreshing. Up until the point that he started getting critical of Destiny, and from what I've seen, they were actually some apt criticisms, right? They did things that Mr. Girl said about Destiny, in hindsight, after knowing what we found out in the Pixie revelations, you know, it seemed to be correct in some of his claims about Destiny. But anyway,
I wonder if I was just gonna say, I wonder if, like, literally they part of their criticisms of Mr. Girl once, you know, they like you know, started like dissing him, was that like he was finally being inconsistent in his like because you know, like shouldn't they basically like be okay with his arguments if he was being intellectually consistent? I mean, from what they set out before, but
no, I mean, they you know, it's like you're on the inside when Destiny can use you, when he can get something out of you. When you are inconvenient for him, which, you know, Mr. Girl definitely made himself, you are pushed to the outside, right? And it's so weird how this guy, all the fucking creepy shit that he says, you know, the content, which looks like him, I don't know, it's hard to tell, like, you know, what was actually going on, but it kind of looks like him abusing his significant other on fucking YouTube, right? And that's all well and good. That's all well and good as long as he's inside the tent, as long as he is doing work for the Destiny industrial complex. But the second that he, you know, turns around and gets critical of Destiny, they then have to, you know, slime him and push him on the outside so that nobody will listen to what he said. And you know, they achieved that, but then, you know, after all the revelations, people started looking back into the allegations that Mr. Girl had made against Destiny and finding out that they were not so off base after all. But anyway, musical stylings of Lonerbox. Wait, what is the? If every thought inside my head was vile. Pictures of Lolicon till the aching in my balls is gone. Would you still love me if I was a PDF?
The aching balls was gone. So real.
Wow.
Like, it's about 4 a.m. where I'm at, and like I'm unfortunately like I want to watch this, but I just I'm just saying that like we should start watching this because I'm fading a little bit, and I'm sorry if I like. I'm gonna try and
It's okay. You're dealing with a tied time zone halfway across the world, so it's totally understandable. All right, let's see what where we're right before the part where Lonerbox comes into the debate, right where you're talking about Lonerbox. That's apparently what provoked him to, you know, want to jump into the Discord along with you and Hutch, and that's when that segment of the debate occurred. And I got the wrong button. Let's press the right button. There we go.
First of all, if someone goes somewhere and they end up getting like a lot of, because there's no doubt that like both Lonerbox, Destiny to a lesser degree, but they both kind of, I'm sure, received like a real boost in their.
Come on. We're talking about you're jumping through hoops to try to explain what Hassan said. What Hassan said, he was clearly saying that Lonerbox was paid to go to Israel to do Hasbara propaganda, and you're like, okay, I can explain it by, you know, taking this angle and that angle. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, I feel like you should just be able to.
Crazy thing to
yeah,
say
it is, bro.
No,
that
is
is.
Because Dude. Why is it? Why? Like, do you think that there are not?
Because he's not a paid propagandist. It's not true. That's why I think it's bad.
But
oh, I mean, God, how do you fucking know, Hutch? How do you fucking know? At this point, this is Schrodinger's, Schrodinger's bribe or whatever. Yeah, we don't fucking know.
What I was trying to say there very momentarily, and I didn't get it out, was just basically like, you can, I think, make some sort of argument like, okay, they went out there and maybe they weren't paid for that excursion. If, we believe that happens to be the case, but they're going to get a lot of like notoriety, praise, and support from the Israeli, like pro-Israel community as a result of going there. So I just think, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of like they end up, in my opinion, like whether or not they got paid to do it, I assume that they got like a lot more support as a result of doing the trip.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say that those things are synonymous, but I don't know. I mean, it's like if they must have, I think, known that if they went out there, that they would probably continue to get like more and more of that. So I don't know. I think that should be. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying that without them getting a check from Israel, or without them getting their tickets comped or something like that, them cutting that content is going to give them access to funds that they would not otherwise have, right? If you are a pro-Israel person right now, you are very much desperate to find anybody representing your viewpoint, because less and less people are willing to do it. People's stomachs are getting turned by this shit, and history is rendering its judgment on Israel as we speak. So, if you do what Destiny and Lonerbox do, even if you're not getting money, straight from, some sort of, IDF related source or the state of Israel itself, you're still getting donations at the very least from people that appreciate the kind of propaganda that you're cutting, right?
You're getting donations, and you're getting followers, people who will appreciate you and follow you for a very long time. And like, I'm just saying that even if they weren't paid by Israel, the eventual money that they made as a result of going out there, making that move, would pay off that trip and way more. I mean, I can't say that for certain, but I think it's like pretty hard to like just reason that probably would not have been the case. But
yeah, and he's giving a firm denial based on from what I can see. Like, does he have any evidence? And you're talking about proving a negative too. Like, I don't know how you'd even go about doing that. How are you going to document that there's no conflict of interest? Because that's really what he's arguing here, right? Is that there's not any kind of there's it's just like, based on his personal maybe feelings, his personal friendship with more so Lonerbox. I don't think this guy's still friends with Destiny, as far as I know. He cut ties like they all did and got the fuck off that sinking ship while the getting was good. But yeah, it's just him being like, yeah, Lonerbox wouldn't do that. Like, he's a good guy. I know him. Trust me.
And the funny thing is that even though that these people were getting so fucking pissed off at me, I think that I'm actually I'm being generous in this situation. I don't think it would be like all that crazy for me to say, like, you know what, given their like actions, I don't believe it. I think that they're lying. But I was actually like saying like, no, I actually do believe that they were not. But I just do think that it should not be surprising for people to assume that was the case.
Yeah.
And I don't think it like, and also I just don't. I also like, if this is the one situation that I would object to. If there was some person who was just
swearing up and down they were paid and for this, like, and like say they were having a conversation with Destiny or Lonerbox and they were saying like, no, we weren't. What's your evidence for that? Like at that point, if someone keeps on saying it, like I don't know, I might think that that's like a little bit out of line. I don't know, maybe not. I mean, maybe like they could just say like, look, you're full of shit so often, you do lie, why would I believe you right now? But I just think that like they should be like realistic about who they are, how they are perceived, and just like why do they think that like they have earned so much charity, like generosity from like the pro-Palestine crowd that they would not think that they would stoop to something like that.
So it's not just that you're saying like, I disagree with you or you haven't shown proof that that this isn't true, but the fact that they're reacting against anybody who even suggests that, as if you not only are you wrong about that they got paid for the trip or they got all expenses paid or whatever, they got a free trip, but you're a bad person for saying that, and that's just, I mean that's just. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yes, but they would have paid them to go out there. They didn't take, this is my understanding, they did not take payment because they didn't want it to sort of like look like, there's something that looks super phony in a situation like that.
Wait, would you be okay with Lonerbox like hopping in the call to explain what he did?
Wait,
or is that too confrontational for you?
100%. That's fine.
I don't know
if
or is that too confrontational for you? Are you willing to fight on the battlefield of facts and logic? Or is that too confrontational for you?
It's also like once you put that out there, like if I'm like talking about Lonerbox, it's sort of like there's no way that if I said no, that I wouldn't be accused of like running away or something like that. So that wasn't what was on my mind. That wasn't why I said, okay, bring him in. But it does put me in an awkward position, that there's no doubt about that. Before we start playing, you should put it at 100% because Lonerbox talks so fast. I think at 125, it's just we'll lose some of it.
Or if you're watching, yeah,
I'm totally fine with that. But before he comes in, I want to clarify a couple of things because I think he's going to maybe clarify some other things that I spoke about, and I just want to make sure that like in terms of his conversation with that West Bank person that I mentioned, that within that conversation, he or rather when he was discussing it on his channel, he said he did admit that was the most extreme person that he spoke to while he was out there. And there was what he thinks of as being a bit of like pushback over the course of the conversations that they had. I did not look at it that way, but he did say one or two things about while they were at a certain place there was a mass shooting event years ago, and he did bring that up. So in that small way, he was kind of maybe challenging that.
So yeah, that's the closest thing that we've got to a pushback. And like the way they talk about it is as if when he did his thing, like, and I know there's also algo speak. You don't want to say when he, what he actually did, because that'll get you demonetized and stuff. But just like, I don't know, like it was so fucking deferential. Despite the and yeah, that's the closest thing, you're right, to pushback that he got. And yeah, Fleischer took offense at it. Fleischer got, how dare you call him Mr. Goldstein when he is actually Dr. Goldstein, even, after becoming a mass murderer. We got to make sure to get his honorific correctly, according to Yishai Fleischer. So I'm glad that, but yeah, this is yeah, I mean, like the closest thing you're willing to offer to pushback is a ginger well, remember that time that that mass murderer killed all those people in this exact building? And it's like, and his response is like, I think it's unfair to reduce this historic space to the massacre that happened in it. It's just but yeah, there's no follow-up, right? That's what you'd want to see if they were really gonna be holding him accountable in any fucking way. You can't just like offer up, hey, I know about the historical event that happened here. You got to follow up on that. And like I said, I think they were intimidated by him both intellectually, and I don't know, the dude is literally referring to how he's armed, so maybe there's more intimidation than just just that. I mean, you're out here in this a place known for a massacre, and the guy is like, oh yeah, I'm armed. We're all armed. Everybody's armed here. Yeah. Don't talk shit about Baruch Goldstein. Right? I don't know.
Person in that moment. So wanted to get that all out there. Maybe there's one or two other things that I'm not like remembering about it, but I don't want him to come in here and just kind of think that like I deny that.
Well, you can tell him. This isn't supposed to be a gotcha. I just want him to be able to like explain. Do you mind if I pull him up?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Lonerbox, are you there?
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey. Okay. So first of all, things that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip, right?
I mean, he wasn't angry enough that he didn't, he used it as propaganda on his own channel. I don't think
with my coverage of the trip, the thing that I uploaded to my channel, you acknowledge that you know this because we've spoken about it. You know that he was angry with what I commented on that interview from my channel, right?
Of course, because it's his job to be like, to like basically like put a good face forward, and like whether like people like that are like I do. I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think it really matters that much that he was offended by that. Like if you were countering in the way that I think anyone should in that situation, he never would have wanted to use your footage on his channel to begin with.
Well, he used like B-roll that was not on my channel. I did not put that on my channel. He used B-roll. Like he used just raw footage. Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a seller and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the...
Hold on. I should have said this. Like he didn't use B-roll. Like in Lonerbox's coverage, actually that scene that we saw, I mean, that was on Yishai Fleischer's channel. All of that entire exchange. And that is the only thing that he showed. I can't believe I didn't bring this up, but that is the only thing that he showed in his coverage of Yishai Fleischer. He just showed that, like, as a matter of fact, he even said, like in the beginning, he said something to the effect of, like, yeah, he put this on on his channel, so I'll watch it from there. So every single thing that he was talking about was like, so for him to say like he used like B-roll, I mean, you didn't use anything like that's. I can't believe I didn't pick up on.
I don't know how many people in chat know what B-roll is. Let me just really quickly describe what we're talking about. Some people do, but some people don't. So I'll just describe it. B-roll is if I go, if I go film the night market here in Thailand, and I film some of me going up to different food stands, trying different foods, talking to people at the stands, talking to people that I meet, listening to some music, right? And then I also film just ambient shots of the night market, right? Where there's nothing particularly going on. That's B-roll. and it's meant to be used over usually like a voiceover. Like I'd be doing a voiceover where it'd be like my first time at a Chiang Mai night market. You know, I was surprised at the diversity of you know, foods available. Even though I was in this region, you know, you could see that, you know, there were offerings of foods from various regions of Thailand, and you're like, right, the B-roll is, yeah, I won't say throwaway footage because there's a use for it. You know, there's a reason that people take it, but it's just random footage that you take of nothing in particular that can be sort of used as a background for either, you know, a voiceover, or I don't know if you've got something, you know, typed out or something like that, right? That's so when he says it's B-roll, right? I don't know what he's talking about. That was a conversation. You know, could you use a conversation as B-roll? I guess, but that's not generally, like, you know, when you say B-roll, you're implying that it's just like, I don't know, the car pulling up and shit. You know, that's generally what B-roll is, right? So I don't know what dudes even say. Does he know what he's got to know? He's a YouTuber. Like he was a video essayist before he lost his soul to Lauren Southern. But yeah, it sounds disingenuous. Like I'm trying to imagine like what the fuck he could, like, was there B-roll, like B-roll, just like random video that he took in his interaction with Lonerbox? I don't know what he's talking about, because that right there was not B-roll.
Right. I mean, I guess that, like, you know, Lonerbox says that he's going to make a documentary at some point of his experience there. Now, I highly question why he hasn't made it already, because it's been over a year and it's, you know, it's getting less and less timely. I've always assumed this, but I can't say for certain. I've always assumed that the reason why they have not made a real documentary is because they understand if they really used the majority of what they got while they were out there, it would not make it look like they were really, like, you know, kind of at all pushing back on these people, or just like, you know, it would look like more of a pro-Israel trip. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe.
No, and the further forward we go in time, the worse that's going to look, right? At the outset of this conflict, Americans were positively disposed towards Israel. Americans inherently, reflexively saw Israel as the good guy in any sort of situation. Especially right after, you know, especially right after October 7th, right? That was almost like, you know, you couldn't say, you know, you couldn't frame it any other way. As time has gone forward and more of what is going on in Gaza has become apparent, there are less people who feel that way and more people who feel the exact opposite way. And so, yeah, I can see why they would not want a stinky documentary about them going over there, getting rolled over by this guy, getting intimidated by him intellectually and otherwise, and just being used. Just being used as a vehicle for, you know, like he's using their fucking channels to cut propaganda. I could see why they would not want that documentary, you know, on their channel. And I'm curious of how they're going to start to wiggle out. People in chat have already said that Destiny had a moment where, you know, he even, you know, was in disagreement with something about Israel recently. So you can start to see it happen. For some people, for the, you know, centrists, you know, they may be able to reframe things and act like, you know, they were never, you know, they were always against what Israel is doing. But for people like Destiny and Lonerbox, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to do that.
In my entire life, I have never seen anyone who like debated with someone in a really substantial way where I ever felt like they were really like getting the best of them. I mean, and I should say, like, on a very important topic, on a topic that is like this black I would say, like, even black and white as to like what the, like, you know, moral good and the moral bad is. I've never seen someone do a real job, really like do the job that, like, you know, that I think we all should be obligated to do when we're talking to monsters like this. I've never seen anyone do a good job and then at the end of that, you know, debate or whatever it is, that person wants to take a smiling selfie with you. Like they're like if you have done a decent job, they're going to hate your guts. They're not going to like, or even a halfway decent job, they're not going to be so like excited to be around you. Like I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You should not like provoke friendliness. You should I mean, that's not to say that like you need to be like, you know, walk away from each other like telling each other to fuck off or anything, but just like, yeah, they should not like feel like you're their buddy. And that's exactly what they want to do. They want, more than anything, people like Yeshai Fleischer want like they understand that like maybe people aren't going to love them, but they want to kind of like just be normalized. They want to be like just like seen as someone that at the very least like you can have polite conversations with. And you know, and it defangs them. It makes them like just look like nowhere close to as sinister as they really are. But anyway, you can continue watching if you want to.
They they want to take themselves off the margins and put themselves more in the mainstream. And if you've let them do that, then you've made a mistake. Because I mean, we're talking about, you know, this would have been a great chance if maybe, I don't know, they'd done the conversation over Zoom or something like that, where you're not in a space where the dude's like, you know, essentially, you know, mentioning his gun and stuff like that. And, you know, you're sort of in his home turf. If you had a conversation like over Zoom or over Discord with him, then maybe you could have actually, you know, held his feet to the fire to the point where he would not want to, you know, say anything nice about you. But yeah, that's definitely, yeah, humanized. Columbia Rican has said, not just humanized, right, but sort of mainstreamed what is a very, very extreme voice, even for Israel. If you understand who Yeshai Fleischer is and who a lot of these people that they're talking to are, these people are not just like, you know, reactionary, you know, in general, these people are reactionary even within the political atmosphere of Israel. So that says a lot. Let's see what, see how this conversation.
I'm reading the chat and people are saying, this is incredible content, Hutch. Keep it up. Hutch, you're doing great here, dude. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't.
Even the chat is farming. Even the chat is farming. Like they're just like, you know,
parts of you talking and the bits that you like, and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
I contacted you.
Maybe take it back like 15 seconds so we can
asked you
understand what
is the most substantial.
The rest, but would that be Louis Theroux's fault? Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a seller and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the parts of you talking and the bits that you like and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
I contacted you and I asked you what is the most substantial pushback that you did with that guy, and then you sent me what you commented on. So are you telling me that's the most like, did you not show me the most substantial pushback that you did with him?
I showed you my coverage of it, yeah, where I called him an insane settler who wants to conquer all the land, where he basically has this like equivocation about wanting to deport anyone he considers a jihadist, which, let's face it, would be pretty much all of them. I also spoke about how he was lying about Baruch Goldstein treating Arab doctors when he had in fact refused to treat Arab doctors. I also mentioned how he lied about Baruch Goldstein getting radicalized by the violence.
Just real quickly, he did in his like, you know, what he's talking about, like, and he did this like months later. He only did this after I reached out to him and said like, hey, what was up with you and this guy? This guy's like a really horrible. So maybe he only like commented on it because, you know, I don't know, maybe I prompted him. But what I was about to say is that if you actually watch him talking about, like, basically he's putting this all in far more like judgmental, harsh language than he actually used in his in his review of that footage of like he's totally exaggerating here. The one part that's actually accurate is like how he described the murder, the Baruch Goldstein thing. He was more kind of like he explained the situation of that, but yeah, he's overselling just how harsh he was, and that he was not all that harsh. Anyway, you could go ahead.
Talking to him. You didn't do any of these things while you were talking to him or hanging out with him.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter if I'm going to do commentary for it afterwards?
He used it as like like he used it as like he presented you guys, like obviously he's not going to post anything on his channel that he thinks makes him look remotely bad, and so like you gave him like propaganda, basically. Like that's
How did I give him propaganda? He was the one who was he could have just filmed himself saying these things.
And not like I don't know, man. Like if I was hanging out with somebody who is the like spokesperson for Ben Gvir, I would be like way more on their ass than either of you guys were. But
okay,
if
so
you
tell me.
on
Well,
their
you tell
ass,
me then.
you wouldn't have been invited out there to begin with.
Hey, you tell me what. So you think I am not allowed then to just interview someone, let them speak freely, because I'm planning on editing content and doing something with it different from just the raw footage afterwards that pushes my opinion forward.
I think that.
How did I legitimize him? I'm a fucking nobody. What are you talking about?
I think with someone like that, because I watched other clips that you guys did. That's why I like came to you. I saw like a bunch of clips, some that were on his channel, and I think a couple of others that were, uploaded to the guy who followed you guys around with the camera. I was frankly shocked when I was watching those at like just how much there was of you guys just like sitting back and just letting this guy just act like really friendly with you guys. And that's his job. He wants to put like a kind face onto settler violence to begin with. Now, look, do I think that you went into it thinking like, I'm going to give this guy a layup? Like I'm totally like going to make this guy look great? No, I don't think you did, but I think you did fail at something that you should have done. I mean, morally, I look at it like you should have, you had a moral obligation, given how horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more. Like the fact that at the end of it all, he like took selfies with you numerous times and whatnot. I like, look, for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick. And
so I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled and end up canceling the fucking trip like
yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Earlier.
Like,
holy shit. Do you hear what he just admitted? If you had spoken, maybe I should have just fought with him and ended up canceling the trip a day early. No, you were in a position where you felt like your access to whatever the fuck you thought you were getting out of talking to those hardliners, whatever the fuck you thought you were doing in Israel, sure as fuck wasn't journalism. That would have been cut off. Your access would have been cut off if you pissed him off, and therefore you're fucking treating him with kid gloves. Lonerbox.
That is such an amazing catch. Thank you so much.
Beyond worthless. These assholes are beyond fucking worthless, aren't they?
He's going to go on to, like kind of like the part where he is chewing me out the most, like just like screaming his ass off, is he's telling me like how I've proven that I don't know anything because I he goes on about like how much access he could get if he was in Israel and all the things that he could do. And he basically it's absolutely ridiculous because the entire region has never been so censorious of actual journalism in, I believe, its entire existence. according to like several articles that I've read from Israeli outlets, as a matter of fact. So it's just like you'll see. I'm so glad you caught that. I'm so glad that you caught that little moment right there, and it like, because in the future I will probably be taken to task by a couple of people for I mean, I know that this is going to like be something that assholes talk about for a long time, and like at some point I might have to like, you know, kind of just respond to this in general. And that is like one of the best things that just straight up did like that I tuned out, that I haven't watched this since.
I feel like these assholes weaponize boredom. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he does like the Jordan Peterson thing where you weaponize boredom. You're so fucking boring. You're so hard to listen to that people's eyes just fucking glaze over, and you'll say something right to them like that, like, you know, basically admitting that you were under the thumb of, you know, you're doing like just really bad access journalism, right? And like, you know, this is the kind of thing, if you want to do something like go to a foreign country and report on a major conflict there, you have got to understand how access will be used to manipulate you. Now, this is me giving him more credit than I think he deserves, because, you know, like, I mean, from what he said, from some of his takes on, you know, well, how did that sniper bullet get into that Palestinian child's brain? I don't know. Maybe they were in a particular mood and they called a 17-year-old a child, right? Yeah, it's just like, you know, maybe, you know, it's not even like he doesn't even have a bone to pick with this stuff. But yeah, if you're going to do this for real, you cannot be relying on these people for your continued access to the region. If you're in a situation where you're afraid of getting your trip canceled because you say the wrong thing, you are not you are not acting independently there. You are being used. You are a venue for these people. You are a platform for these people, and you know. Like I said, these people, you know, they were outmatched intellectually and otherwise by Yishai Fleischer, and he just ran roughshod. Wow.
Can you take it back just like 20 seconds?
20 seconds?
Or like 30 seconds, because I want to just hear the flow of him saying that again.
Okay.
Obligation, given how horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more, like the fact that at the end of it all, he like took selfies with you numerous times and whatnot. I like, look, for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick. And
so I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled and end up canceling the fucking trip, like
yeah, maybe
half the day earlier. Or
like
why? So by your logic,
like if I was Lonerbox, right? If I was Lonerbox and I had the nuanced take supposedly that he has, where he's somehow pro-Palestinian, but at the same time is you know, blaming, you know, many aspects of the genocide on, you know, resistance from Palestine, right? If I was that person, I would want to show my independence from hardline voices in Israel. That is not what we got. That the hardest he was willing to go was he mentions the fucking massacre, and then he just gets shy and all like, oh, I'm so sorry. Did I not call him doctor? Like just run over. And yeah, you know, he was mad at you for that. But he was also, you know, kind of intimidating you, and he successfully, you know, kept you from doing journalism, which I don't even know if you're capable of doing there. I mean, you know, you talk to, you know, I don't know, Dylan Burns has probably done more in the actual stuff that's more comparable to journalism, and there's, you know, even valid critiques that people have of him, but Jesus Christ, Lonerbox and Destiny are in no way, they are majorly in over their heads, and I don't even know. I don't even know if they were wanting to do pushback. I don't even know if they were trying to do pushback, but yeah, whatever this is not journalism.
Just to be clear, by your logic, because Louis Theroux is not massively confrontational with people that he talks to. So if Louis Theroux does an interview with a settler, and that settler just grabs a few of the clips of them talking, but they just leave out the bits of the documentary that they don't like and put it on their channel and say, look, here's my conversation with Louis Theroux, and then they add some commentary afterwards, does that mean Louis Theroux did propaganda for them?
Dude, we've already...
You're not Louis Theroux, asshole. I don't know how hard that is to figure out. I don't know what kind of airs you're putting on. I'm sorry, like Lonerbox is a despicable person, and it is hard for me to not react to such.
And also, like, if you watch that fucking documentary, the IDF soldiers, they they want nothing to do with him. Every single time that he talks with anyone, well, I guess that there are some settlers that are more kind of like normal with him, but like you can tell that the IDF has been like briefed about his presence in the area. Like, people are not playing ball with him. That woman who the really like the old lady who's a pretty well-known genocidal West Bank settler, I totally forget her name, but she like avoided like once or twice she avoided interviews with him and like rescheduled and whatnot. So you can just tell that they did not want to play ball in the same way that these people did. It's night and day. So it's just, you're right. Of course he's not Louis Theroux, and it's just like, it was an absolutely absurd thing for him to say.
I think that there's a need for independent journalism. I think there's a need for independent media. I think that the media, the mainstream media that we have has been massively letting us down for a long time. They have proven themselves to be absolutely tools of Trump, whether they're trying to oppose him or not. They always seem to just play into his hand. So I'm a believer in independent content creation and independent media and independent journalism, but this is not the way to go about it, right? If we're going to replace the ailing mainstream media, it is not going to be by forgetting the most basic lessons of journalism. If you want to do journalism, I just, there's a whole lot you're missing here, right? And, every time you see somebody get used like this, every time you see somebody become a vehicle for propaganda, whether willingly or unwillingly, and again, jury's still out. I'm being incredibly, incredibly gracious, incredibly, good faith towards Lonerbox and not jumping to assumptions that he was just willing to let himself be used like this. But you've got to put up a better and if you're in a situation where you can't do that because the dude's you feel endangered, the dude's got a gun, and he's shown himself to be way better versed in any of these issues than you are, then I'm sorry, you're worse than useless. And that is what we've come to expect from this sphere of content creation.
And you also just have to be like factor in who Destiny and Lonerbox are. They are debate lords. Louis Theroux and other documentarians, you could have someone who is just more or less kind of not challenging someone, and in certain circumstances, in the end, you
could do a good cop thing, right? In other words, right, the way that a cop in like what is that show, JCS, right, when they're when they're trying to interview the suspect, sometimes the good cop will come in and be like, listen, I mean, what I'm seeing is that you were put in a situation where anybody faced with that same situation would do exactly what you did. Going off and stabbing that person is totally understandable, considering the spot that they put you in, right? They will do that sometimes, right? But that's not what's going on with Lonerbox either. That's not what's going on with Destiny. That's not what's going on with Lonerbox. These guys are legitimately intimidated, right? They're not just playing along like, Louis Theroux style in order to get a settler to say something unhinged, right? And they don't have any of those, that like, I don't know, like, unless there's content they've done where they go over the interviews and they show you, how extreme this guy is. I don't think that they can make any claim to having, like, is there any other version of this content where Lonerbox is kind of, I don't know, maybe reacting to the footage or something like that. I don't know what he could be referring to where he thinks that he, in any way held these people to account. But again, this is not a good day for independent media.
His point is just like, well, like I had the intention of providing all the pushback in the the edited content that we made afterward.
Yeah.
And that's such a fucking cop out, especially again, like I was saying, these guys are debate lords. They're not like these thoughtful documentarians. And like fucking Bad Empanada said, these are people who, for like just the tiniest pushback, will scream their freaking head offs out of anyone who is genuinely pro-Palestinian. And so just the stark contrast between that and this, it's just like, how the fuck do you expect people to take you seriously? It's just such a double standard in terms of in the way that you are interacting with this person versus other people.
But I'm guessing his claim would be that that stuff was going to come up in the documentary, that maybe that's where he was going to show the mask off version of Fleischer.
Well, I did ask him, like I said to you, I said, what is the most substantial? I'm looking through all of these clips of you and this guy, and what is the most substantial pushback that you gave this person? And he sent me that clip, and I said to him, I've actually seen this. Is there anything else? Is there anything else in the in the footage that maybe hasn't been uploaded to YouTube? And he said no, that was it. And so any sort of pushback that he could, he did not offer it in the actual footage that they took, the time that they spent with this guy. So, which is, let's
because I think that it's a fair question to ask if there's a conflict of interest, right? I don't, they're them reacting like that. Even a question about their motives is some kind of is beyond the pale. Given you got to expect that if you go on a trip to Israel while they're committing a genocide, that and some of what you put out looks fairly favorable, then people are going to ask questions about conflict of interest. You've got to be ready for those questions, not with denials and accusing somebody of being a bad person for even asking that, which looks suspicious as fuck, but with receipts. To the extent that you can, you've got to show that it's not what people think it is. It's not what it looks like, right? The burden of proof is on you. And, for them to take umbrage at people for, being suspicious of it, it kind of makes it even more suspicious. Nurse Jen, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube.
The answer to that is no. The answer to that is clearly a no. So no, I did not do propaganda for you, Side Fleischer. Yeah, there you go.
I came to you, and in that Louis Theroux documentary, there are questions that he asked.
And you just planned to, and you just used the exact same answer that you were always going to use, which is the interpretation of the new crowd that you are beholden to. That's all it is.
The new crowd? What the fuck? The new crowd that you're beholden to? This is a grifter accusing you of being a grifter. This is funny, actually. This is somebody who actually did change his political point of view when it was expedient.
Yeah, I never see. The thing is, I never changed my crowd, and I think if anybody changed their crowd, it's him. He kind of at a certain point, he was very in the Vosh tank. He
rode the line between Vosh and Destiny. He's one of the only people to successfully do that. Aristocracy is the other name that comes to mind as far as people that were close to Destiny and close to Vosh at the same time without being kind of rejected by one or the other, like Xander Hall was, had his face shoved down by Destiny in that one debate.
Yeah, totally. And just he, I mean, let's face it. Like being putting out pro-Israeli talking points. And actually, I said this to Dylan earlier, and he disagreed with me on this. Maybe I didn't kind of like explain it well enough, but I just like, I don't think that you can be meaningfully left-wing and also spew pro-Israeli talking points. I mean, yes, you can argue that on a variety of other topics you have left-wing inclinations or whatever, but it's just like the government of Israel is just it's fascistic and like I don't know, he there's no doubt that he appeals way more to right wingers than he used to. So I'm not even saying that that's the majority of his audience, but it's just at the end of the day, like I didn't change my who like I've stayed consistent completely. So I don't know what the hell he was talking
I
about.
think he's doing projection is really sick. I don't know if there's a guilty conscience in there. We did go over the Chud logic. Speaking of not necessarily guilty consciences, but people that have taken a turn in their content, a turn in their sort of perspective based on things other than their opinions. Chud Logic is somebody that was made himself known as a leftist, as a trade unionist back in the day, considered himself somewhat of a bread tuber. And then when it became expedient to like make money off of transphobic content, he was right there to do that too. But from time to time, you in the Ethan Klein thing, right, you have Chud actually admitting that this is not a well person. This is not a good look. And the team sports of we don't like Hassan, which obviously Chud Logic hates Hassan just as much as the rest of them, should not blind us to the fact that Ethan is looking ridiculous here, right? And you're starting to see those cracks form in some of the more morally consistent of the commentary crowd.
I've ever used on my channel with Yishai is me shitting on him. That's my content. That's my product. That's it. He can clip. By the way, he can actually. So even with my commentary, if that was the only thing that was up, he could have actually still just clipped all the raw footage and just taken out my commentary. And apparently, I still would have been helping him do propaganda. Like I understand.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't even think that the extent to which you quote unquote shat on him on your channel, like yes, you definitely went at him way harder than you did when you were talking to him, but like I still don't think, given like what you represent,
what should I have said that would have made him more responsible?
I was pleased to see you shit on him to the extent that you did, but given who he is, in my opinion, I feel like you never explained that he is like, kind of part of the Ben Gvir squad. You didn't put that into perspective. I mean, like, I'm saying
I said
like,
that he's a settler who wants to conquer the West Bank and kick out all the Arabs. But because of you, I should have been. Oh, by the way, but he also is a Ben Gvir person. What the? Like,
yes. That's pretty relevant information.
It's disappointing to not throw that. Well, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, I understand. You're looking.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, that is like a pretty important fucking context for you to give, and you can like, if he was like, in my opinion, like thorough, he would have talked about that. He would have talked about at that very moment that he was recording the video that he's talking about. Ben Gvir was in New York. He was actually going on a tour of, and in his Yishai Fleischer. On his Twitter page, he kept on referring to the tour that he and Ben Gvir were doing as the More Courage Tour. So it's just like, I feel like that is, it was a genocide tour, of course. But it's just, my point is just like, yeah, that is incredibly relevant for you to tell people, and it makes him all the worse. I think that people who would hear that would be like, holy shit, Ben Gavir, like it adds a whole other dimension to things.
Is he under the assumption that his audience is like 100% anti-settler? Is he under the assumption that his audience draws that line? I don't feel now. Like, look, I'm not the biggest viewer of Lonerbox, so I could be wrong, but I haven't ever seen him take a particularly strong stance against the settlements. Maybe he does, right? And I'm very much not convinced that his chat is going to automatically hear like he is a settler that's trying to take over the West Bank and not say fucking based. If you've heard some of the jokes that Lonerbox makes in his Discord, right, you really start to wonder, you know, he talks about dog whistles with Hassan, right? But, you know, there's all kinds of weird little inside jokes there that, you know, I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe you are, maybe that's a edgy joke, but it sounds to me like, you know, phalangist. It sounds like you're sharing phalangist sentiments in there. I don't know. I only get a little window into Lonerbox's world, and it kind of disgusts me. I kind of don't want to see more.
Few things, like he has remarked that he thinks that those in the West Bank are valid military targets.
Ethan has or Lonerbox has?
Lonerbox has. I believe they both have said that. I may be wrong that Ethan said it, but I think that was something that they mentioned while they were talking in his first visit on H3. But there, you know, I mean, he definitely is. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like I think that he is doing a stellar job talking about the West Bank, the problems in the West Bank, but he's definitely doing like way better with that than the whole Gaza Israel situation. Like, you know,
Well, what I mean is that, like, I think you're right that he needs to make a finer point. That him just saying this guy's a settler and he wants to take over the West Bank. I don't know if that's enough to convince his audience that this is a bad dude, right? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's how the audience will respond, even if Lonerbox himself, like Ethan, is critical of the settlements and, you know, is acknowledges that you know, that people have the right to, you know, resist settlements, right? Even if he's you know, willing to say that. I'm not sure if that is necessarily a universal concept with his audience. So if that's true, then you're exactly right. He needs to say more to put this guy into perspective to his audience. I'm not seeing any of that. I'm not saying, you know, maybe it's there, but it's definitely not apparent.
Honestly, I didn't. This is something else that I wish I had said, because there are at least 3 or 4 videos with Lonerbox and Destiny. Maybe there's like a couple that are very, like, practically all Destiny, no Lonerbox, but there's at least like 3 ones that are 20 minutes a piece. There's at least an hour's worth of information of stuff. And what I would expect at the very least what would be for him to go through all of those with a fine-tooth comb. Like I said, there's one video where he is just spewing like a whole bunch of bullshit about what is currently, or it was a year ago, but at the time was going on in Hebron. And like, there's so many lies that the guy just told. And so they're just out there and they're on that guy's channel as, like, you know, just content that makes him look good. So it's just like, taking that one little bit, like, I don't know, even if we do kind of give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he was as harsh as he's claiming to have been right here while like reviewing his stuff, it's still not enough. It's still like, you let this guy get out all of this misinformation, the stuff that is you know, that just it if you take it for face value, then you think like, oh yeah, like this, you know, that this West Bank situation maybe isn't quite as bad as I thought it was. And that's exactly what that dude wants people to feel. That's like why he is having these conversations with people like them to begin with. So yeah, I just yeah, that's, I guess I don't have anything more to say on that than all that. But
Yeah.
let's see what else happens here. I think it starts getting significantly more heated in a sec.
Yeah.
I think that I mean, like, look. My general point here is that I don't think that you were kind of like, you know, either definitely when you were talking to him, but when in your
you've already conceded.
summary,
This is like a nothing. This is a nothing objection. We can just move on. This is a nothing objection. Like by saying, by the way, he's also affiliated with Ben Gvir, even though he supports all the things that Ben Gvir supports and all the things on top of that.
This is not a nothing objection.
It is. It's absolutely nothing objection. It's just because every detail. So what if you said that? I could have just been like, oh, but you didn't mention that he lied about treating Arabs, because again, like we both know that I know the history of this conflict better than you do. So I could have easily just picked out little nits to yours as well.
I'll let you go on to the next thing, but it's like saying that it's not substantial. No, that's an extremely substantial. Like the fact that you like, if people like this, I believe that we have a duty to not make them look good in these situations and not have conversations that basically, because they want to present themselves to the public as just like both reasonable, rational. That's like why at the end of your conversations, like, you know, you guys, I'm not talking about that particular clip that you played, but the last shoot that you guys did, you did another selfie together. And you know, and you shook on it, and he was like, "Well, I'm glad we could agree to disagree." He says something to that effect, and you make this like this murderous, bloodthirsty motherfucker look pretty like tame. And
it's Hutch is cutting out your F words. I was like wondering, like, wow, Vadim is really good at like not like enunciating like those words that'll get you demonetized. And then I finally realized, oh no, that's editing. That's editing.
And like just like friendly and like somebody that you can like vibe with. It's the same problem that I have with often like a lot of the hangouts that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. So yeah, it's not an you can
and Lauren Southern
disagree with it, but it's not an unsubstantial like to say that. I think you're just dodging. I think you're deflecting, and it's weak.
Nothing you said there says anything I did was dodging or deflecting or weak. We both agree that he was angry with my
Lonerbox. You were an absolute coward there. All right. And that's me giving you more credit than you probably deserve. Because again, I don't know what's intentional. And I don't know what's you know, I don't know what's you know, just your own being overmatched by the guy. You know, you're talking down to Vadim about his knowledge of the subject matter. You were obviously over your fucking head with that guy. And he was able to take the conversation any direction he wanted because he had mastery over the subject matter that you know you were obviously intimidated by. I mean, I'll give you a little credit because you know he did rhetorically brandish his weapon a little bit. And maybe that was, you know, maybe he kind of psyched you out a little bit. But you look, if you're not willing to push back, you cannot put yourself in a situation like that. If you're in a situation where you need their access and therefore you're not able to say, you know, what is, I hope, on your mind, then yeah, like I said, worse than useless.
Content with the way that I covered that content. He was angry with my commentary on that interaction.
That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. I mean, like, we have so many cases of Donald Trump getting like just irate with the most like far right coverage of him. So it's the, you know, this guy wants, you know, he wants to look good, and I'm just saying that like there were a couple of things that he said that I could a couple of quick moments where I feel like he was giving him like something close to an adequate pushback or just kind of describing him as like being really awful. but it's just like that guy. Do you understand what I'm saying? That like the fact alone that he was angry is not. It does not make any like great case for him. I mean,
he's not only an Israeli citizen, but he's a settler, right? Meaning that the social circles that he swims in are social circles where what he says is absolutely acceptable and uncontroversial. So yes, anything that deviates from, the kind of response that he'd get, amongst other settlers in the West Bank is going to be seen as being offensive in some way. He's going to take umbrage with that, right? Yeah, no.
And that's the only user-related content that I've put up on my channel. That's my content. The raw footage, the B-roll, the stuff that he could have easily clipped out for my commentary that he can use himself, that's his content. My content made him angry, okay?
We
And
disagree on this heavily.
It's also just as well that
you're like, look, I didn't deep throat him while I was there. I only took the maybe tip maximum 2 inches, okay? I only took that much. I didn't deep, and he was mad. He wanted to get deep throated. He was like, "Come on, take it all, Lonerbox." Right? And I was like, "No. We're not gonna. We are not doing deep throat here. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. You're still glazing him. You're still glazing him the fuck up. You're still a useful idiot at best. And that's me, again, giving you more credit than I think you're deserving of, right? Because I have seen you flip for clout. Flip to give yourself a career that, honestly, you're like too boring to justify, Lonerbox. Again, it's weaponized boredom, just like Jordan Peterson uses. It's somebody that you just can't, fucking drones on and on, dronerbox, until your fucking eyes glaze over, and then he swallows you like a snake. I don't know. Chat. This is basic debate tactics here. Not exactly basic, but this is weird hours. Lonerbox is pretty mediocre and obfuscating his bullshit. Vadim did well here, explicitly explicating exactly what was wrong with hanging out with people like that. Yeah, I mean, and look, it's a little bit complicated. I mean, we're talking about essentially a question of platforming here, and there's a lot of different opinions about when it comes to platforming. But again, you cannot use the fact that you only like glazed him like 3/4 of the way as like a representative of you giving real pushback. That's not pushback. That's a glaze sesh. That's what you did. You went to Israel to give this guy a glaze sesh.
With me commenting on people like him, like there are at least like some people in my audience who could be like swayed by that away from positions that they might sympathize with, because I actually know how to talk to these people and you guys don't.
Loner, can you?
In any case, you're also aware though, you keep calling this like a propaganda tour. You think meeting Nabil al-Kurd to talk about his situation in Sheikh Jarrah, that would be an Israeli propaganda tour?
That's one moment where you guys were.
It's not one moment. That was like 2 or 3 days we were in the
hold
West
on,
Bank.
Hold on. So he's bringing up these people that he interviewed that were, like pro-Palestinian and yada yada yada. And I do think that this counts for something. Like he at the end of his interview with. I don't want to mess up his name, but his last name is Barghouti. He's actually like a pretty well-known I forget, he has some sort of like political with the like the PA. No, it's not the PA. But anyway, he's an important dude in that whole sphere. There's no like they weren't taking selfies together and whatnot. They basically just like sat down with him at a desk and talked with him for about like an hour. And I'm not saying that there aren't other people that they spent time with who are either Palestinian or people who had a somewhat Palestinian sympathetic point of view, but not only do we have no selfies and whatnot. We also those people didn't post propaganda on their own like channels with them. Do you understand what I'm saying here? It's like if you were going to go out there and you are fucking going to like just be laughing it up with somebody like Elon Levy, just fucking ghoulish mouthpiece for Netanyahu and the entire genocide, and you're going to like, you know, take selfies and pictures where like there's some like footage of just them like just shaking hands very vigorously that turns my stomach. Like, where the fuck is that stuff with the other people? Like, it's obvious that you got along famously with the fucking ghouls, and like at best the people that you were hanging with who were Palestinian or you were just cordial with. And Am I like making a
No, I'm not convinced that he didn't go back to his fucking Discord and laugh at your laugh about gaslighting your ass the whole time, right? I'm not convinced of that. From what I've seen, the Lonerbox, like the within the behind closed doors, the community Lonerbox is very different, and it's hard to tell, right? It's always with that plausible deniability. I don't want to jump to the conclusion that, you know, a phalangist sentiment expressed in the Discord is not just a very edgy joke or something like that. Because again, I don't know his community. I don't know how they joke around and stuff like that. But, you know, every time I get a peek in there, it fucking turns my stomach. And look, we can never know what's in the heart of Lonerbox, even if he has a heart left and did not sell it to Lauren Southern, right? We won't be able to know what his true feelings are. Only he knows that, right? Only he has to deal with that. Only he has to, you know, find a way to sleep, knowing you know, how much like he sold out to what a rotten fucking community that turned out to be a community. You know, the main figure of whom abused and used one of his closest friends, right? Yeah, God. I mean, it's all speculation. It's all speculation what Lonerbox really thinks, but yeah, I don't know. Like it does feel like he's gaslighting you here. It does feel like he's gotta know. Like I don't know. Again, we don't know what we don't know, but
and that was just West Bank related stuff. So
I've looked, unless there is a great deal of stuff that because I've looked at pretty much everything that is on that channel that guy posted, who shot your trip. There's nothing that I've seen there that does not lead me to believe that overall it was a propaganda trip. And the thing is
propaganda
that
for who?
that's
Propaganda for who? The government?
And I'm not saying that you went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to do propaganda for Israel.
Yeah, you think
but
I'm a useful
Israel
idiot.
looked
It's
at it
fine.
that way.
You think
Israel wouldn't
yeah,
let
I'm asking
you
you
to begin with. They would not let you do that to begin with if they did not go in thinking like, we're going to get something pretty good out of this.
They would really? You think the Israeli government wouldn't have let us in if they didn't think they could get something good out of it?
Yes, they blocked
Thank you.
sorts of
Listen,
people from
Vadim,
coming.
my good friend, I love you. Thank you for confirming that you do not know absolute dick about this country that you've been talking about for the last 20 months. What a fucking unbelievably brain dead, tone deaf, disconnected way to approach this entire
meanwhile, Lonerbox knows every inch of that dick.
Country. Do you know that like I can go to Israel tomorrow and meet with B'Tselem, who literally want Israel effectively abolished, and I can go to the West Bank with them and talk to Hamas supporters tomorrow if I want to. I can go to fucking Jenin and speak to people who say that they want Israel fucking destroyed and the Jews pushed into.
I can quit smoking anytime I want to. I can take that Hasbro dick out of my mouth anytime I want to.
And I could publish all that.
Hold
and I could go.
So I have some like notes here that I wish I had with me at the time to read, but like basically he's making all these claims. They're factually inaccurate. It's bullshit. Press freedom has collapsed within the region. This time is it's just unprecedented levels of censorship. They've banned Al Jazeera. They're systematically killing
journalists. Yeah. That's what I was going to say, is if you really piss them off, like, you'd have more to worry about than fucking Yeshai Fleischer being, yelling at you or thinking bad things about you, saying bad. You'd have more to worry about than that. You'd be worried about a lot more existential, questions than that.
There's a lot of talk of banning Haaretz, which, if your audience doesn't know, is one of the only Israeli news publications that
fairly left wing by Israeli standards, and also, if you compare it to American journalism, a lot of times, right, Haaretz will say things that American outlets seem to be afraid to say.
Oh, absolutely. And then on top of that, there's a ban on people who have supported BDS getting in. Just supporting BDS can be grounds for not allowing you into Israel. And just what I said was totally true. Nobody gets into Israel that the government does not give the okay to. I am curious about how Louis Theroux got out there, maybe just because of the fact that he has so many credentials and he had a certain game plan. I don't know, but that sort of access is extraordinarily rare. This is not a controversial,
and probably when something like that comes out, it's reason for them to cut that access even to less and less people, right? That's not the result that they wanted, right?
And maybe this is not completely connected, but there have been well-known documentaries that have been banned off of the BBC and things like that. So it's not even just in Israel itself where this kind of censorship is going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last thing that I'll just say is he's talking about, hey, I could go there and I could do this and I could do this and I could do this. And I'm not sure if I respond to it this way, but I was wanting to say in the moment, yeah, you can go there. You can go there because you have they trust you. And anyway, I forget a lot of what happens after this point. So
the only thing that I think that would get in the way of him, being able to be given that access would be if they looked at his old catalog of stuff and somehow thought that was more representative than if they thought he was I don't know, playing some long game or something like that, right? Obviously they looked at the preponderance of his content and found that it would be an advantageous thing to let him in, that there wasn't a risk of this making them look bad. So, that tells you everything you need to know about Lonerbox's so-called journalism, which, again, comparing himself to Louis Theroux, isn't that fucking... Did you catch that? Bro seriously thinks he's a journalist. Little bro seriously thinks he's doing journalism. Spit on that thing, Lonerbox.
To Bet Solomon, talk about how it's apartheid, how there's a genocide in Gaza. I could do all that tomorrow if I wanted to. The Israeli government is not going to fucking only let me in. The Israeli government is not only going to let me in because they think they can get something out of me. What the mental thing to say? You don't know anything about that country.
What a mental thing to say. Oh my God. You don't think Israel would never manage its public image like that? No way.
Why are you even talking about it if that's your assumption? Me.
You did get him mad. Darful is noticing.
I would expect you to say all this horse shit, dude. You've said a lot of things that are really combination of either out of touch or lead me to sometimes to think you just you know what I've had a lot of conversations here that I was not prepared to get into, but I just bro, would I be able to get into Israel to do all these things? Do you think it would be that I could do that very easily?
No, because you're a terrorist. No, you know what I mean? Like, the way that he talks about Hassan, it's probably going to be something like that. It's probably going to be your terrorist supporter.
Based on your Twitter history, yeah, what the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You wouldn't get in. I am like 90% sure that Vadim is getting turned around. Like he's like, you get to like, you get to customs there, they're gonna turn you the fuck around.
And then when I get back, I'll probably be questioned like Hassan was I think I may have a good answer for this.
Do you want me to roll it back again?
Sure.
Okay. Let's roll it back 10 seconds.
Based on your Twitter history, yeah, what the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You think that I would be killed by the IDF? I don't know. What are you?
No, I'm asking you what you think, because I know that you don't know anything about this country. But yeah, I just want to see what you think. I'm just
I
curious.
don't think that I would be allowed into Israel to begin with.
Why not?
Because of the fact that I post things that are very like anti-government. Like I'm completely opposed to their genocide, and like I constantly call out how, like what insane liars they are. I mean, like take
okay,
your
so
pick. Like,
look at my. So this is
anybody else feeling gaslit by what he says? I mean, that's just so fucking wild. Like, I thought everyone knew that Israel is very picky and choosy about people that are allowed to even fucking get off the plane in Israel, to actually go from the airport into Israel, right? It's not you better not have anything publicly available that is anti-Israel as far as you're posting. I feel like even people that are fairly positive, I've heard stories about them getting turned away. And he's like, no, you don't know anything about the country that you're talking about. It sounds more like you don't know what you're talking about, Lonerbox.
I can tell you what this, so you can look at my main channel, because this is what the security guy looked at when he was interviewing me. Like, one of my videos on my main channel, like, and the more recent
from fucking 2016
ones, when I got there, was about traveling Israel being full of shit about the about denying the Nakba. There was another one about Netanyahu being insanely dishonest when his interview with Lex Fridman. There's a Gaza history video that's literally covered in Palestinian flags. There's a video that he would have scrolled past that was about apartheid in Israel and Palestine.
He's literally representing himself as he's too much of a advocate. He's that his fucking social media footprint is going to leave somebody with the impression at first glance that he is maybe a little too pro-Palestinian, right? But that Israel was just like, no, fine, come in and have a look around. We want you to see things. That's why we've been so open during this whole genocide. I mean, this whole war. It's a war against Hamas. During the whole war against Hamas, definitely not against the Palestinian people. Definitely not against their children. Definitely not against innocent civilians. Right? We want you to come in. We're very transparent here. What the fuck? What world is he living in? What world is Lonerbox living in?
Palestine. So you think they don't let people in because they criticize the country?
I think that they look at you and they recognize that overall, in spite of any sort of criticisms that you might have, that you overall are like helpful to their project. That overall,
wait, how much do you think they saw of my content? Do you mean the government or the nation as a whole? When you say their project, or they get something out of it?
Nation as a whole. Again, what is with this narcissism? What is? I don't think I've seen this narcissistic streak from Lonerbox before. As if the country of Israel is familiar with his contact. Look, your head isn't that great, Lonerbox. I don't know if they're I don't know if you're as well known as you think.
Yeah, I don't think that you would either.
Jen K says Lonerbox made quote unquote music. Yeah, we listened to his cover of Mr. Girl's Would You Still Love Me If I Was a PDF, an Adobe PDF. That's his musical stylings are quite enticing. I don't know if you're a creep, I guess. Bonerbox, I bet, is doing this maliciously. He knows he's lying, but he's doing it anyway. I do believe he's getting paid to gaslight everyone. Sarah says they won't even let U.S. Congresswoman in to visit her grandmom in Palestine. Netanyahu refused to let Rashida Tlaib in. Yeah.
Been invited to Israel.
Who invited us?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know who invited us.
There we go. There we go. You don't know a fact that you would have no way of knowing, so therefore you're wrong. You're wrong. I mean, this is the performance of debate. There we go. Like, who knows the facts?
I don't know how the trip started. It's probably still on. It's probably still on one of Mere Destiny's channels. The whole trip started because we were invited by Sev. It was a Palestinian who lives in Israel was the one who spurred the idea. And then we just started to make connections from there. We just people who came in and said, "Oh, I know a guy," because everyone in that region knows a guy. That's also why we met.
I'm sorry, is it a Palestinian that's a Destiny fan? Like, is that paints a kind of interesting picture there?
I mean, I just don't care if what's his name, Gabriel Sinwar invited them, or just pick the Hamas leader of your choice. It still comes down to, what did you create while you were there? What was the nature of that conversation that Destiny had with Ilan Levy on a show where they were just shamelessly sucking each other's dicks the entire time and didn't disagree on anything substantial and were just cracking jokes the entire time? I don't fucking care who invited you. I don't care if you fucking had an escort. If Nelson Mandela
came back from the dead
back from the dead. Nelson Mandela, Jimmy Carter, and
no, it's got to be. Wait, what was Michael Brooks's character? No. What was this Nelson Mandela character? Right Wing Mandela was the one. Yeah, that's definitely where the invite came from.
I don't care if the person who brought them in was just the absolute tippy top pro-Palestinian voice out there alive today. It's what did you do while you were there? Who were the people that you took selfies with and clearly just had a ball with, and what is the product that you made? And in some cases, he could say well, again, I had this conversation with this person, that person, and that person, but there are at least, and there was another conversation that Destiny had that was pretty foul, and I completely forget who it was with, but that person posted the discussion that they had, and it got a couple 100,000 views, at least the last time that I saw it. So he is arming all of these people with propaganda. I mean, and that's just undeniable. I mean, I guess they deny it because they look at it and they think that they were being far more centristy than they actually were. But it's just I don't think if anyone who who understands that they are not centrist, that they are genuinely advocates for Israel overall, I don't think anyone like that would be able to look at what they created and think oh yeah, this is the type of thing that someone who is either anywhere close to a centrist or genuinely cares about the just the treatment of people in the West Bank or the people who are getting genocide in Gaza, like that is it's just not a priority to them. Anyway, maybe I'm kind of like going on.
Oh, sorry. We got some chat. We got some questions in chat. People are asking about Lonerbox's voiceover work. That was for a video that you put out years ago, right? The Tim Pool video.
Was called Tim Pool Apocalypse, the Lost Tim Pool tapes.
So, chat, if you missed it, like I can confirm, Lonerbox used to be a very different kind of creator. I was on friendly terms with Lonerbox at one time. I remember watching some of his content and thinking, and agreeing, like thinking it was pretty good, right? Hassan, when people started making Hassan aware that Lonerbox was doing, this kind of had gotten onto this, sort of Destiny Hasbro content, Hassan did not believe people at first. No. I know Lonerbox. I've watched his videos. He's not like that, right? Was defending Lonerbox even as people were saying Lonerbox did a video like, that was just basically the fuck Hassan ripcord, style of content, right? Lonerbox is straight up farming you. And he's like, well, that's okay. He can have whatever opinion he wants about me because I am not going to go against him because he is supportive of Palestine. Right? Hassan was saying this based on content that Lonerbox did in the past. At some point, Lonerbox got an opportunity, and this was around the same time that Destiny was fucking Lauren Southern. He got an opportunity to do content with Lauren Southern. He made friends with Lauren and her editor, a truly vile person, creature of the Twitch poll, who was pretending to be an anarchist for the longest time before she revealed, it's all fascism underneath it, right? And and after that, and really, I don't think it's so much of a connection to Lauren Southern as it is a connection to Destiny. I think the access to Lauren Southern probably came through Destiny, right? Lonerbox changed. He became what he needed to become to fit into the Destiny orbit, and from then on, he was an orbiter. He was an orbiter to Destiny. He was an orbiter to Vosh. He was one of the few people that was able to, walk that tightrope. The only other name that kind of comes to mind as far as that is Lonerbox's friend, apartheid anime girl herself, Aristocracy, right? So, I mean, that's what he sold himself out to, right? That's what he became, right? But back in the day when Vadim is talking about having Lonerbox on to do a voiceover, Lonerbox was just a up and coming video essayist who was doing, fairly good work. So, that's
really well researched, good work, and I think he was friends with Aristocracy at the time, and I had no idea what she was about. I think that Bad Empanada has a few videos that kind of discuss that portion of time, and I think that they that he and Lonerbox debated. And specifically, they were talking about Aristocracy, and I believe that he made some sort of comment about her like actually being an ally to the Palestinians, or
wild.
Maybe it wasn't that fucked up. Maybe it was something like,
I don't doubt it,
or it might have been like she is a reasonable person to talk to about the Israeli conflict or something. Like I think it was worse than that. I think it was what I initially said, but I just don't kind of want to be tied to saying something that is completely wrong. And anyway, those videos are really interesting. There definitely was more. Again, I had no clue that of any of this going on, and I didn't know enough about the conflict or the situation at the time. But looking back on it, it definitely there was a side. I'm like, nobody's going to understand who Aristocracy is and kind of speak of her in as glowing a way as he did, and just kind of so those are interesting videos to check out. Bad Empanada, if you're ever interested.
Oh yeah. No, I think my name shows up in one of those videos, because Aristocracy directed some of her bullshit at me too back in the day. I don't really want to get into it. It was a long time ago, and I too, didn't really know the depths of her depravity in terms of her racism, right? I wasn't really aware of that. She did a good, Vosh was friendly with Aristocracy. For all of Vosh's faults, he's pretty good on the Israel-Palestine issue for the most part of what I've seen, with some major exceptions, some major caveats, some major asterisks on there. Like I have a lot of problems with Vosh. Israel-Palestine is not one of those problems, but even Vosh was like defending Aristocracy.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why he was defending Aristocracy is because they had a common enemy in Bad Empanada. And I won't go much into that, but Bad Empanada has like some pretty great videos where he kind of breaks it down. And she I did not know that she was at any point in time an anarchist. That is like very funny to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Sorry. That's not Aristocracy. That is Lauren Southern's editor that I was talking about. That was a called herself an anarchist at one point. I think a lot of us realize that's, based on her takes, I don't know what the fuck kind of, maybe an ANCAP or something, right? You're not an anarchist, but we can't gatekeep, right? If you're going to do Prime Kai's show, you can't gatekeep somebody and tell her that she's not an anarchist just because she sounds like a MAGA fucking chud. But yeah, if it was eventually revealed that she was, I think it was when she came out as Lauren Southern's editor that was the grand mask off. But this is a completely different person, a person who thankfully doesn't matter anymore. They're not important. I'm not even going to dignify her by saying her name. Not Aristocracy, but the editor for Lauren Southern that was that got to be friends with Lonerbox. But yeah, the friendship with Aristocracy, kind of a separate thing. I have not heard him defend her in a while. I wonder how much he stands by some of his takes. At the time, Aristocracy did nothing wrong, because I feel like some of that stuff that Bad Empanada clipped Aristocracy saying is just like straight, not just racism, but like vile racism.
Do you know that Aristocracy was in Israel with them? Like she was part of the trip.
It doesn't surprise me that much. It's weird how they're kind of keeping her on the down low, though. Like she's some kind of toxic. I guess she kind of is. She is kind of canceled. So,
I mean, that might have been a decision on her part because, she kind of ducked out. I think it just kind of all of the attention she was getting for being a horrible genocidal witch. It may have
from some of the things that she said on Twitter earlier, closer to October 7th, maybe. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I blocked by her. She was just getting worse and worse. And I remember she posted some, it was in Canada, and there was some sort of thing that was seen as a where pro-Palestine people were targeted. Oh, this is it. There were all these pro-Palestinian people protesting outside of a either
I remember this. Yeah.
I believe
she just came across a protest, I think, and filmed it and said, "I don't feel safe as a Jewish person living here in Canada. I can't believe that Canada." Was that not the one?
It was more than that. It took place at some sort of Jewish center, or I forget exactly what.
It wasn't the real estate thing, was it?
Yes, it was
it was the real estate thing. Okay, I didn't know she was posted about that too.
Where basically, to begin with, the place that the people protesting outside of it was had maybe some holy significance, but basically she was posting about it, and I think also there was a certain point where one of them stood up on the sign, and that just like made it look like even more like, oh my God, they're just taking over the place. Like, why are they doing this? And she like posted about it and was just losing her mind over it. Had like 3 or 4 posts from it. And I retweeted her and I said, like, what aristocracy is not telling everyone right now is that this did not just spontaneously come about, this protest that's occurring right now. There are, right now, there is some sort of get together for people who are trying to sell West Bank settlements to prospective buyers. And so, this is like, of course they're going to be right there. They have every right to be right there. And this isn't like some sort of like, she was just trying to make it look like, oh, they're just randomly attacking this
synagogue, right?
The synagogue, and I forget exactly what I said, but it made her look like an idiot. And she like basically just responded by telling me that I hated Jews and that she was blocking me. We'd had like 2 or 3 other increasingly contentious interactions at that point. But every time she would accuse me of being a Jew hater, of course, because that's the playbook.
That's the meta.
But yeah, I think that if they are like not speaking about her that much, she's probably still continuing to keep a low profile, and maybe they like want to respect that. But
right. Yeah, no, there's a number of reasons that she could be in the background. Now, one other name I want to bounce off you, since you said aristocracy. One of the other loud and proud Israel supporters on Twitter is a gal named Brianna Wu. Are you familiar with her?
Boy, oh boy, am I familiar with Brianna Wu. I've got a decent amount of stories about that woman. And
wow.
She recently went on I would be just so astonished if her trip to Israel was not a paid propaganda tour, because she met with Batar. Do you know what Batar is? For your maybe I'll just tell your audience. Batar is this one of the absolute like furthest like most extreme political groups in all of Israel. At certain points, Israel itself designated it as a terrorist group. They are affiliated with basically Vladimir Jabotinsky, who is just kind of a thought leader from the I think he was published the majority of his stuff in the 20s to the 30s, and he was kind of the first person to kind of say like, hey, if we're going to do this this colonial plan that we have, we have to be realistic about this. Like they're going to look at us as enemies, they're going to resist. And so like he basically was just advocating for killing everybody, for like genocide. He basically said like, look, if we if too many of these people are left over and we just don't do a decent enough job on all this, it's just going to be a pain in our ass for until we take care of the job.
Mm-hmm.
So and when it comes to the Likud, which is, you probably know that it's
Netanyahu's party.
Yeah, it's also very kind of Jabotinsky inspired. So just my point is that Brianna Wu met with Batar. And Batar also is known for there's an American branch. And,
there's lots of branches. Wait, now is it still a youth organization? Is it was that just how they started out, or is that still, because it's looking to me kind of like a this is like a
you know what? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to put this is so insane. I just remembered. I can put this in your chat. Or you know what? I have it in. It would probably be easier to find it on Twitter because I have I posted on Twitter the footage that I found of her talking to Batar, and it's pretty shocking.
Oh, of Brianna Wu? Yeah. Are you gonna send it to me? Let's see. What is the easiest way to do this?
I'm just send you the tweet, and you can bring it up on. I'm sorry, I'm double tasking here where I'm trying to find it. Yep, here it is. Here it is.
Okay, I'm gonna have to turn your Discord window off so we don't show any messages accident. No, I went ahead and did that just to make sure that I can switch over to our conversation without oh wait, didn't we watch this earlier?
No, we didn't.
Oh, this is wait. Have you sent it?
No, I'm sending it.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right, and I'll.
This is one of the most just disgusting, bloodthirsty, far right groups in Israel. And so what she brings up, what she compares them to, it's just beyond insane. This is one of the there's a lot of these, but this might be one of the all-time most mind-blowing to me personally moments of Brianna Wu. So there you go. You can start whenever you want.
So this is Brianna Wu talking to Batar. Oh, there's three. There's 3 videos here. All right, so this is it.
In my home state of Mississippi, you may not know this, there's a famous civil rights incident called the Mississippi Burning Murders. And people assume it was, this is the height of the civil rights movement in the United States. It was 3 black people that were killed. No, it was 2 Jews and 1 black person. Those Jews were there helping black people register to vote. If you put it in the historical context, you look after October 7th, and clearly, I think the calculus that a lot of Jews made was that if you stand with gay people, black people, LGBT people,
they'll stand with us.
There really is. It's hard to see. It's a very fatalistic view.
Yes. Stand with you against the people trying to oppress you, not stand with you while you're trying to oppress. And anyway, God damn, the conflation between Israel and the Jewish people is pretty prominent too.
Going to come to your side, and that you've really got.
Just the conflation between this tragic murder that occurred due to just the horror that was going on with segregation. She's using that story in favor of to glaze up Batar.
She's using dead civil rights activists, which has she gone and done the research about their feelings about Israel? I'm not saying this because I do know. I don't know, but it does feel like she's just kind of using these dead activists as props.
Got to take up arms yourself.
There's no other choice.
Yeah.
If you look around, these people were let's say Jabotinsky.
Yeah.
He started one of the first Jewish fighting forces in probably almost 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Let's say Jews didn't fight back then. Jews didn't have armies back then.
Really?
It's Batar he's speaking of.
We were abroad. One of the first, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, right?
Sure.
One of the most heroic stories in our history. These were Beitarim, people who were associated with the Jabotinsky ideology. And that's sort of the revisionism design that we try to...
Really ironic that he's bringing up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And that's a great argument, against focusing on the resistance groups rather than the colonial nation state.
Preach where it's like, I don't know, for me, at the end of the day, if I was in the Holocaust, I would rather die fighting.
Yeah,
Which is like
for what side?
What Hamas is doing at the current moment. But yeah, no, and there's like some like
Mississippi.
If you go down, there's like some sort of messages between her and Batar, and pretty gross, but yeah, and also if you go on Destiny's feed to this day, and Dan Saltman's maybe not Lonerbox, maybe he like kind of sticks doesn't mess with Brianna Wu, but if you look at those people, they very often retweet her to this day. And again, like I'm just saying, like these are your compatriots.
So I'm wondering, like, you got that you're presenting this constellation, Destiny, Lonerbox, Aristocracy are there, but Brianna Wu maybe went. You're saying she went separately. This was like a completely separate trip.
This was just like a couple weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I have like some really absurd tweets from her while she was there that I'll get and just read out. We don't have to put them on the screen, but there's one or two that are just like, I mean, there's very few people out there that are this repulsive consistently, at least that like continue to have like the thinnest of veneer of being left wing. I mean, of course, you and I think that that's a total fucking crock, but there are morons out there that that will swear up and down that she is. Brianna. Ooh. Here we go. Like a bunch of folders. So.
Folders, you say?
I'm
just teasing. It's an old meme.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I don't have those kind of folders.
You don't. Oh yeah, you're thinking the Vosh folders. Okay, I'm glad that people think of the Vosh folders when they think of folders now and not anything else.
Oh no! Oh, I was thinking that you were insinuating porn.
Oh no! That's the Vosh. That's what was in the Vosh folders, right? There was Anyway, it's like I said, it's an old meme. Probably best not to reference.
I think anyone in this situation, a dude, would probably say something to the effect that I'm about to say, but it's true. I do not get that crazy with my porn. Like, certainly not as crazy as like,
You're not a 5 terabyte enjoyer. That's what you're saying.
I mean, oh, did he have a 5 terabyte?
I don't remember it. I couldn't look at that stuff, right? I had to report on that without looking at it because I can't. That stuff would freak me out too much, right? I had to rely on other people looking at what was in Vosh's folder and just confirming that it was as bad as people are saying it was, right? So I don't know how if he had if the amount of storage space was visible in the folders. I just have heard that thrown around as the idea that he's got to have terabytes of it.
Sure. Yeah. My overall point is that, like, not only do I not have porn of like midget girls having sex with horses, I also
they were short stack goblins. Just to
short stack goblin.
They were just short stack goblins.
But yeah, just the overall point is like, I don't know. Overall, especially compared to most of my friends' tastes that I know of in porn, I am a pretty meat and potatoes guy. Like, I just yeah, that's I don't get like, yeah, and no, and I'm not trying to like by any means kink shame a whole variety of porn that's out there that is completely like fine for people to consume, consenting adults kind of a thing. But yeah, just in general, like, I think if anyone was like went through what porn files I have, looking for something salacious to like frame me with, they really wouldn't find much of anything. But okay.
They would just find links to political videos and timestamps in mine. That's the 5 terabytes I'm enjoying.
Okay.
Pretty.
I can't find this in a second. Oh, by the way, she's also, before she visited Israel, she was pretty down with that guy I was mentioning earlier, Elon Levy. In fact, I think that they may have started a podcast together, or maybe they just did like one.
Oh yeah, God, what happened to Brianna? Anybody keeping track of Brianna's all transmed podcast? She's tried to start a few podcasts, right? And a few group chats too. They always screenshot her and expose her though. Even the transmeds hate her, right? That's how toxic this woman is.
All right. Well, there's one tweet in particular that I'm having a hard time finding that was particularly heinous, where she said something to the effect of like, I'm in Israel right now, and I'm watching 2 Palestinian boys stone a dog to death. I think they're going to eat it for dinner later. I mean, just
literal eating the cats, eating the dog shit. Jesus Christ, that woman.
Yeah, and you know it never happened. I mean, it's just like such horse shit. But she's the worst of the worst. But
she wasn't. She, as far as you know, she was not part of this trip. Only Aristocracy, Lonerbox, and Destiny.
Yeah, she was not there. They had maybe 1 or 2 other people with them. They had a cameraman, and actually the cameraman did some like pretty fantastic work, in my opinion. That's the only like
shining job that
anybody did. And I don't know, maybe there was someone else who was there like behind the scenes. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Dan Saltman was there and was just keeping a low profile. But yeah.
Or if they stopped him at the gate based on what they found of his prior collaboration with P. Diddy, maybe there might have been reasons that they kept Dan Saltman out due to the Tiny Chat scandal. I don't know though. Oh no, wait, maybe not though. From what I've heard of Israel, that might not be a deal breaker. Anyway, chat. Wu was confused when told gay marriage is illegal in Israel. She also tried to claim Palestine was empty when Israelis arrived after leaving Europe. Jesus. Okay, so do you want to should we go? I don't want to keep you up too late. It is probably what 5 o'clock your time almost.
Yes, almost 6 a.m. But let's just watch the rest of this and not get too sidetracked.
All right, we'll do our best.
Frage, who was whose father was murdered in the Kfar Qasim massacre, the Israeli-Palestinian Knesset member. That's why he was one of the interviewees. That's why we met Mustafa Barghouti, a guy who is very radically against Israel. But you think like the government allowed this to happen because it benefits them? You think Israel would let someone interview Mustafa Barghouti?
After watching Destiny's interview with fucking what's his name, Ilan Levy, where the disagreements that they had were so tittling, and he basically was just yes-anding him the entire time. Yes, I think that was their outlook on it. Whether or not you guys went into it thinking like that's exactly what you were, I don't know. I kind of think maybe you guys were in the dark about it. And
well, you don't know. So why don't you wait? So you don't. So you don't know. So why don't you ask? Why don't you just ask some questions? It feels like
because I don't completely, for one, I don't
think I'm gonna lie?
Trust everything you have to say. I also.
When have I ever lied to you, Vadim? When have I ever lied to you, provably?
I don't know.
We've spoken a lot.
Say some
Would I lie to you? Would a face like this lie to you? How dare you accuse me of dishonesty? I've never lied in my life. I've never been dishonest in my life. Wow. Gaslighting so hard.
Really crazy things when it comes to Israel and
you can think I say things that are wrong and you disagree with, or you think I'm losing my way or whatever. When have I ever lied to you?
I don't think you've lied to me, but
Hutch looks like he's passing a kidney stone, or I don't know, like.
You know, there's always a first time. I don't know.
So why don't you ask and make up your mind? Is there surely okay? Because
come on, pass that kidney stone. Push, Hutch, push. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Breathe, Hutch, breathe. Hutch is you know, I think his water just broke.
I've had like this.
Look at this guy. Oh, there we go. There we go. The placenta.
You also would not necessarily know, like I just said. I just entered into this saying like, you very well may not.
Did he say provably? Did he literally say provably, Spicy Ba? Lonerbox said he never lied. He lied the entire debate. This is like Elon Musk saying, I've never done anything harmful in my life. Tesla's not a harmful company. How could anyone think? How could anyone think that there's anything harmful about a Tesla? We just care about humanity so much. When I ever lied. Wait. Does Hutch have still have his Blink-182 lip ring? No, he seems to have gotten rid of that. I did not see that on. He doesn't still have a lip ring, does he? Wait. He said that. He literally said provably. When have I ever provably lied to you? Jeez.
Have gone to Israel thinking like, oh, this is how I'm perceived, and this, like this, that, and the other thing. But I genuinely do not believe, from everything that I have read about, like, I mean, they don't. There's so many, there's so many investigators, or rather, like news people that are not allowed to certain areas and certain who I personally would love to go to Israel to look at all this stuff, but I know that I would be like, just like most people that that you and I both know, in like we just wouldn't be.
As an American citizen, they're probably not going to check you. That's probably the most.
Rachel Corrie was an American citizen. Lonerbox.
I was not here to debate you, and I'm not prepared to have any conversations with you right now. You've come in, you've like made yourself clear about this stuff, and I still absolutely hold to the fact that I think that you really did drop the ball with your coverage with Michelle Fleischer, and I don't like I did not know I was going to be like roped into this.
Well, you made a claim, so I wanted to give Lonerbox.
So this is one of the rules that they have. If you mention somebody on stream, then it's considered fair game for them to come on, or for the person to bring them on. This is just how debate culture, I guess, has evolved. So yeah, that's they were excited when you said Lonerbox's name, probably because chomping at the bit to try to farm content.
It's a chance to respond.
It's the fact that you said it was like not far out for Hassan to believe that I was a paid Hasbara propagandist. When but my assumption was like, you've seen enough of this to know full well that's an insane thing. That's completely.
I'm sorry, Lonerbox. That's not how burden of proof works when it comes to like, what do we think is true, right? That's the standard for a criminal case that you are trying to have applied to you. Since you cannot prove that I am lying, then you cannot accuse me of lying. You cannot.
Defensible, but I guess
the reason why I said to begin with that I thought that it was not a is because we know that people are paid for like that. That's just not a secret.
Yeah, but you haven't seen those paid propaganda. Like, you haven't seen like people who have actually done propaganda content on Israel and compared it to mine. Because if you had, you would have no idea. I understand that it's like I understand.
Please pause. Again, I have seen things I just did. I don't believe I countered this well enough. But yes, I have seen propaganda that people have done while they're out there, and I've seen propaganda that, like, there's various different types that I've seen. I haven't just seen, like, it's not like all of the propaganda that, or things that I strongly suspect to be propaganda, that they always are going to, like, have some, like, one particular cookie cutter way of looking. But like I said before, the shit that they did with that guy, the podcast, the videos that he posted to his channel, that is exactly the sort of thing that I would expect Israel to pay for. And then finally, again, I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but that Elon Levy discussion that they had, there was just just so much agreement inside of that. And like, it basically makes Elon Levy look like a cool, that's what they want. They want their thought leaders and their spokespeople, I'm talking about Israel.
Proven liars. In other words, proven liars like Elon Levy. Yeah.
Yeah. They want them to be seen with people who have, like, cred on the internet, who, like, have, like, a like really strong youth following, and that, like, makes them look fucking great. So that stuff that they produced, that is exactly what Israel would gladly pay for. So it doesn't fucking matter if they were paid for or not. They made a product that could easily fit into it.
If they didn't get paid for it, then I'm going to start talking about, like, wage theft, right? If they didn't get paid for this, then no, we gotta get them a union, right? You know what I'm saying? This is like,
and also, again, like, the reason why he's taking such umbrage with what I said in the first place is because I was not saying that they were paid. I was saying it is totally understandable for someone just to, out of the box, assume that that's the case. They're not being assholes by making that assumption, because just basically they haven't given people enough reason to think that that wouldn't be the case. It's just like, they are already people who put forward, like, a lot of anti-Palestinian talking points and a lot of, like, pro-Israeli talking points that that people who are much more unabashedly pro-Israel than they than they pretend to be, like, they put out the same exact shit. So when you are out there putting out so much BS, when you're out there, when you're there with someone like Destiny, who say what you want about Lonerbox, but Destiny was, especially at the time, even more extreme than him. When you also add to the fact that, like, we know that Israel lies all the fucking time about, like, a whole bunch of shit, when we add the fact that they are incredibly selective about the people who get to go out there, who get to do anything remotely resembling journalism, then like we all know that. So just you're actually asking so much of someone, in my opinion, to like assume that you weren't paid for this. Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Did you? Yeah. Did you ever, growing up, did you ever get in trouble with your parents for something that you did, and then take the tactic of, like, I don't know, like, your parents, like, found cigarettes or something like that, and then you pull the, I'm actually more mad than you are. I can't believe you like invaded my privacy like that, or like, it feels like that. It feels like Lonerbox is trying to pull the, I am more, like, I don't know, something about that he's upset at you for accusing him of doing something like this is supposed to supplant for any kind of, proof that he didn't do that.
I just think I'm actually like being generous with him. I'm probably one of the few people out
that
is willing to say that honestly, I don't think they were paid for it. And so just the fact that like I get this, like he can't stand being anything that just implies that he is what he is. And maybe a little bit of this also was just him kind of being surprised that I finally was speaking ill of him, because like we had back and forths on Twitter that were challenging, but we did always keep things like online, in the view of most people, more cordial than this. And I didn't go into this debate like thinking that I was necessarily going to be like, discussing Lonerbox at all. But anyway, he may have just also just been pissed, just kind of thought like, oh, I thought this guy was like a friend. And I don't know. I mean, we, in terms of our back and forths in DMs, we have been like, like we grill each other over things that we both happen to think about the Israel-Palestine thing. Like a lot of our interactions are just us basically say like, dude, you're a fucking idiot for believing this. And it blows my mind that you think this. But I'd never like kind of express that in a real setting. And maybe that's like, I don't know, maybe he came in with more smoke for me for that reason. I don't know. But let's see, just a little bit more left.
And to you guys, like there's very
I think we're getting to
like to you, like there's not really all that much difference between a two-state solution, like a two-state solution is person and Ben Gavir, but like for most people there is.
Do you realize that the reason why I said from the get-go that I don't think that that this was a paid, like that you guys were paid to come here, is because I actually do know, I have a friend who was paid, or an old friend, an ex-friend who was paid to do one of those propaganda trips. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know. That's not to say that every single one is going to look exactly the same, but I actually did not think that you were paid to do this. However, I think that it is, like all I was saying when I was saying that, like, it's not crazy to think that is because
it is crazy.
No, it's not crazy. Because
yes, it is. If you know anything about the conflict, it's insane. Yeah. So if you knew anything about the conflict and you actually in good faith watched the footage that's up already, you would know. Yeah. You would know full fucking well.
Do you think that people are not paid by Israel to do propaganda?
Not to do what we did. No. 100%
yeah, exactly.
no. What the f are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying that's why.
Is he in denial of the degree to which Israel, Israel itself says it's losing the social media war, right? I think that Israel would appreciate some positive content about them. I don't think their standards are as ridiculously high as Lonerbox is implying. You can say like we didn't take money, fine. I can't disprove that, and like Vadim's not, saying that you did, and I'm not saying that you did, but you can see why it's not an unreasonable thing to think that maybe that happened, just given just given the place Israel's at right now in terms of PR.
I am confident in saying that I don't think yours was a paid propaganda trip.
But that's also why it's insane to believe it was.
But to most people, I can understand why they would assume that. And it wouldn't be necessarily like this, agree. Why? Because we know that that Israel does pay people for propaganda trips.
But you also know that they don't pay for what we did. They don't pay for people going to see people from Sheikh-Jarrah or people. No, we're not going in circles. It's because
how the fuck would Vadim know that? How the fuck would any of us know that, right? Like I said, I would assume Israel's standards are fairly low, and that they might, at this point, if it's an overall, if it overall makes them look good or better, if it helps them at all. I mean, they're in a very low place when it comes to PR. Yeah, no, I absolutely it's just ridiculous. You're being gaslit here.
saying something that doesn't connect. First of all, it's not insane to think that, but you're very confident saying that I wasn't paid.
I think other people, why it would be reasonable for people to assume that what you did was a paid propaganda trip. I think that they're wrong. But why? Why again? Like, oh my God, we're going in this circle.
Yeah, but you're saying two things at once. One, on the one hand, you're saying you're very confident that it wasn't paid.
Dude, we're just gonna go. I've made myself plain about this. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you want to go to like one more thing that you want to get out there before we wrap this up, I'll hear one more thing out. Each thing kind of seems to take like 5 to 20 minutes. So if is there anything else?
No, I think I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right. Well,
I love that we got to listen to one of Lonerbox's mouth noises on Discord.
Great talking to you, man. I'll speak to you another time.
Okay, bye.
So I actually have something that I sent to Lonerbox. I basically recorded a like more like the explanation that I wish I had been able to pull out of my ass while we were talking, and I was in a pretty like good brain place. So I think it actually like might be the like best like summary of my points. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and read it out.
Well, it's recorded.
Okay.
So, I can put it in your chat unless you want me to play it. But there.
Okay. Yeah, you sent it as a wave. I think I can. Yeah, I can manage this. Let's see. Just find that Discord window and mute that for a second.
Let me make sure. I think that's actually I just sent you cat noises.
Oh, cat angry meow is what I got. Yeah, that sounds pretty bass though.
It probably is pretty bass. Go ahead and play it if you want to see what that's about. Not sure if I'm wrong about it being.
If this wasn't so scary, then I would use it as a stream alert.
Hold on a second.
Although it does sound like that cat's had its tail stepped on. I don't know.
I'm not hearing it, by the way.
So. Oh, it's coming through. Yeah, it would be coming through the stream, but not necessarily to the. It's not coming through the Discord audio.
First of all, this is the. Sorry. This is the actual audio right here. There you should be through in 1 second. So I would have to go to your stream and
yeah, if you want to hear, it's 11 minutes of audio. Yeah, if you want to hear it, you'd have to be watching the stream and you'd be hearing it on delay.
Okay, that's fine. I'll do that. And I'm cool with you just like because I think
wait. I think there might be a way for me to get this to play on. I don't know. Let's see if I can copy the link. Yeah, I think there might be a way for me to get this to play, for the sound for you to actually hear the sound without having to jump out of Discord and get listen on the stream. Yeah. No, this like tell me if this works. Chat and also let me know, Vadim, if you can. Oh no. Oh, it's being a butthole. It wants me to like log into Discord. Fuck that. Let's see what. No.
First of all, tell me if I play this. Hold on. Going to.
Hey man, so I figured I'd just go ahead and.
Oh, you're playing it through your. Yeah. We're good. That works.
That works. Okay, here we go. And just signal if you want me to pause it. But here we go.
Hey man, so I figured I'd just go ahead and record this because it's late and this stuff is still on my mind. I wanted to just kind of be real with you, tell you like a couple things that I wish that I had elaborated on while we were talking, both to just, yeah, really just to kind of tell you where I was coming from with everything. Overall, I feel like I got the important points out, but I think that there was a button that perhaps I could have put onto specifically the portion of the conversation where we were talking about whether or not it is like just crazy for someone to assume that you and Destiny were paid to go on that trip to Israel. So I want to be abundantly clear here. I don't want you to think that I'm like fucking with you here. I'm not like going out of my way to try and piss you off. I'm trying to be like real with you here, not trying to beat around the bush and like sort because I don't know exactly like what you would assume as I'm like explaining all of this. But yeah, I'm not trying to basically like heavily insinuate that I think that you guys were paid to go on your trip to sort of like say it without saying it. No, I don't think that that's the case. But as I said in the conversation that we had, I think it is totally 100%, 1000% understandable for people to just out of the box assume that that was the case with you and Destiny. I almost to the point where I'm a little surprised that you would be like just so baffled by people making that assumption as well. So why do I say that? Well, first of all, there is, as I mentioned in the conversation that we had, there is a very large precedence for such a thing. And I 100% agree with you that that alone is not anything, it's not a sufficient thing to, like that alone would not be justified, would not justify people making an assumption like that. There are a couple of other things that, like, combined with that, I think do. And I guess I'll just throw this in too, as before I really get to the meat of the matter. I guess I'll just say that, like, if someone, if you were talking with someone who, like, a dozen times was insisting that you absolutely were paid to go on this trip, and you were just saying, like, no, that's not the case. Where's your evidence for this? At that point, I would say that anyone who's doing that is definitely out of line. But again, just out of the box, assuming that this was the case, I think that it's pretty understandable for someone to think that. First of all,
real quick, I was just wondering, do you think it would that in a scenario such as that it would be out of line for someone to continue insisting that? I just was wondering your point of view on that. If you think I kind of like overemphasize that.
I think that my best guess is that he is performatively angry at you for insinuating something because it's a little too close to the truth. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't think you're out of line there.
I don't. Okay. Anyway, here we go.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm kind of repeating myself a little bit. So I already went into the precedence thing. But yeah, another thing that I alluded to over the course of the conversation that we had, I think I mentioned something about the nature of the conversation that Destiny had with Elon Levy. And I'm talking specifically about that internet show that he has. I don't know what it's called. And to me, if I had to like put it succinctly, exactly how that struck me and how I'm positive it would strike a lot of people, it just, it came across to me like a shameless dick sucking contest. Was there some disagreement? Sure, of course. But overall, that is exactly the sort of product, the sort of propaganda, if you will, that I would expect someone to create who was actually being paid to go on a trip to Israel. So, that sort of like really starts getting at my point here. It's just like if we go with that further, it's just like you were there, like you know that you already have this perception of being someone who is very much someone who overall makes more than anything pro-Israeli talking points. Maybe you disagree with that, but I'm sure you know that that is the perception that most people who are like not centrists on.
I shouldn't have kind of like strung this out. I should have just like been more like kind of like, this is what you are. You are this. I think maybe I was trying to kind of like just it's not even that like I like what am I trying to say here? I think I was maybe trying to avoid him coming back at me like super angry, like and having to like deal with like more of a headache.
Yeah.
Now thinking about it, I think I should have been more direct, because I'm just kind of like beating around the bush with it, and I think I'm maybe like downplaying just how who he is. Anyway, here we go.
Matter and closer to being pro-Palestine. That's what a great deal of people on the internet think about you. But aside from you were there with Destiny. Destiny is someone who just, I mean, like by the point that you guys were out there, he was already just like he's someone who not only, in my opinion, he's lied about a whole bunch of shit, or spread lies. I don't know. Sometimes maybe he actually believes the horse shit that he's saying. But it's like you're with someone who does that and has also said like a lot of truly foul, disgusting things. Like, you know, recently, fucking what's her name? Brianna Wu.
I forgot that I brought her up in here.
Was out there, and I think it was like I would be astonished if she was not paid to go out there. She like met with Batar while she was out there, like fucking crazy stuff. But it's like, you know, like I've seen both Destiny, Dan Saltman too. I mean, I guess they're not the same person, but they sort of are at this point. I see them as a hive mind. I'm kind of joking there. But my point is that like I've seen him retweet like lots of her stuff. So it's like my point is that the perception of Destiny is someone who is essentially a very like a lot like Brianna Wu. And so I'm just saying.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go pee really quick, but I've got my headphone in, so I'm gonna listen to the stream while I'm peeing, and hopefully there won't be any sound coming from. I mean, I shouldn't. That's ridiculous. Of course, there won't be any sound. That would it's not the kind of headphone that's attached to my setup. In other words, sorry, it's
like a Naked Gun kind of moment.
We're not going to do a naked gun. Yeah, we're not going to have an issue. That would be so disruptive, Chad, if you were like, you know, trying to listen to Vadim's speech and you got, you know, the sound of a loud urination overcoming that. Anyway, chat. I'm being ridiculous because it's incredibly early in the morning for you and for my chat. I'm gonna listen to this and I'll be right back.
Down for a second. I tend to, especially when it's late and I'm tired, and I'm always tired, so I do this a lot. I kind of get wrapped up in things when I should like take a breath. But I just don't think you're being real about the expectations that people should realistically have of a situation like that. Like, why do you think people are going to be so, I don't know, generous to you to think that a situation with all those red flags is not a paid, like trip? I'm just being honest with you here. I don't know what my perception of all this would be. I mean, yeah, I would assume that. I think I probably would assume.
I don't know if I made it clear in this for everybody who's listening. What I was trying to say there is I don't know if I would have, if I didn't know you personally and hadn't looked into this as far as I have, I don't think on the surface that I would have thought anything other than they were paid to go there. So I don't think I made that point, but just wanted to let you know where I briefly kind of went. Point that I think I was going to make for a second that I didn't.
That was the case if I didn't know you personally and I didn't take just a little bit more time to look at things. But not everybody is looking at the totality of what you did while you were out there. And the shitty stuff that you guys did while you were out there speaks for itself. That disgusting conversation with Elon Levy, who is like just a genocidal mouthpiece for the worst of Israel and has spewed so much just toxic garbage into the world. I mean, like that is I don't know, man. Like again, I should probably like take a breath. But like I just don't see how at the end of the day, like if you're really being honest with yourself about the situation, how you can be so perplexed that people would assume that. It's not bad faith for people to assume it at all. The last thing that I want to say is just like, and I won't go into this too much, but it's like, you know, you were also like, there was a certain point where you were just like, well, I'm glad that you're saying this because you're revealing that you don't know anything about Israel. Man, I just don't buy it. Like, I don't think that you were lying to me about your perception about like how open Israel is to, I don't know, like journalism and people kind of like trying to actually look at things, but I just think you're wrong. I think that like you have a very false perception of things based on your experience. I mean, there is a law that prohibits people who have advocated for BDS from entering Israel. So it's just like, you know, I mean, there's more that I could go on with that, but it's just like, I mean, also I think like it's another thing that I think is relevant to the situation is the fact that they've slaughtered 200 or more journalists. Like, I just like the fact that you were kind of going off about all of that and like saying like that I didn't like I don't know. I think it was I just think it was bullshit. Sorry. Again, like I'm being like honest with you. You like, you know, those were your pot shots to take, but I do think that we're just kind of full of shit, and you know, like have a just as I said, a very like strange perception of the way that most people are treated who are genuinely, you know, who are outsiders to Israel, who are trying to get to the bottom of what is going on in that area. And okay, I guess that's it. You know, this is a little bit longer than I expected, but yeah, I think I kind of got everything out that I wanted to. So there you go.
That's it. So I guess that no comment chick is still on her pee journey. So I'm gonna go to the chat. I have not had the chat up. And see if anybody. So, is anybody there? Nobody's there anymore. What?
Still on my throne.
Oh, you do you have a microphone as well?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
No, I don't have a microphone in the bathroom. That's one room that's not mic'd. At least unless there's something with the landlord that I don't know about. But oh my god. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was just a mishmash of things that I had already said, but I feel like
Oh yeah, I was listening on delay a little bit, so I might have been responding to something you said slightly earlier.
What did I say slightly earlier that you were responding to?
Oh yeah, like I don't know if Irene is back from her bathroom journey, and I was like, from my throne.
Oh right. But yeah, just at the end of the day, my real just like thought on it is just like, what the fuck do you expect? What do you expect people to think? Like, yes, people who are just like your followers, who are just like DGGers, who very like rarely, if ever, seem to have like a real like accurate understanding of what's going on in the region, and look at you guys as centrists. As a matter of fact, a lot of DGG looks at Lonerbox specifically as like super pro Palestine, and they often will say things like he's the only rational pro Palestine person in all of political YouTube. I've seen tons of people say shit like that. So these people are obviously just just uninformed, and I guess that like do you think that is the
what it breaks down? What it breaks down to for me is that like their concept of who an appropriate Palestine supporter is informed by, are you involved in the protest movement in any way? If so, you're a terrorist supporter. Are you meaningfully trying to press on any of the inflection points, either Israeli or American, in order to try to stop what's happening? If so, you're a terrorist supporter, and not the only appropriate representative is one that is like complacent with the fucking genocide. And they are gaslighting the fuck out of not just you, but everyone. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess within their community, their level of, or their idea of what is, acceptable discourse and what is not is pretty skewed. But like all in all, it's just like what he's saying to you feels extremely gaslighty. And I feel, were you friends with him for? I mean, you talked about having him on back in the day to do voiceovers for video essay or for videos and stuff like that. Like, I mean, how like is that the issue, kind of, that this is somebody that you have a pretty well established relationship with?
I mean, I would say yes. I would say yes, with the exception of the fact that like every time I see him dealing with a debater, they are dealt with in a very similar fashion. But I do think, I mean, you tell me, did he seem like more hot and bothered? Do you think he seemed more triggered than he usually does inside of his his debates? Because I just couldn't fully tell. I guess I'm just saying that I think that it's possible that there was some added anger to all of it because he felt like we should, that there should have been more respect between the two of us. And that I breached that before him. And yeah, I mean, the entire time that we've we've been talking, part of the reason why I've continued the back and forth that we have is because I have very morbid interests, and it's sort of to some degree it's been a little bit akin to the way that like you might be this might be like a strong way to put it, but like a fascination with a serial killer, or the same sort of fascination you have at like looking at a grisly accident on the highway. Like you look at it, and it's like, as things have been getting worse and worse with the stuff that he says, I mean, it's gotten to the point where when I check in with him, I'm kind of just like trying to figure out like, what does this guy really think, and what doesn't he think? I will say that I I genuinely believe that more than most people think, that a lot of the outlandish points that other people find outlandish, that people just assume like, oh God, like, you know, he must know that this is bullshit. I think a great deal of those things, I'm not saying all of them are like, who knows? I can't, like, I'm not in his mind, but I have been kind of taken aback here and there at things that he said that, like, I just truly got the impression that he genuinely believed them. I mean, you have to understand, and I'm not going to go into any of those things because I think to a certain degree, like, the conversations that we've had should, you know, out of respect, be just, you know, have an overall level of privacy. But there have been like a few times where I guess what I'm saying here is that in the context of a back and forth in DMs on Discord, there should not be like I could understand if we were having a debate that there might be certain things that he would be reluctant to say within that sort of atmosphere, or rather, no, what I'm saying is that due to the fact that it's not in front of an audience, I don't think he would have the incentive to lie about these things. And like, you know, again, I'm not going to give specifics, but there are also points where I just like shared with him, like, dude, I'm just like flabbergasted that you would think that, and like, look, there's this reason, that reason, and the other why that just sounds like so outlandish. And in a debate situation, yes, I could understand him saying those sorts of things in order to like just save face, or to, you know, to like defend Israel and whatnot. But in the context of our conversations, I mean, who knows? Maybe he looks at it like, you know, maybe these could get leaked, or, you know, maybe he feels like he has to be in that zone 24/7. But there are things that I mentioned to him that, like, you know, I kind of would say like I think there have been like one or two times where I said, like, look, you know, I probably wouldn't waste my time going into this online, but like, you know, between you and I, blah 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 blah. So I just, yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at, of course I could be wrong, but my genuine belief, not out of some fact of thinking that he's like this just altruistic, kind person, but just every aspect of the conversation led me to believe that he was being honest with me about the points, and not taking like an outlandish position to win, taking it because he really thinks that. And you know what? And it makes sense, because I think we've talked about this before, but it's like nobody wants to think that they're the bad guy. Nobody wants to think that they are pushing really like just bad talking points, or talking points with misinformation. You know, like there's a certain level of self-deception that I think that people who just wade into these waters that defend not just like political philosophies, but like, you know, if you start making your career out of climate change denial, I think that a great deal of people who do that will just start believing all of the BS, even if beforehand they were, you know, reasonably skeptical and you know, didn't buy into bullshit about anything else. And once, and this is all kind of just, again, like conclusions that I feel are true about human nature and people who do this stuff. And there's no like I have no like real, maybe there is some like scientific backing out there, like some peer-reviewed studies to like explain what I'm talking about. But I just I truly believe that once you start giving yourself over to anything that causes you to buy into a lot of lies, and especially if that thing is politically charged with racism somehow. I mean, like, I just don't think that you can truly advocate for Israel to the degree that both Destiny and he does without dehumanizing Palestinians in your mind. Like, I'm not saying that he is always using like denigrating language about them or anything, but like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, in order, because again, it's sort of like, if you are not engaging in that, then I think you're just you have to acknowledge that that their lives are worth more. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of his arguments, I think, kind of boil down to like, well, this is horrible, but due to what they did on October 7th and what Hamas does, at the end of the day, all of this is, they brought it on themselves. And then, of course, he doesn't believe that the destruction is anywhere close to as horrible and as intentional with the killings of civilians and whatnot as we know it is. But anyway, hopefully you get me on all of that. Or I could be incredibly wrong, and he is someone who is way more Machiavellian, and I have plenty of friends who have said that to me, who have said like, yeah, I just think you're just they find it hard to believe that he would not be as aware of his lies. But you get me, right? I mean, some people definitely do just buy their own bullshit. And
especially if it's financially rewarding.
Yeah,
They'll convince themselves, yeah.
Yeah, it gives you an incentive and financially rewarding, and also you have this community that is giving you a sense of purpose.
Or even just audience capture, can do that too. Yeah, I mean, look, I go two ways about, and I definitely have friends who would not give him this much benefit of the doubt, but I feel like there's two possibilities, right? I know that he was corrupted on some issues. I know that he started grifting on some issues when he sort of joined the DGG network. I think the timeline I would draw would be the Lawrence Southern debate, right? When he does something that makes Destiny's move seem more acceptable. Destiny literally bringing like Lawrence Southern into his content as a collaborator, Lonerbox debating Lawrence Southern, at least having that plausible deniability of like, hey, I disagree with her. I'm debating her. This is not me doing a collab with her or anything like that. We're friendly because, we got to talk together, but, I'm debating her. Right. So I do think that he was corrupted at that time. I do think that some of his, in fact, it's hard to deny that his viewpoints on a lot of different issues changed. Now, could he have become convinced? Could he have fallen in with a different crowd? I guess that's possible. So maybe it's not just like Lonerbox is literally like, offered like the golden ticket from Destiny or something like that. And it's like, you just have to sign away your soul. I'm not necessarily, wedded to that notion of things. I think that, it could have just been, I don't know, like his, because what happens when you get clout from somebody the size of Destiny, and I know this because this happened even to me, even with my conversations with Destiny, in which I did not agree with him. I was arguing with him every time I talked to him. We had a difference of opinion, and that was the reason that we were talking, right? But even with my interaction with Destiny, the second that I did that, a flood of people came into my community, and like if it's bigger than your community, then yeah, it can be sort of like an audience capture thing. I don't really know. I do suspect that maybe on this Palestine-Israel issue, maybe he legitimately believes this. The reason that I think this is that he split up, as far as I know, unless he's like forgiven Destiny or something like that. When Destiny, released intimate recordings of somebody very close to Lonerbox, to the public by way of an intermediary, Lonerbox officially disavowed and split up with Destiny, right? So the fact that he's still, 10 toes on the ground after no longer being on the Destiny clout sauce, makes me think that maybe these are legitimately held beliefs. I've even seen stuff, screenshots from his Discord, implying that he has some, sort of almost, phalangist, beliefs, right? So, I mean, this could be the one issue that he didn't have. Well, no, because, right, he's done content back in the day that seems very different from this. So yeah, it's hard to know. Like you said, we can't know what's in his heart. We don't know what the guy really feels, but I
do want to make it it known, like, whether or not, I mean, first of all, okay, two things. One is you can most of the time when I feel like they're like someone who is seen as a grifter, when I get the strong impression that they believe a lot of their bullshit, there's usually a certain amount in there that, like, a decent amount in there that where I assume, like, it's hard to believe that here and there they are not fully aware of certain things that they are saying that are lies. So I'm not saying that he's like constantly operating from a place of believing things are true, but yeah, usually, like, I think with that, like, sometimes there are lies that are told, and then people kind of like think to themselves, like, well, just this, they think of them. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what that noise was though. Did something happen on stream? No, doesn't look like it. I think I pressed the play button for a second. It must have been the sound. Oh, that was Lonerbox hanging up on the video. It played for a split second there, and it must have just been the Discord hang up sound. You were saying?
So I'm just saying that there's different levels to which like people can, I think, simultaneously be believing a lot of the outlandish things that they are saying, and then also here and there introducing lies. And there's all various types of reasons that people can substantiate those in their mind. Sometimes they just think like, well, the overall project that I have here to kind of like raise awareness about this one thing, like, okay, you got to crack a couple eggs, sort of a thing to, kind of, I think you get me. But the last thing that I want to say, and this is the most important, which is like, even no matter what, like you said, like, about giving him the benefit of the doubt. At the end of the day, if I'm completely right, if every single thing he says he genuinely believes in his heart is 1000% true, it doesn't it doesn't make it any better. It's like that doesn't in my mind, that doesn't like just make his content it's his content is it has whether or not that's the case, his content has an effect on the world, and it is like there is misinformation, there is like all I'm saying is that like I'm not trying to make an excuse for his or trying to glaze up his him at all by saying that very well might be the case. If you get me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Regardless of his intentions, the effect of what he's doing is still the same. And I mean, this is, like I said, the historical issue of our time. History will remember what side people were on while the genocide was active, while it was going on, and there's not really a lot of things that you can say to excuse that, right? In the eyes of history. So, yeah, that's it is frustrating though. When you think you know somebody, and then start like the morbid curiosity that you were talking about of like I just want to know what does he actually think? Like how does he justify this? Right? I totally understand this. I had a friend who went from being out as trans to detransitioning and becoming MAGA. And they were a friend of mine on Facebook. And I mean, there's actually a couple of friends of mine that kind of almost match this description. But like, this particular person, I got to watch them like go down the rabbit hole. I got to watch them go down the pipeline. I got to watch them become more and more radical and more violent in their mentality. And there was like a morbid curiosity. I mean, like part of it like that, like told myself when it started, I was like, well, okay, listen, she transitioned, right? She didn't get a lot of support from her family and stuff like that, and then she detransitioned, and now she's adopted these right-wing viewpoints. But I want to make sure that there's somebody on her friends list that stays there throughout all this, so that if she's ever in a time where she's like, actually, like, I don't want to be around these right-wing freaks anymore, that there's somebody there to, kind of, have an open hand for her. But, as it went on, it was just like impossible to, I think I did eventually block her at some point, right? Because I was just scared of her, at that point. But yeah, no, I totally know what it's like to watch somebody, become someone you no longer know. It's and yeah, there's some morbid curiosity in that for sure.
That's I mentioned it a million times, but just that one friend that I was former best friends with for 17 years. I can tell you that, I mean, that guy was an asshole in a whole variety of ways. He was no angel, but he did not have a single bigoted bone in his body. And I know that the term woke is kind of a meme, but like, for lack of a better way of putting it, for the overwhelming majority of his life, if you kind of use the term woke as a compliment, like that's exactly what he was. Some of the first things that we ever talked about inside our friendship were just things like the Kent State massacre, because we were both there's a song that Neil Young has.
Crosby, yeah. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember having like I was listening to it. It was like the second time that we'd ever talked, and I was listening to it on a Discman because that's how ancient I am. But he's
on a what? Oh, Discman.
Yeah. And so he sat next to me and he was like, "What are you listening to?" And so we started talking about that. But he, we just got into this conversation about like, the politics like of Vietnam and whatnot. We both had just like a huge amount of not pride, but just like respect for not just those that were killed at Kent State, but just we were just talking about, can you believe it that there was this time like where just the our government was actually gunning down students and like he and I remember this is probably a better example, because this is just so in light of who he became, it's like so eye-opening. But I remember one time, it's still early in our friendship, I was wasted at a party and somehow he brought up the Trail of Tears. and I guess I was, somewhat of a moron at the age of like 19, and I just could not recall. I think I had learned about it at that point, but I just could not recall what it was, and I was just like the what, and you gotta understand, like when I say that he like jumped down my throat. It's a sort of, he was busting my balls in the way that like a friend would, but he was just like, "Are you kidding, man? That is like one of the worst things that America has ever perpetrated. It was a fucking genocide, dude. How can you not know that? How can you not know that?" And then I remember also another time where I watched this documentary by Errol Morris, who's like just a really celebrated documentarian. He made a movie called the Fog of War, which was about all about Robert McNamara, who was pretty much the architect.
Yeah, the general in charge of the U.S. involvement in Vietnam, Laos, and Laos and Cambodia too. Yeah, they weren't super upfront about that part, but yeah, that was what they were doing.
Exactly. And I made this like believe me, I had no love for Robert McNamara, and I had the same exact point of view that he had on Robert McNamara. But it's a documentary, and I said something to the effect of, "Yeah, it's really amazing how at certain points Errol Morris, due to just the at certain points you actually have compassion for this dude just for fleeting moments." I wasn't able to kind of like really tell him all of what he just immediately like jumped on me, and he's like, "Dude, are you fucking kidding? Robert McNamara, he's like responsible for like more genocide and death than like like my point is that like he had so much fire for against like fascism, against warmongers, against empiricism and whatnot,
imperialism,
imperialism, and then like just like a few years before, like I had not looked into him, what he was up to on like things like Twitter and Instagram and whatnot before October 7th. But once I saw how horrible he was being during October 7th, I like looked at what he had been saying up until that point. And, just a few months beforehand, he was talking about how white supremacy is one of the like biggest problems that is in America, and he was like just tweeting out things that were just like really cool with desecrating Confederate statues, and you name it. I'm just saying that like pretty much any sort of topic that is like you think of as going along with like true leftyism, he would talk about, and he seemed very authentic about it, and I have no reason to think he wasn't, because that's exactly who he always was while I knew him. And then all of a sudden, just this massive change, like he now, like if you like look at his Instagram posts, he reposts he posted like some of the worship, but now he's like a fan of people like Bari Weiss, of people like Coleman Hughes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, just like the worst of the worst. And I think I think he genuinely looks at people like Bari Weiss and Coleman Hughes and thinks like, "Oh yeah, they're leftists. They're sane leftists." That's how far his brain has gotten, like just rotted by this whole thing. And
well, you heard Brianna Wu's video, the argument that she was making, talking about like the Mississippi burnings and the 2 Jewish civil rights activists that were killed in that, and then acting like and then for the left to have abandoned Jewish people at their moment of need, right, when October 7th, it's just like, I mean, that's the kind of that's the kind of, rabbit hole, people go down with this, right? Where it's just a series of justifications and like not a non-recognition of injustices in some areas where they would recognize it in other situations that are similar, and then the justification for that becoming, well, like I was supportive of BLM, and then I saw a black person say free Palestine, and it blew my
He had
blew my mind.
He had tons of tweets that were exactly that, like more or less like verbatim. He did follow Brianna Wu. I saw that he liked a couple of her comments. Just this person was just changed at the core of his soul by Zionism. I mean, he married this woman. He fell in love with this woman who just is half Israeli, and they spent a lot of time there. And in interviews, he would literally deny there being apartheid in any part of Israel, and saying like these are just I don't know how these things have been like accepted by a great deal of academia and the kind of like left-wing circles, but I think it has something to do with Qatari billionaires. Like
all the money. Hey, he should have asked you about have you received a payment from Qatar? Because yeah, apparently we all have.
Yeah, and just the craziest stuff ever. He just started advocating for, and he never would have this. It's just like I feel like I'm looking at a pod person, and it's because it was just. I'm not necessarily saying that he was like the most he did read up. He would read like biographies of like Black Panther leaders and stuff. Like he had more of an understanding of the way these things work. I'm just saying that like he didn't have like a scholar's understanding of all these things. But if you talk to him about like matters of justice and injustice, and there would just be a fire in his chest that was like really awesome. I mean, and that's why I say that, like, every time that I would say something like vaguely complimenting Robert McNamara, not really, but it coming across that way, when he kind of unloaded on me, it like still somehow was, I don't know how to describe it, like just like you love to see all of that that like hate toward me, because of course Robert McNamara is a piece of shit, and I'm just saying that like he genuinely was the real deal for a long time, and it's just changed him so much. One other thing that I wanted to mention, just in terms of not Lonerbox but Destiny believing bullshit, is like you've heard him talk about stuff that like the Pollywood conspiracies, right?
Oh yeah, people in chat. I think we went like, I'm trying to remember, that came up like yesterday or the day before. But yeah, Pollywood being the conspiracy that Palestinians are conspiring to create an image of a situation that's more grave and more reprehensible from a human rights standpoint than really exists. Claims that, for instance, dead babies are actually dolls, or that people are going into dangerous situations on purpose in order to get themselves killed and serve as propaganda for Hamas. It's just, yeah, it essentially requires you to look at Palestinians as having like a group mind or something. It's,
the majority of, like, there's at least 3 or 4 fucked up clips that I've seen where he like was taking various things and kind of like just kind of talking about like why it's Hollywood. Most of the time, these were situations where he was doing exactly what you were talking about at the end there, kind of like saying these people are like I think he even said one time like they're probably drawing straws to see like who goes into the line of fire and dies.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and the idea behind that is that they're all just like suicidal jihadis. And so that's usually the way in which he talked about quote unquote Hollywood, which is heinous and stupid as fuck enough. But remember when Ethan Klein was crying over that dead Palestinian baby? I mean, I think he was very sincere.
In a conversation with Hassan on Leftovers?
Yeah, exactly. So Destiny was covering that. And I think at a certain point, someone in the chat said, like, what is he crying over? And like, this was the sort of thing that you could so easily like miss if you're just like not listening closely. But he said something to the effect of, oh, he's you know, first of all, he's a father, and therefore, you know, he is more prone to kind of being emotional about things like this. But what he's crying about is there was a Palestinian father who was holding what was supposedly a baby. And yeah, and so it was really, and he kept on going, but you caught that, right? He used the word supposedly for this baby. And why would you ever say supposedly if you either didn't think that there was an extremely good chance that that baby was fake, or did not think that there is like legitimately in other circumstances, like up until that point, like fake babies going around. Like, and my real point is that was a moment that I was like, holy shit, his brain is completely broken. Because like, I just, you know what, I mean, you tell me, I don't think that pre-Israel, I can't think of anything that he kind of like, don't get me wrong, there's tons of heinous things he said, and there are some things that like maybe were just factually incorrect, but that is like some serious fucking like InfoWars level like even like InfoWars level. Like it reminds me, like we were talking about Pizzagate before. It reminds me of that kind of shit. And I mean, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I don't think that before the whole Israeli thing, he had ever had a take that was that whacked. You know, just believe something so batshit crazy. Like you hear me? Or
Wait, chat saying, did he really? I remember him saying, man with a child, something like same age as my kids, but he definitely spills some internalized phobias often. Yeah, I don't know if I ever saw Destiny react to the Ethan's crying on Leftovers, so I'm not familiar with that clip as much. But
honestly, it's a clip that no one that I've never seen anyone point this out. Something that I'm going to point out.
I have been told though that with Destiny, if you go back far enough, you can find clips of Destiny talking about Israel-Palestine that you could put up next to his current clips, and you could have and people have a debate between Destiny and Destiny, right? The old Destiny disagrees almost completely with the new Destiny on Israel-Palestine, and I don't know when exactly that started. I do know that Destiny, he tends to get angry at a political affiliation and change his political affiliation to, you know, be more against that. You know, he kind of embraced right-wing red pill viewers for a while and sort of gained, had Slippery Nick on, had Lauren Southern on, and then at some point when he felt like his community was getting too right wing, he would say provocative stuff that would piss off right wingers to try to, he's always purging his community either of communists or of right wingers or of people that had a strong stance on trans rights that he disagreed with. He's always just kind of reacting. From what I've seen with Destiny, it's more like Ethan Klein. A lot of it feels like he doubles down due to personal aggrievement.
Yes, I've always believed that was the case, and it's really like ironic because he will accuse others of doing the exact same thing, left and right. I have actually every single one of those, what you're talking about, the Destiny versus Destiny TikToks, and
yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
In fact, somebody could probably put together Lonerbox versus Lonerbox if you want to go through Lonerbox's, old video essays, assuming, I don't know how many of them are still up, but you could probably put Lonerbox into a debate against Lonerbox, and I wonder how he would explain that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just like looking at these because I wanted to find one in particular, or one of these where he is the ones that you're talking about where they're putting side by side his old takes versus the new takes. I don't know what context. Just kill them. Ryan Green. Sport. Rape. Hollywood. Better copies. I'm not bombing hospitals. Palestinians and Jewish rats. Okay, this one.
There's a channel I think on TikTok called like Destiny versus Destiny that like all these streamers will now watch, and this person will make like these unhinged like 10-minute, 30-second clips of me like over and over and over again. All of us are gonna forget about this and move on to the next. What is this? Oh, is this like on October 7th? Oh no, October 10th. Never mind. And it's not like every single day was.
Okay, it's a little hard to follow, I guess, if you're not like seeing it, but
is it on YouTube somewhere?
No, it's not. It's like this. I think this guy got banned from TikTok, and I could send you like they're really low file size, so I could send you one or two good ones if you want to play them. I mean, they're all like epic. This editor was so good at like just putting things side by side that are so contradictory of one another, and also just kind of, sometimes there are clips where it's, either obvious that there is context missing, or like, you strongly think that there might be. But a good deal of what he takes are things that just like on their own speak for themselves. So here,
what's funny is I typed Destiny into versus Destiny into Twitter, and I'm not finding anything. I don't know if it's a issue of, it just gets that as a Destiny and the word versus tiny. Destiny versus Destiny.
Here's
oh wait. Yeah, there's a whole. Oh wait, this is. I'm finding. It looks like the TikTok account that you're talking about has a Twitch channel. I'm sorry, a Twitter channel. That's what I meant to say.
They do. I thought maybe they were removed, but I'm glad to know that it's still up. I just sent you one where I'm not sure if it's like the best one, but he talks a lot about how he is the most informed person on the internet about Gaza and Palestine and and Israel. That one is I remember being pretty entertaining. And Oh, this one I remember finding pretty funny, where he makes like predictions early on about like how far he thinks that they're going to take it, and like saying things like, okay, like if they kill like say like 10,000 people, that's gonna be a lot. I think that like I'm going to have to cut the cord at that point. I don't think he says that specifically, but there's stuff like that there. Do you see them? I put them in your chat.
Yeah, let me mute the Discord window and take a look. I mean, I can play it, so yeah, I can't really put these on.
I'm sorry, but if history is biasing me against the Palestinians, that's their fault, not mine.
Go to Elon Levy's account right now. Right now, he's telling the world that Israel is actually not doing anything to restrict aid from getting into Gaza. As their
Oh my god,
ministers have
I
said
have a really fucking funny one. This one is incredible. Yeah. Remember, you probably heard about how he talked about cookie rockets?
Yeah, I remember that. He debated Ryan Grimm on drop site on oh my god, what the fuck is it called? Breaking Point. Wait, is it Breaking Point, right?
Yeah. This is, you know what? I should get going in a sec, but this would be like a pretty good note to end on. I'm telling you, this gets to be so hilarious. Just how ridiculous this editor makes Destiny look for just double downing on all this cookie related stuff. So do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, I think it'll work. Yeah, try sharing your screen. We'll see if this works.
Okay, cool. Where are we? There we are. Okay, sorry, couldn't find selection. Here, all. Okay. So you see it? You see?
Okay, so you are showing your Discord.
But now I'm not. Now it's.
Let's see what it is now. Yeah, I'm just seeing an image of your Discord window. I mean, it's not showing anything. It's not showing anything private, but it's also giving me my sound back.
Maybe I shared the wrong thing.
Yeah, we got the infinite regress now.
Stop streaming, and now I'll try again. So, share screen, selection, share this window. Oh, no. Okay, I understand. I understand what I did wrong. Sorry. Here we go. Make selection. Share entire screen. Okay. Do you see this video?
Yeah.
In the video? Okay. So now we're good. Okay, ready? I'm gonna play this. This gets really, really good. Here we go.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza? Why were cookies being prevented from going in? What were custom rockets fueled with?
Cookies?
With sugar. When I'm in a debate and I realize that I'm incorrect about something or I'm wrong on something, it's pretty embarrassing. Like, okay, sure. And then I can see other people don't have this inbuilt like embarrassment mechanism. That was the stated reason for the blockade.
Did you not look into that and see if they can actually pull sugar from that to actually be used as a compound in these rockets?
No, why? Can they not?
No, that's my whole point, though. You don't have the answer to that. You interrogate everything else.
Then the response should be in a debate to me. Oh, but Destiny, you weren't even able to do that.
Why didn't you look into that?
Because my basic understanding of chemistry is that extracting sugar from food products is probably a pretty simple process. Can you get sugar out
It's
of cookies?
It's a pretty simple process. It's not a very efficient process, and that is why they would not use it.
Exactly.
As it could have. And people are saying, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. They can't have soda, they can't have chips, they can't have cookies. And you're saying, well, that's because they can build rockets out of that.
But the idea that they were extracting sugar from cookies to make rockets is unfounded. Because Israel was allowing sugar to go in. Doesn't make any sense. Why didn't they ban raw sugar? Why A4 paper? Are they using Al Qassam paper airplanes?
Oh, okay, no, you're done. No. If you find anything... No, this bullshit. Stop. You're too fucking smart. The chemical composition of something is going to change significantly by the way it's produced, is it not? Technically, I don't... Is it not? Let me answer. Technically, I don't believe you're talking chemical composition at this point, because you're not actually dissolving things into solutions that are transparent. You're talking about mixtures of different types of chemicals that are going to be baked together in a certain way. I don't think you're actually chemically changing the formula of what's going on here. I think you're just changing the way that they're like baked together with each other as like a mixture of different things. So technically, no, I'm not sure there's a significant difference between the chemical compounds here. He was completely wrong there. And then I kind of say, like, well, no, that's not true. But then he just, like, steamrolls on through. He like, doesn't care. He has no care in the world that what he just said was completely not true.
So you were too confident on that one.
On which one? I really feel like I'm probably the most informed person on this conflict in the entire, this media sphere relating to Israel-Palestine. Unironically. And that's not even bragging on my research. It's literally on how little research anybody else does. So no, I'm not going to spend my time infinitely diving into the minutia of how to extract sugar from cookies. If somebody calls me out and they want to fight on that point, then fine, then we'll go dig down and fight on that point. But there's like a billion other things that I would rather read more about than how to make sugar from cookies, okay? Jesus Christ.
What about potato chips? What are they getting out of potato chips?
I don't know, are there sugars in potato chips?
There's 1 gram of sugar in a 28 gram serving.
Okay, well, I guess they shouldn't have banned potato chips then. It doesn't count to concede something after you lied about it, then shoved into a corner, confronted with contrary evidence, and forced to admit that you lied about it. That doesn't count as admitting something. Never. You don't get any credit for it. You get negative credit.
I think what they're looking for is for you to say, I've done X wrong or Y wrong, or any sort of like semblance of, hey, I can see where I've made mistakes.
Why are you explaining it? Wait, she knows this. Because if the tables were turned here, she would be accurately explaining all this. Don't explain it. She knows. That's stupid. You can extract sugar from cookies. I promise you can.
So we already see where Destiny's wrong because, according to this article at least, sugar was not banned. Hamas was not using cookies to make rockets. They just weren't.
They can't pin you down on a particular thing that you've done wrong. You can refer back to the conversation in the future. Go, well, nobody was ever actually to name a single thing that I did wrong ever.
The fact is that when presented with the information on something like this, I imagine Destiny changed his mind. He's probably not going to. This is probably the last time we're going to hear him saying that the stated policy for blocking cookies was because of rockets. He's probably never going to say that again.
After the Breaking Points appearance, Lonerbox did a deep dive into this, and I looked at stuff afterwards, both of what he did and independently. Nobody presented any evidence that they were banning products from the country just because they were trying to politically punish. I didn't see anything about that. I looked at it, I couldn't find any of that. The things that I generally was coming up on the internet was that people can extract sugar from things in order to create simple rocket fuels.
You are pissing in the wind if you think Israel doesn't do things to be punitive. Punitive action has generally always been part of the Israeli mindset. There are several statements from different Israeli officials. Some of them just admitted plainly that they wanted to put pressure on Hamas. Hamas came to power, they have their blockade system in place, and they're okay with being a little bit slow to reintroduce completely mundane civilian items because they wanted to put pressure on the population. They wanted people to suffer, or they just didn't care that people were suffering. They were fine with it. Until international pressure comes in 2010, and they're like, well, okay, this actually looks really horrible, and we actually care what the world thinks about us, so we're going to change it, and they eventually change it.
The initial disagreement had to do with whether or not products are being banned to collectively punish the Gazans, not whether or not a thing was physically possible. Anybody educated in the field would tell you that it's easy to extract sugar from sugar product.
If you default to that position, you are going to say silly things. You're going to say pretty stupid things like, cookies are banned? Well, they use sugar for rockets, so I'm guessing the sugar-based products and sugar itself were banned to stop them from taking them for rockets.
And just to be clear here, the position that Destiny's defaulting to is that Israel would never do anything like that. That's the mindset that Destiny's coming out this with, right? There's no reason for him to think this. There's nothing there. The only thing that's motivating him to like sort of knee jerk, with this response is that his presupposition that Israel is the enclave of Western culture in the wild, backwards land of the Middle East. And that they are going to necessarily be more humane and more enlightened in their in their carrying out of the conflict than than the Palestinians and the surrounding states.
That is made up of an assumption. It's not real. It didn't happen. They allowed sugar in. They allowed raw sugar to go in the whole time.
No, I want to just so I understand. So you're saying it is impossible to extract sugar from cookies. You can't do that.
They don't do that. They don't do
No,
that.
no, I didn't ask you that. Wait,
What is that
I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you, is it impossible to extract sugar from cookies? It's also possible that every single subatomic particle in my body could move in such a way that I fall through the fucking chair that I'm sitting on. What does that have to do with anything? You don't know the process at all either, though. I can make the argument that a country can shoot a missile at another country without telling you exactly how missiles work.
How can I be morally wrong about stuff I just don't remember?
She just gave away. You just gave it the whole plot. I love that you said that. How can I possibly be like morally in the wrong about something that I don't remember? Like, yeah, that's the whole point. Yes, thank you.
Anyway, that's the end of that video.
Mr. Botticelli, Mr. Baroni, you are a fantabulous moron. Mr. Divorcelli.
I have a few that are way quicker. I want to find one. I remember for some reason when I watched that, I guess it's just like the fact that Lonerbox is coming in and correcting him, and that's just like very we seldom see that.
What's funny is that he's correcting him to save him from himself, right? Destiny had embarrassed himself on probably the biggest platform that he had, with the exception of like Lex Friedman up to that point. Lonerbox is looking at Destiny as a meal ticket, and he needs Destiny to somehow like stop the bleeding, because part of this whole debate culture is you got to take W after W after W. If you take an L, that's really bad. And since it's such an unambiguous L, it's incumbent on Destiny to, recognize that. The thing that Lonerbox does not press him on is his motivation, the motivation for that reasoning, which was what I was getting into. It's hard to avoid that reasoning was motivated by racism. And obviously Lonerbox doesn't want to hurt him like that, but he does need Destiny to stop, embarrassing himself on a large platform.
1000%. So here I'll play a couple more that are really a lot, 2 minutes around, and just all of these are pretty amazing. So this one, I think maybe I gave it this title. I think that this is a lot of clips of him just like buying pretty outrageous IDF lies. I think that that's kind of like the theme of this one, but we'll see.
Palestine needs to hope that the IDF starts doing some unhinged crazy, because there's a lot of video right now of what looks like really unhinged Palestinian. What do we actually know happened for a fact in the Rafah?
These were responsible for the of Israelis. Their saved lives.
Jesus, these are commanders? No wonder Gazans are starving.
And the operation that could have killed even more. Here is the footage from our strike of the specific structure.
There was a munition that was weaponiered for a precise hit of 2 commanders.
As you can see, there are no tents in the immediate vicinity of the structure that we targeted.
Oh, and they even showed us. The attack went off. It worked fine. They got hit. There was a...
So every time you see something on the screen, he's showing something that just kind of disproves what Destiny is talking about.
Jeep nearby that had like a ton of ammunition or munition stored, which they're not supposed to have. Fire and the damage and the tents is what led to a bunch of people. There is a lot of video and a lot of images of really unhinged, like abductions of people, throwing people into trucks, women being abducted. If we don't get similar footage coming out from the IDF, it's going to look really bad.
This was Israel's airstrike late last night in southern Gaza.
You should be careful about what Israel says Palestinians are doing, or is doing. Take everything just like with a little bit of your grain of salt.
Our signal intelligence intercepted some phone calls that reinforce this concern, raising the possibility that weapons stored in a nearby compound caught fire. Here's one of those phone calls.
I'll read it. And they say that they, in parentheses, they were sat in a meeting, and that there is in parentheses, a facility. And in addition, they had ammunition, because all of the ammunition that started exploding. Are you asking me why I don't think that the IDF faked an entire recording? When am I skeptical of has the IDF ever faked footage like that? The risk to that would be insane. Like, their credibility would be so unimaginably destroyed. It was outside the safe zone. I think that's been confirmed.
This has been operating from this area since October 7th.
Here, in this satellite image, 43 meters from the structure we targeted, you can see rocket launchers.
There are images of attacks really coming like right outside of this camp. You have to be really careful when you talk about anything on the Israeli-Palestinian stuff, because people will accuse you of shilling or lying or believing propaganda, blah, blah, blah. There's never going to be a singular event, or even a collection of events that are tragic, that have civilians, that is going to make me completely and totally change my mind about a conflict. That's just not, I would have to be as poorly read as you are into it to have my opinion flip like that. Like, every single thing this guy says, what am I supposed to respond to?
So the craziest part of that, I guess, was just him saying like the IDF's credibility would be destroyed.
Right.
Here.
Dude, that's culture. That's culture. We're not.
He's heard about the fact that like a lot of food comes from Middle Eastern food or other countries or something. He's like, oh, they must have no culture. But I heard these like two things. It's like one of the oldest religions in the world, with a lot of tradition and history tied back to the religion itself. How can you say they have no culture?
So this is these are actually here and there some arguments that he's making that I think before he was pro-Israel, where he is kind of saying some base stuff about Palestinian culture. So
They shut the fuck up with this bull. Is a state that claims to be has a large population. They'll buy into the ethno-nationalism, man.
The vast majority of are pro. Just as a heads up, anybody that told you differently is lying. It's like 90%, I think. Also local influence. Okay, they literally fashioned themselves as a Western-style democracy. They saw themselves as better, as superior to like the local style of governance, local culture.
But when you ask things like, okay, what architecture like? What is?
okay, I was wrong about that one. I'll play a different one because I want to find. I'm really trying to find one. Like most of these are bangers, and I feel like I haven't found one that is like completely
we probably just need to wrap things up at this point. I'm kind of gone on for a lot longer than I intended to. But yeah, no, it was mind blowing to go over the your exchange with Lonerbox. I mean, it's just I mean, in a lot of ways reinforces what we already knew about him. He was either gaslighting you super hard or, like you said, completely ignorant. I guess we can never know for sure which, but that was but yeah, it's getting pretty late, so I probably got to wrap stuff up with chat and everything. Everybody follow Vadim, all right? Vadim is working on a video right now about Ethan Klein, and when that video comes out, if you are following, if you're subscribed to Vadim on YouTube, and if you've hit your notifications, you will be notified when that video drops. You will watch it on stream before we do. So make sure that you are subscribed to Vadim on YouTube, and you're ready for that content to come your way. But yeah, it's sorry, I'm starting to fade here, and but yeah, I've had a
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like me at a bad point.
I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm not even processing stuff, so yeah, it's not a lot of point with going on past then.
Yeah,
but
I hear you. But it's been fun. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
And everybody who's left in the chat, thanks for having me and whatnot. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Let me know about that talk with Dylan too. I'm curious. I might take a look at that in the future if you think it was worthwhile.
Again, I was pretty on point for maybe like the first hour, and then it just went on way too long. And he wasn't. I will say this. I think you'd actually agree, even though that he was like kind of sharing takes on Lonerbox that I really don't agree with at all. I think he was engaging with me in a really good faith way. I eventually ducked out because I just, again, like I started out being able to like kind of talk somewhat normally, and by the end I was just like, bro, I can't like really like put sentences together. So one of the reasons is because I had turned my air conditioning off and it was getting boiling in here. But anyway, so yeah, that's yeah, check out the beginning of it.
Yeah, I don't even know really what Dylan's take is on Israel Palestine. I'm aware of some of his other takes. I've disagreed with him at times, agreed with him at other times, but yeah, I don't really have any preconceptions of where he comes down on this particular issue. So it would be interesting to find out.
He legitimately thinks that Lonerbox is like, I mean, maybe he would say he's a centrist, but he was making the case that Lonerbox was like legitimately pro-Palestinian, and I was trying to make a case as to like why I just thought that was a crock. And it didn't get contentious, but also at the same time, when we reached that point in the conversation, I just wasn't putting forward, like I basically said to him, I said, I'm just kind of like I would have to have those bullet points in front of me to like really make a convincing case. And we decided that at some point in the future, I'd reach out to him again because I felt like I needed to kind of substantiate that claim. Anyway, that said, that's what you should expect if you happen to watch.
Okay.
I imagine that Lonerbox will be like watching it sometime soon and ripping into it, but whatever, fuck the guy. Anyway, I'll talk to you soon, and again, everybody, thanks for having me. Okay.
Yeah, and everybody go follow Vadim. It's Vadim on YouTube. Mods, can we get a shout out for Vadim in chat, in both chats, maybe even? I don't know if I might have stayed up past my mods, but yeah, Hey, It's Vadim is the YouTube channel. If you want to search that out and give that a follow, maybe hit that bell button too, so you get your notifications. And I'm encouraging you now, chat, to hit the bell button with me too, because in the near future, I will be doing some streams on different topics. YouTube is famous for assuming that you do not want to watch my stream if it is about a different topic. So if you want to make sure that when I'm streaming, whether I'm talking about Ethan Klein or not, then hit that bell button if you're okay with notifications. I get that some people like myself get annoyed by them, so don't hit them if they will drive you crazy, but do hit them if you think they will help you in finding out when I'm streaming, even when YouTube is not doing its job, sending you the alerts, sending you the live stream. Anyway, much love, everyone. Thank you, Vadim, for being here, and we're looking forward to more good stuff. And yeah, as far as if you want to do more debates, it's kind of like training. I wouldn't recommend doing like 5.5 hour debates, just like I wouldn't recommend doing ultra marathons. Not necessarily good for your body. But it depends on where you want to go with it. And if you want to, pursue this kind of content, that's one thing.
I don't really want to pursue this content. I excel far better with just edited, scripted content. But ideally, I'd like to be able to do a little bit of both. And I'd like to be the kind of person that if here and there some asshole like challenges me to a debate, maybe I would like to take them up on it. But I have to figure out, really more than anything, I have to figure out my like limits and my hard outs, and not like eat your heart outs, but like my hard outs, the moments that I'm just like, okay, I gotta go. Sorry. Yeah. And also just I need to have just my like a game plan, like notes. I actually, last thing I'll say, we didn't watch much of the Hutch stuff, but I was a lot more on it when I was just kind of like sticking to the talking points that I had in front of me. I did have, like, you know what? I should say this. I had like a bunch of people whose opinions I trust who did say like, yeah, you did an okay job. Like no one was like, oh my God, you blew me out of the water. But you know, maybe I'm a little bit more down on myself overall than I need to be. But anyway,
yeah,
just going on. I'll say goodnight.
All right.
I'll let you go. Bye.
Bye. Everyone, it's Vadim. Yeah, chat, that kind of crept up on me. I didn't realize I was going to get that tired. But yeah, the other thing that bothers me is that I just noticed this, kind of pissed at myself. The actual winner of the bonus content was the new Taylor Lorenz video, right? The bonus content works with the poll in which, drama with Lonerbox, Bad Empanada, and Vadim won. But it also is supposed to have the input of the donations. And with the input of the donations, actually, it looks like it looks like the Taylor Lorenz video watch. I don't think I'm going to do a good react to it if I do it right now. I'm like tempted to do it because I like to fulfill, the agreement. You support the stream, you hit those bonus goals, I give you bonus content. I did give you one bonus content today, but it was not the right one. It was not the one that actually won. We were kind of close to having two for a second there. But anyway, that's what went on. I am going to try to, I might be it's like the morning of the 31st for people. I might try to pop on with a new stream or something before Majority Report starts. Wait, before Majority Report starts, it's Friday, it's Saturday for you. Majority Report will not start. So, I don't know. I say that I probably won't. I'm kind of, I drained my, this kind of that's the reason that I don't do more, conversations with people is that it's draining. It's more draining actually than streaming. So, yeah, we're going to have to save it for next time. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I'll try to be back early. I'll try to have everything ready so that I'm ready to go, as early as possible and, be back. Cause like the thing that I worry about is people that are used to my, normal time. They have not been seeing me. And to some of them that might appear like I've stopped, doing streams. To others of them, they're going to watch the VODs and be like, oh, I wasn't there. Oh, why did this happen so late? So I'm going to try not to be so late in the future. Anyway, chat, let's see. What are we going to do? Wow. Well, I was going to raid Twitch, but it looks like you all left already. So anyway, much love, everybody. I will be back for more coverage tomorrow, and we'll try to get through some of the stuff that I didn't do today. Oh yeah, the Anthony Weiner thing. God damn it, I got to erase that from the thing now. I gotta erase that from the thing now. Yeah, that's the other thing about this content is when you're dealing with a like a 5-hour debate and you're analyzing even a small part of it, and especially analyzing it with two people, it's like it takes an extraordinary amount of time. So yeah, but yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow. Talk to you then. Until then, much love, everybody, and good